Okay. Gather round, you little fucking smarmy bastard cucks. Okay. I need to make an announcement in the Discord. Whew. How are we doing? Are we surviving the trying times? Let me see. Okay. I realize that I'm missing quite a few essential parts today, but I think we've managed to set something up, so. Hey. Hello. So, what do we do today? I think I'm finally ready to react to that fucking traveling Israel dude, so we'll do that at some point. People in my Discord are arguing about Syrian presidents. Okay. I like these kind of results, you know? I like it when they won't even do like a 95 or anything because even that's too unreasonable. Have you seen the polling data from Palestinians? I've seen some polling data from Palestinians, yeah. Is this the genocide denial plus Azov stream? Oh, yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that, okay? Hang on. I just need to find. Where did I put that poll? It's here. From ORAD. Arab World for Research and Development. I don't actually know. I've never seen polling data from these guys before. I don't really know who they are, but it was from. They're based in Ramallah. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about grabbing polling data from the middle of a war because obviously people go quite extreme during a war, but it is quite extreme. Let me see. See if I can find a few examples. Has your support for the two-state solution increased or decreased? Big decreased, obviously. Has your conviction in the possibility of coexistence between Palestinian and Israeli peoples increased or decreased? Decreased. Do you think people around you will forget what Israel did in this war someday? No. Yeah, some of the questions are a bit silly. This was a weird one. Do you believe that Palestine or Israel will emerge victorious from this war? 72% said Palestine. How are they? People were more likely to say none of them than they were to say Israel. Which does make you wonder what kind of what media is being consumed over there. Like what the Arab media is saying. I've always been told that Al Jazeera English is like biased but not bad, like fairly decent. Um, yeah, I've always been told that Middle Eastern media is like very wacky. But I don't really know how they come to that conclusion. How much do you support the military operation carried out by the Palestinian resistance led by Hamas on October 7th? Extremely support, 59%, somewhat support. So that's just over three quarters, or just about three quarters. Just under, sorry. In some level of support. But again, I don't know how much of this is just like because that side of the media has basically pushed the idea that all the Israeli civilian deaths were done by friendly fire, right? Like that's what fucking Nasrallah was saying, and it seemed to land pretty well with his viewers or his followers. How much you support the operation, disaggregate by gender. Okay. How do you view the role of the following parties? Very positive for Hamas. Not so positive for Fatah. PA, not positive. Israel, not positive at all. Hezbollah, positive. Islamic Jihad, a bit less so. Al-Aqsa Brigade, quite positive. Al-Qassam, quite positive. United States. Uh-oh. What does it mean to support the operation? What do you think? Uh, no, they're judging different human rights orgs as well. United Nations, negative. Red Cross, they're more positive by the Red Cross. That's interesting. Just a bit more. Russia, kind of split. China, split. Not very unanimous on Arab media either. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Wonder if there's anything about leaders, particular leaders. What was the main reason for the operation launched by the Palestinian resistance on 7th of October? To free Palestine, then to break the siege, to stop the violations of Aqsa. That was the main one. They mentioned the Saudi peace, no. Stop the peace process. Yeah, right. This is the one I tell you guys about sometimes when people talk about the one state solution for two peoples. So the highest I've ever seen that one state for two peoples was like 33% or 32, which is actually quite high. Usually it's around 25, 26, 27. Now it's down to, and this poll is down to 5. Two state is usually around 20, between 28 and 32 or something, like down 17. Palestinian state from the river to the sea, 74.7. So you see how these are two different things. So river to the sea in this case does not mean for two peoples. But again, I don't really know how much I would hang on to this one because there's just been so much, like, obviously it's in the middle of a war. I wouldn't really trust Israeli opinion polls either at this point because it's all just going to be like way to the right of what most of even the more progressive ones in Israel believe. Yeah. Sympathy with Israeli civilians. Oh, this is about the West. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah. Pretty wacky out there, eh? Methodology. Is that even here? I don't think they have the methodology on this. No. I need to figure out who this group is, though. Who are they? That was from 14th of November, so 4 days ago. Uh, wow. Okay. Maybe another time. Whew. Anyway, in case you're wondering, my guest is, oh yeah, they like to the point that the methodology doesn't even say how many participants, right? Or did they? Maybe they mentioned that at the top. Let me check. Region, gender, average age. Oh, this might show me. Okay, so 391 people from West Bank, 277 from Gaza, 668 total. Most Palestinian polls that I see take those numbers roughly, between sort of 400 and 800 people. By region. Hmm. Well, were you guys not around since I last cut my hair? I cut my hair a while ago. Well, a few days ago. Yeah. Male, female. Yeah. The one right before October 7th had 2K people? I don't know. I don't remember. That's the one that I sent it to Hassan, so I should find it there. Where is he? I don't remember there being a number, actually. Where the fuck? All right, here. Seems a bit low. It's not actually that low. Lots of opinion polls from Palestinian territories are around that number. Was it this one? Is this the one that apparently, did this one even say how many people were polled? Arab Barometer. 8 waves of surveys covering 16 countries since when? Oh, this is just the organization. 790 in the West Bank and 399 in Gaza. So just over 1,000. No, not 2,000. But this was carried out just between just like the end of September and the beginning of October. But here, Hamas were not very popular at all. Like, yeah, it's amazing how quickly that changed. See this? This was like no trust at all in Hamas. So, and I think even they said that they felt closest to Fatah. So, it's amazing how much little old war changes everything, eh? Is Dylan there? Dylan is sleeping, I think. I think he got a little bit fucked over by the Scottish Airlines. But we went for dinner already, so he's just resting. Hey fella, I thought you were coming down. I am coming down. We're going to Edinburgh on Monday now, it turns out. Well, we could go tomorrow, actually. I haven't decided that. But yeah, Monday definitely, and I'll be there till at least Wednesday. Hell yeah. I know, eh? Good to see you firing in the stream for something. Hey. Not seen that name in a while in stream chat. It's hard to find a poll unless you know their methodology. Fuck, whatever. Fuck. To be fair, whenever I read polls from reputable organizations, I don't seem to. I'm a bit. You don't need to justify yourself. It's all right. I just like seeing old names in the chat. You know, makes me. What the fuck? They must spend a ton of money on ads. I don't know. He's beset by tiredness. Yeah. Ooh. Is Learner Box wearing a pink shirt? I know, it's insane, isn't it? It's unheard of. Never happen. Not even one time. What are you and Dylan planning to do? I don't know, just watch stuff probably or chat. I want to react to the traveling Israel guy because he's he's really annoying, but he actually does like make me have to dig into the research a little bit because he's always using he likes a bit of niche info. It makes me wonder because I know when people talk about the new historians from the 80s and how they basically debunked a lot of the old Israeli propaganda around 1948 in their history, but when people spoke about historians before the new historians, they always just spoke about them being massively pro-Israel without very much document evidence to show contrary because it was all classified. But I'm like, I wonder if that's what this guy's reading. I wonder if like it's still quite common in Israel to just go by the old ways because some of the points the guy was making were just horseshit, but I'm wondering where he got them from. Get it right. What is that? Just general advice, Ahura? Book. I read it in. Who are they? When people talk about the old historians from Israel, who are they? What were they writing? If they didn't have access to the archives, were they just guessing? What happened there? I've never actually known about that. Like before Morris and Pape and Schleim, who were the people before that? The official version, was it just from the state? What claim was the most crap? So they said that Britain tried to prevent the establishment of a Jewish state. That was one thing that they used to say. They used to say that the Palestinians left their homes of their own free will, like just for laughs, you know, just because they were told to by the other Arabs, by the other Arab states, and that's the reason most of them left. That's one of them. The other official story was that the Arabs were stronger and higher in numbers than the Israelis. That the Israelis were outnumbered. That's actually not true at all. That the Arabs were like working in unison to commit a second Holocaust. Not that they had their own individual ambitions, or that whether or not any of them had any concrete plans to kill all the Jews when they succeeded. It completely, obviously, ignores the secret deal between Jordan and Israel. And then also the idea, which I think is maybe one that we just learned about recently, was that the idea that the peace talks afterwards, the peaceful solution after 1948, was only stopped by the Arabs, not by Israelis. Yeah. That's going to maybe be a harder one to sell, because I know that if Israel had given in to the peace offers in 48, it would have, like, the map would have just been, it would have looked like this, right? I think what was happening after 48 with the Arab demands from Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. Oh, give me one picture that's not a fucking eBay page, please. All right, hang on. People trying to sell me maps. What the fuck? So I think what Egypt wanted was, they wanted a bigger chunk. They wanted like a bigger Gaza and a piece of Israel. And I think Syria wanted to go all the way down to halfway down the lake of the Galilee, the Sea of Galilee, like here. So Syria wanted all this. And I don't know what Jordan wanted. I guess Jordan was happy with West Bank and Jerusalem, right? So, oh no, Jordan wanted to connect. They wanted to connect their territory to the sea somehow. So I guess they wanted to cut through at some point here. But yeah, there's no way Israel was going to give all three of those at once to armies they've just defeated. Yeah. But they did have a choice. They did have the choice to make peace with at least a couple of these countries in 48, and they didn't. They didn't do it. They wanted a corridor to the sea. Would it just be a road? Like they just wanted a road, like a split? I don't know. A tunnel. Yeah, they wanted to build a tunnel. So yeah, that was one of the things that, and obviously the new historians came in and they showed that all these deals existed, but Ben Gurion just said no to all of them because he wanted to be all big and strong, and he would. Was Camp David Israel's fault? The charitable. There's two versions of that story. One is that Camp David failure was everyone's fault because there was all kinds of issues going on with leaderships and the different groups at the time, and even splint, and obviously the extremist wings of each group was constantly fucking up the peace process. The uncharitable way, or I guess the more hardline way, is that actually it was all Arafat's fault because he didn't want to negotiate. He either didn't know how to, or he just didn't want to. I don't know. I think I'm probably, the more I read about it, the more I think that it was kind of like a constellation of fuck ups all over the place that just made it kind of like, by the time you reach 2000, there was never going to be a deal that worked for both sides. That's kind of where I am on that one. Palestinians are not Palestinians. They're Jordanian Lebanese refugees. They're not indigenous. Wow, that's so useful. What an incredible contribution. We're going to cover that take as well, because I know the Traveling Israel guy likes to make that take as well. And it's so fucking stupid. It's like that your entire, I don't even know. It's dumb. Marksman 07, thanks for the $2. I like your cut, G. 100. Hey, nice one. Yeah. Well, how is Nakbar? I think I need to ban you. What an incredible string of sentences. You know that, like, whether or not they were called Palestinians, that's not the argument. The argument is that they lived in homes and they were kicked out of those homes for something that they didn't do. That's generally the idea.
Loner box.
That's kind of what we
You
refer to with
smarmy fuck bastard.
the snack bar, yeah. Hey, Limey Redneck, how's it going? Hmm. Can you get Dylan to record a new donor sound? Maybe. I don't know what's wrong with the one we have now. What we have now is banging. Right. I don't want to watch Traveling Israel just yet. What do I want to watch first? Do I want to watch news? I don't really know if I. Is it just going to be more, oh, we don't know what's happening with the fucking. Why block me, bro? No debate. I mean, you can come into the Discord if you want to debate. But I'm not going to just get one guide by you. Maybe I will, but I don't want to. I'd rather I didn't get one guide by you. Uh, Let me see. There's still an argument to be made that even if Palestine didn't exist, the need for those living in the region to strive for self-determination was equally as valid as the Jewish right. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. At least equally as valid. Probably more so because they were the ones who were there when the British took over en masse, right? They were the majority of the population, even by 1948. So, eek. Discord link, I can decimate this argument. Let's go. Ooh. Discord.gg/lonerbox. Have you seen any media on the history of Israel like Waltz with Bashir or Fauda? I've seen one episode of Fauda. It was all right. And there's also Farha, which is the film about the girl who becomes a refugee in 48. There you go. There's the Discord, okay? Has Lonerbox moved in from his... Well, I don't know. You guys were being really fucking weird about... You guys were really, really weird about Cosmonaut, that guy with his fucking calling him, saying that he sounded gay yesterday. That was a bit weird. Saying he had a gay voice and he should turn gay. That was weird anyway. I'd rather you didn't do that. Feel like that was the least of his problems. Can you do the Al Jazeera video? No. I might do the Traveling Israel one, and then maybe I'll do the Second Thought one. We can compare left and right propaganda on on Israel and Palestine. Because didn't you guys say there's a Second Thought one I should look at? There's like 12-minute history. Has Little Joel done a part 2 actually? No, he hasn't. I asked Destiny about how he felt about your criticism of his palace should be more peaceful idea. He went, it wasn't that he said they should be more peaceful. That's not what he said, was it? I thought he said they should like stop the violence. I was like, okay, I don't know, fuck. Okay. Like they should just go all fucking MLK and shit. But that's not going to happen. They're gonna be using violence all the way up until fucking they get a state. It's the same way as it was with South Africa. I feel like if Palestinians in the West Bank especially just all became non-violent, like settlers would just be they would just be so much more emboldened to go in and like just expand even further, right? I don't know. But I don't know if that's like did you send him a clip or was it just like telephone playing? I don't know. Someone just played the telephone game. It's fine. Teb, thanks for the 35.90 shekels. Thank you so much. Lorna Box, I love the haircut, looking sharp. Anyway, been away for a while, so here comes some shekels. Keep up the good work. Oh, I really appreciate that. Wow. Destiny said Loner Box is basically making the subhuman argument, and he would push back on that. What? The subhuman argument. Oh, is this the idea that is this the argument that people on the left treat Palestinians like they're just too stupid to not fire rockets out of Gaza? Is that the oh, shit? I'm just saying, like, in a military occupation, there's probably going to be some violence, okay? And it's either going to get channeled properly by a decent leader and at least it tamed in its excesses, but I don't think you can get rid of it completely. No, not until the occupation ends, you know? Anyway. All right. Is that person going to go into the waiting room? Your admirable charitability is wasted.
Loner
Oh, I
box.
know, right?
You smarmy cuck bastard.
Oh, now a bunch of people who are not the person I'm supposed to be talking to are firing into the waiting room. Fuck. Come on. God damn it. I feel like I need to debate some right-wing, like, I don't have enough right-wing debates. Do you agree with Lornerbox saying that it's impossible for Palace to be peaceful for 5 years? I... And then he said, "What, do you think the Palestinians are retarded children?" Is that how the debate went? Okay, whatever. I don't like playing telephone. Anyway, Yakov, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hang on. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is this Lunar Box?
Yeah.
Right, so let's get down to this. What's your stance on Israel and Palestine?
Like the entire thing or what we were talking about in the chat?
The entire thing, like who do you think the Palestinians are? How long you think they're being there and if they truly have a right to be there?
If they truly have a right to be there.
Yeah.
Well, I think by the point of the British Mandate around 1917 or throughout to 48, yeah, it seemed like there were quite a lot of Arabs living there. About 700,000 of them, for various reasons, quite unsavory, got fucked off over to the West Bank, to Gaza, and the rest of them out to Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. So, and I think the people living there now have a right to be there. I think the refugees have, and their descendants have some right to either reparations or some kind of restitution. And I think the people living there in the West Bank and Gaza now have a right to self-determination, because that's generally what we do with people who live in a certain area.
So what I would say to you is, where can we start? In, say, there were settlements, right? There were settlements there when the Ottoman Empire got taken it. Well, England took it. Well, the world order, whatever, League of Nations, whatever the 1920s, like, it was like a UN kind of thing, gave it to England, right? And England gave it back to the Jews, right? So we have to negate where these people came from. So if we go to in Islam, it would call it Palestine, right?
It was called Palestine, I think, originally by the Romans, and then
Yeah, the
by
Romans
British,
called it Philistine, right? Philistina was the original. They renamed it from Israel to Philistina to it's like as an insult to Jews to rename it, try and wipe out the.
That's not the first time it was ever called Palestina. Like Herodotus was calling it Palestine like 500 years before that, but yeah.
But I think you're conflating like the Philistines with the Philistines were wiped out long ago.
Okay.
So if we use that, they're not Palestinians, and then we have to understand when obviously it's been taken over time and time again, right? You could admit that, right?
Like just about every part of the world, yeah.
Right,
Lots
but
of
it's
parts
been
of the world have
constantly been taken
constantly been
over
taken
more
over,
than any
yeah.
other land, right?
I don't know if it's more than every other land. Maybe more because more recent.
So let's look at evidence.
How many times have like
If
the sort of areas between Poland and Germany and Eastern Europe, how many times have they switched hands, you know? I'm not making a point
Yeah.
about who is about like what ethnic group can trace its lineage. That's not the argument I'm making. Is that when the British were there in 1917, the majority of the people living there were, I guess now we refer to them as Palestinians, but they were Arabs, right? There was like at least 80+% or 85 or 90% of them. So that's what I'm talking about. And we call them now
Yeah.
Palestinians, but those are, yeah. So when we talk about Palestinians, we're referring to the people who were already there when the British took over in the majority.
Yeah. So if we use that terminology, right, we know the indigenous population that would have you call Palestine wouldn't have been Arabs. No way would they have been Arabs, right? So we could assume they're not the original people there. Now we have to look like where they come from, because when the Nakba happened and so on and so forth, the expulsion, they all left. They all left to like Lebanon and tried to overthrow Lebanon 3 times with the PLO. And then it was just refugees from there flooding in, and it's so
I think that's a
complicated.
slightly simplified narrative, but okay. I feel like most of the refugees from the 48 war went to Gaza and the West Bank. The rest of them went to Lebanon, Syria, Jordan.
There was really none there at a point in time. The majority
but the
of them
point
left.
is, the people living there, why are you saying they were not Arabs? When Britain took over the territory, the people living there were called Arabs, right? Most of the people living there were Arabs.
Yeah, I'm on about the indigenous.
What do you mean indigenous?
The original people that lived there would have not been Arabs.
Well, the very original people would have been the Canaanites. But I mean, are we going to return it to them, or?
Well, way before that, there's Sumerians. It could go so far back.
Do you think? Like the Native Americans should own all of the United States?
But do they know?
No, why not? Do they have a right to kick out? Do they have a right to kick out like European descended Americans to reclaim their indigenous land?
So right, it's a two-sided coin, right?
I think it's a very simple question. But...
Well, no, because there's two ways to look at it. Industrialization and colonization builds infrastructure, builds systems, right? And if there wasn't there, what would be there? It'd just be empty land. So it's the harsh reality of the world, but we can't change facts,
Well, that would
no
mean
matter
that
how
that would mean
bad.
that the Arabs and the Muslims who came to Palestine, to that region, would have a right to it because they did. They built cities. They built infrastructure and they built institutions. Yeah,
Didn't the Romans before them?
yeah.
Didn't the Jews before them?
What point are you trying to make? Are you trying to do you think like the events of 500 or 1,000 years ago determine what we should how we should judge the human rights of people who are alive now?
On facts, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Jews had a right to kick out Arabs from historic Palestine in
But
1948?
they haven't. You forget to mention or
They
forget
did.
to negate that I
They
think
went
there's
to their
about
villages, told them to fuck off, and then
there's
blew up
about
their
what I
houses.
think there's 1 million Muslims that live in Israel, Arab Muslims.
Yeah. So
So
some of them were kicked out, other ones
then
weren't.
the question becomes, why are these other Muslim Arabs negated because they voted in for Hamas, which is a terrorist organization? They voted them in 2005.
Okay, so I'm just going to stick to one point rather than, I don't know why we jumped onto from 1948 to Hamas. Do you think the Jews who kicked out Arabs from their homes and their villages in 1948 had a right to do that or
Yeah.
not?
Like, this is the analogy that I would use. If you went, say something happened to you and you had an emergency and you left, and then you come back and someone's living in your home, what would you do?
What if I left my house for what, like a day and came back and someone else was living there? I'd be quite annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't
So
like
you
that.
would, yeah?
Yeah. Are you going to make that?
So
Are
then
you going to act as if that argument extends across generations
Of course
for
it
like
does.
1,000 years?
Think it should.
So if I like leave my home to go to France and then I have a kid and then that kid has a kid and that kid has a kid and that kid has a kid and that kid has a kid, then my descendant from 1,000 years gets to come back up here to where I live now in merry old Aberdeen, and they can kick out whoever is renting the place now.
So
can a Pict?
it's a
Can someone?
two-sided.
I think it might have been Picts, or I don't know if it was Picts or Celts, but
Loaderbox. You
can
smarmy
like
cuck
I'm sure
bastard.
someone was thrown off the land that I live on right now at some point because feudal wars and shit. Can someone really from 1,000+ years ago just come back and throw me out because they were living here before my family was?
As I said, it's a.
It's a yes or no question.
I think they can if it's their land.
How do you decide how do you decide who owns the land?
Because historical evidence shows who was there.
And we have, okay, so can Native Americans, would it be okay for them to kick out all the European Americans because it was their land first?
Oh, yeah, if they truly, really and truly, the moral thing would be yeah.
So where did 300 million European descendant Americans go?
That's the struggle back to Europe.
Have you ever looked into your descendancy?
Yeah, I know a lot about Europe descendancy.
Are you sure? Because you sound like you're from England, right?
So I was born. Yeah, I was born there.
Do you know how many different
the
factions in
Anglo-Saxons,
England? Yeah. Do you know how many
Vikings,
different
Romans,
Normans?
of course I do.
Do you know how many different factions threw each other off of their land in over the last few thousand years in the UK? I don't really
But
know
we
why. Why should we have to rearrange everything back to
But
how
that's a
things were
left-wing argument
2,000
because
years
you're
ago?
saying, well, the
That's
English
not a
aren't really
left
the
wing. Well,
English, right?
that's not my argument. My argument
That's a
is
left-wing argument because then we could say, well, if we truly know history, we could trace English DNA, right? So the earliest DNA, which would be Gaelic and Celtic, which if we test Wales, which we know historically, the Romans pushed the original English people up into the valleys of Wales and Scotland. So we know there's a specific gene pool that's still English there. So
yeah, and then we had Norwegians,
again,
and then we have people of French descent we have people with Norman descent. Again, I don't know why.
of course,
Why do we want to return history to this specific period to like who was on this plot of land the very first? I don't know why you would do that. Technically, a lot of us can just measure our descendancy all the way back to North Africa. Why can't we just go there and reclaim like pieces of Libya and shit?
I know what you're saying, mate. It's
It's just not a very good
it's
ethical
very,
system. I know you can say, like you said, it can still, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not left wing.
No, I know, but you kept saying it's a left-wing argument. But I think when you're saying that, it's because you know it doesn't really have any logical or ethical foundation, right? It's an insane standard.
In the UK, a lot of left wing debaters would say, "Well, English aren't really English. That's the left
Well, I
wing."
don't care about them. Like, you can find one of them if you want to, but I'm asking you,
Lower
why,
box,
because of what
you
happened 2,000
smarmy
years ago,
cuck bastard.
should people get punished for crimes that were committed by other people from 1,000 or 2,000 years ago? Why was it okay to remove Arabs from that land when they were not the ones who kicked Jews out
Do you
at the times
believe
of
in
the Romans?
repatriations, Leo?
Sorry?
Do you believe in repatriations? Do you believe in that ideology?
Repatriation?
Yeah.
Uh, I, it depends on how I feel like you're going to define it in a very different way. What do you
So,
what do you
like,
think is repatriation? What's like a good,
compensation
yeah?
for something that's happened to someone in the past? Do you believe in that? Like, i.e., slave tradery.
To a degree, I think after a certain amount of time passes, you get to a stage where it's just impossible to figure out exactly who owes who
So,
what.
would you be against or in favor of paying, like this American governor said that they want to pay black people compensation for their ancestors' slavery? Do you accept that?
The
Do you
only
agree
way
with
that
that?
you could ever action that is if you find out if people are actually owed something across generations. Like if there was people who were offered if there people were
But do you agree
promised.
with that?
Again, I'm answering your question. If people can be offered something like when people back in the day were offered 4 acres and a mule or whatever the fuck, and then you could just go back and see if you can actually trace that lineage, but that's like a government thing. And the problem with slavery is that like those black people who are descended from slaves still live in America. But generally, I think when it comes to black American issues, I think there are better solutions than reparations. So
So you don't agree with reparations?
I think depending on how you would action it, I don't know. I haven't seen I haven't seen the most
But
convincing way to do
it's a
it.
yes or no. Like you said to me, it's a yes or no. Just say yeah or no.
Yeah, sure. There's a version of it that I would accept.
So
Yeah.
by your ideology now, Israel's in the right to do what they want because they suffered for thousands of years, torment, suffer, murder, slaughter, Holocaust. So by your own
Did the
default and
Palestinians
ideology,
do that?
yeah, of course the Arabs did it.
The Holocaust.
What do you understand? One of the Palestinian
I
leaders
thought you
met
said it was
up
the
with
Romans
Hitler
who did
and
it.
went to live with Hitler. Did you know that?
Yeah, I thought you said it was the Romans who kicked out the Jews from historic Palestine, though.
It's been loads of times. It's been like I said to you, it's been conquered
Also, slavery
loads
wasn't
of
that
times.
long ago. We're talking about thousands of years ago versus a couple of hundred.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. So now time does matter.
Of course, time matters. That's why there's no
Why
movement of
does it? Why?
Picts.
Hang on.
That's why there's no
So
movement
why
of
is something
Picts trying
different
to.
1,000 years ago
That's
to
why
100
there's no
years ago?
movement of Picts and Gaels trying to reclaim their ancestral land by evicting people who live in the UK now. Yeah, of course, time matters. What are you talking about?
See, that's you've just undone yourself there because you said when I said to you, well, about repatriations, if someone's had like was a slave owner like 500 years ago, they should be repatriated, right? So time, if time was important, it should be there and then, and that's it, right? So by default, you
Do you think
have
there's a
to take
binary
up
between there and then and 1,000 or 2,000 years?
yeah, because how could you?
Why not a
What
few
would be
decades? Why
the
not
basis
like
of
a
your
couple of
claim?
100 years? Why? I think if something's traceable, it matters a lot more. But that's not reparation. Wait, sorry. Do you think reparations and repatriation are the same thing?
Reparations. So I meant like compensation, basically, like the payment for. That's what I
Yeah.
was
So
saying.
is there any do you think reparations involves punishing white Americans for the slave trade?
In a sense,
How many
in a
white
sense,
people
it
are
is.
how many white people are gonna get evicted from their homes in a reparations program today?
How many white people are going to suffer if that money's handed out and coming from white communities? You have
It's
to look at the bigger picture.
it's
So
coming
don't
from
look
the
at it from one view.
taxpayers. It's a taxpayer thing. Yeah.
Who's struggling more now in America? Is it white people or is it black people? Who's averagely engrossing debt more, suffering more?
Black people are generally suffering
Black
more
people.
economically
So
in
if you
America.
want to take a look at that again and just have a look and just do some research, I think you find it isn't.
Where are you getting
I
that
mean,
idea
like
from?
failing in school and stuff. It's the white people that are going down. It's the white population.
In the
you
United
know?
States?
I don't know about in the United States.
Why did you say that then? You know that's not true.
I'm on about in England.
I thought we were talking about reparations for the slave trade.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
an
these
American
notions. What I'm
discussion.
trying to get is these. If we
Oh
hear
my
something, we
God.
accept
Okay.
it. We believe first. Like Palestine,
Yeah.
right? What don't you get? These people that you say, well, every time Israel's tried to make peace with them, they've not accepted it. They've not accepted it. They've actually ordered the assassination of one of their own leaders.
So if you want to ping pong around your arguments, we still haven't figured out the first one about 1948. Okay, you're a good old Englishman, right? Merry old England, English liberalism and the English the Enlightenment and all that shit. Do you think it's ethical to punish people for crimes that they didn't commit?
No, it's not.
So why should Jewish people who are descended from people who lost their homes over 1,000 years ago get to throw out Palestinians who did not commit those crimes?
So it wasn't right. So I accept now these on the West Bank, these pop-up.
Not talking about the
things.
West
I
Bank.
accept
I'm talking about Israel proper in 1948 when people were thrown out of their homes by Jewish militias and Jewish military.
Did you know? Do you know the peace agreement and what Israel offered them? How much land they offered them?
Do you think that was justified to throw them off their land for crimes that they didn't commit?
Right. So this
yes
is
or
the
no?
answer, right?
Yes or no?
Yeah, because it's not. It doesn't cut. You're taking a sequence of events out.
Yes or no, Sonny?
But see, you would have to say, well, why is it they kept moving on?
I'm sorry, that's a very long yes or no.
Yeah, because they offered them land more than what they would have ever had. 86% of land they offered them and they refused it.
86% of the Peel Commission?
So
the one that was rejected by the Zionists as well?
Judea and Sumeria, they offered them. Right?
Your timeline is a little
and they
bit...
refused it.
Your timeline is way, way off.
Because I'm in conjunction, I'm just trying to...
We're talking about 1948. I don't know why I can't get a concession off you from this one, or just an answer. You don't even need to concede. I just want an answer for this one specific thing. In 1948, was it ethical or not for Jewish militias to evict Arabs from their homes and to blow up their houses? Was that ethical or not?
No. If that's the correct... If that's the correct facts.
But I thought you said they were reclaiming their land that they'd lost to the Romans or some shit.
Let's look at this what you're saying. So let's take a look at these events. What was the date they did this?
48.
1948. You're saying what?
When Jewish militias went to Arab villages and threw them out and blew up their houses.
Right. So let's have that. Did they have a special event? Because usually when this happens, or certain historical things, they usually call it things, right? So what would that be?
Some people call it the 48 Israeli-Arab War. Some people call it the Nakba. Some people call it the Israeli War of Independence. One of those. It's got quite a few names.
So you're talking about the Nakba, the expulsion?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Palestine War, right, you're referring to?
I don't know if it's ever been called the Palestine War, but sure.
So here we go. The goal of the Arabs was initially to block the partition resolution and prevent the establishment of the Jewish state. The Jews, on the other hand, hoped to gain control over the territory allotted under them under the partition plan. So they're saying basically, well, we've been given this land, we want to build on some of it, right? But the Arabs are saying, well, you're not having none of it.
So the Arabs who were thrown out of their villages after that decision, did they? Were they the ones who rejected the partition plan? Did they vote on that? Did they?
Then you'd have to look at the government, wouldn't you?
What was the? Can you describe the Palestinian government of 1948?
Did they not make a council? Was there not Arab leaders representing them?
Were they democratically elected?
From Kuwait? No.
Were they elected? Were they democratically elected? Did the villagers choose them?
So what you're saying is
some of those villagers had peace pacts with the Jews, like Deir Yassin, and they were massacred. So
is Dubai democratic? Is Dubai democratic? Is Afghan? Democratic is Iraq democratic.
No, it's
It's
not.
Kuwait.
But that's why. Why do you wait? I just want to see that your brain is like functioning properly. Why did I ask you that question? Why did I ask you if the Palestinian leaders were democratically elected in '48?
Because you're saying they didn't accept it. It wasn't like they was voted in. Now their culture
So
and their way of life
I'm
is totally
asking
different
you.
to ours.
So I'm asking you if why. So why should the people who lived in those villages get punished for the decisions of their unelected leaders?
That's to ask them. You should be asking their leaders. You should be asking.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you what you think is ethical.
I said to you, if someone, if the governments give it to them, just give it to them. If they're claiming the land and they've taken it, they've taken it. It's what it is.
Yeah, I know that's
It's
you just described what happens. That's
that's
exactly what happens when someone takes someone else's house. Yeah, that's true. But do you think it's ethical or not? I think you just said it's not. So, but now it seems like you're trying to walk it back to say that the Arabs deserved it because they rejected the partition plan. But where are we now?
I'm saying it's not ethical. I never said it's ethical to steal from someone. No, it's not. But
Do you consider it stealing? Jews taking those villages over and evicting the people who lived there. Do you think that was?
what do you mean?
So you do think it was unethical for Israel to throw those people off their houses, off their land, right?
I believe they should live together. I don't believe in a two-state thing. I think they should have all mixed together. But because the Muslims believe in something else, and if you knew what the Muslims read, so in the Quran it says, "Every Jew behind a tree we shall kill." So how can they live together when you believe ideologies like that?
Do you think that? Do you think they again? Some of these villagers had peace pacts with the Zionists.
How do you know this? How do you verify it?
From reading the history. How you verify anything in history? How are you verifying everything you've told me?
Well, you look at books and you research, right?
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, yeah.
And where did you find that?
It's from a book called "The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem" by Benny Morris.
So someone that accepts the idea of Palestine. So there you go. So it's not easy to distinguish.
What do you mean accept the idea of Palestine? What does that mean?
So if you accept, because Palestine never existed, there was never no controlled state. No one ever governed Palestine.
It was called. It was called Benny. First of all, Benny Morris is quite pro-Israel, actually. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Believing in the idea of Palestine. It was called Mandatory Palestine when it was run by the Brits. So
why was it called that? Because it was what its name was at the time.
So what's that? So that's the idea of Palestine. What's wrong with? Wait. What do you know about Benny Morris? Was it just because the title of the book is "The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem"?
Well, yeah, because
that's what they are, though.
What do you mean? They're not Palestinians.
They are. What do you think Palestinian is?
A real Palestinian got wiped out in the Bible. It's in biblical history. It was never a nation.
Palestinian is just it's like a national identity, right? It's a national identity for people who lived in historic Palestine or can be descended from historic Palestine.
But there is no historic Palestine. I've just told you that.
I'm just referring. What land on earth do you think I'm referring to when I say historic Palestine? Do you think I'm referring to like France, Algeria, or?
We know what you're referring to, but it's not historic.
Okay, that's the word for it. That's what we call it. Yeah, we call it historic. It's called historic Palestine. That's the name of the land.
It should be called historic Israel because that's the original name.
It wasn't. Do you think the first thing it was ever called was Israel?
Well, that's what we know it as.
That's not what we know it as. The name got changed.
That's what you did.
Okay.
What do you mean? Let's go to the Torah and see when God gave this land and said what it'd be called.
Are we consulting the Torah? Is that why?
So
do you think we should name every country the first thing it was ever called in like the book?
So you're saying it's the right to wipe out a culture, wipe out a civilization?
Wasn't part. I'm not saying to wipe out any culture. Was it not called the land of Canaan for a while? Like.
So that's the whole area. So it was Sumeria as well, and so on and so forth. So no, that was a bigger area.
So do you think we should rename every region back to those like those old names from the past? Should we bring back the land of Canaan as well?
Is so what's the name been of England and America for as long as this existed? Was it not Britannia? So it's essentially the same name, but it's just changed translations, right? Because of the, like you said, the migration, the colonialism, right? But
I
it's always remained the same name.
I don't really know what Native Americans were calling the area. I'm sure within the United States there were plenty of areas that had different
Different
names.
names, yeah, of course, of course.
So should we bring those names back for the towns, or is it only for countries?
Is there not some? Is there not some that have Indian names in America?
Yeah, but
Is there
not
not names
some
in
of and
America
other
named
ones were
after Indian
changed,
cities?
right? Like I don't think Virginia or like parts of Virginia were always called Virginia, right? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
We both have our points, but it's about facts. Like we do know the Jews were there first, right? You accept that, right?
Sure.
You have to accept facts, right? So we know it's there. So we know
Loner
who was there
box.
first. So we
You
know what the name
smarmy
of it was.
cuck
Although I think
bastard.
Right.
Canaanites were there for whatever.
Yeah, the Canaanites would have, but we don't know what they would have called it unless we look at the Canaanite pantheology. When I've studied a little bit of it, which our actual god derives from the original god pantheon, which is not neither here nor there. But then we have.
But you already told me you don't believe in the idea of original inhabitants of a land having a right to reclaim it after they've been away from that land for over 1,000 years, right? That's why you don't. That's why I imagine in your in your heart of hearts you don't actually support deporting and evicting all the European descended Americans from the United States. Do you think Arizona should go back to Mexico?
So the Sumerian cultures, what we call them Semitic cultures, were all linked together. Were all related.
What did I just say? Sorry, what did I just say?
You said, well, I don't truly support the idea of Europeans being deported from America. I don't really.
Yeah.
When if you look at the culture, we're related to Sumerians. We're all the same.
So
Semitic language.
what does that have to do with Jewish people having the right to evict Palestinians from their homes and villages over 1,000 years later?
They're not the indigenous population.
Okay, Arabs.
And
why does that give them? So why again?
Why
does any of what you're saying? I'll ask you one more time. Why does any of what you're saying give Jewish people the right to evict Arabs from their villages?
Because it's not even been 100 years. They've not even truly been there like 60 years, 70 years.
Where do you think they were descended from? Who do you think they're? Where do you think their
They are
grandparents
Lebanese and Jordanian refugees.
Do you think that land of, I guess you want to call it the land of Israel for the sake of your argument, do you think that land was empty 100 years ago?
It wasn't, there was hardly anybody, like there were settlements, but there wasn't, the population was in Gaza now. There was nowhere near that. It was a small,
Gaza City is like ancient. Jaffa is pretty old. Yeah, a lot of these cities are really old.
It shows what Israel was, and it shows how many actually houses was in there before the Jewish settlements, and there's hardly any. So please don't say there was thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. That's a lie. It's a lie. But we know they fled.
Wait, in 1918, there were about 60,000 Jews and 600,000 non-Jews.
Yeah.
So.
But hang on, who's the ever non-Jews? Does that mean they're all Muslims, Arabs, or does it mean they're Christians? So Christians could be from Jewish descent.
Do you think they were mostly Arabs or Christians in 1918 in historic Palestine?
It depends, because some of the original.
They were mostly Muslims. Stop. Why are you being so difficult? Like, they were mostly Muslims.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
But I'm on about the lineage, not the faith.
Oh, you want to know who their granddaddies were and who their granddaddies were, like that kind of thing.
Don't you think it's more important to find out? Like you're saying, well, there's more Muslims there. Well, of course, because of the Ottoman Empire. We know that.
Yeah, but that's why I don't really like. I don't know why you think it's so important to find out exactly who they were like 1,000+ years ago. I don't know why that's so important to you.
Well, find out who they were 70 years ago, which I said they're not even the
Well, the
indigenous.
Ottoman Empire took over that place in like the 15 or 1600s, so they were Muslim for quite a while over there, yeah. And then Mohammed conquered the place, so yeah. Before that, like, I mean, there were crusades there. The Crusaders were there for a little bit.
But that's what they say. But Muhammad didn't really truly go there because the things he says in the Quran are not there, and the things that so we could say we know for a fact he wasn't there. These are things, if you look at the Quran, surahs, the hadiths, you would see it. But what does Allah say? I'm the greatest of all deceivers. God doesn't say that.
Again, it's not really relevant to what we're talking about.
It is. You could break down narrative stereotypes with facts and understand that. But I'm not saying Arabs can't live there. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying it's the reason why the Gazans are segregated is because their ideology. There's Muslims that live in Israel. There's Arab Muslims that live in Israel. Work that out.
I don't really know if ideology is the only reason Gaza is segregated, right? Like, might be because the population of Gaza was what, 60 or 80,000 in 1948, and then the year after it was up to 200 plus thousand because it was full of refugees who had been pushed out from historic Palestine. Sorry, historic Israel, right? That's probably why it got the way it was in recent history. But you think, I don't know, I think you think that's unethical, though, to kick people out of their homes for crimes they didn't commit? I think that's where we are, right?
They was growing on the land. It was not even they was kicking. At first, they was just building on settlements, but the settlements expanded.
That wasn't all they were doing. They were also buying land from
more
foreign
of a
landowners.
recent-
They were also
that's more
buying
of a
land from
recent
foreign landowners and evicting the tenant farmers. They were doing that as well.
Yeah, in some cases, and that's I don't agree with that, but I
I
can't
thought-
do anything about it.
I'm not saying you can't do anything about it. We're asking you what's ethical. But it seemed to be that you spent half of this conversation trying to wiggle really hard about it actually belonging to the Jews because of what happened 1,000 years ago and them being there. But now it seems to be that you actually think it's unethical because even though Jews can trace their lineage quite far back to the land of historic Palestine, that doesn't give them the right to come back now and evict people who currently live there. It seems to be that's where you're at.
Well, no. So if you, again, let's use an analogy. If you own a car, leave it somewhere, and someone makes it their property, would you still want that car back?
But there's, again, those property rights, and when it comes to a nation, when it comes to land, don't translate for over 1,000 years. So that's not what they did.
What? So time is important. So time does.
Yeah, time's
make a
really.
difference.
Yeah, I think time's actually quite important. Yeah.
And what scale? What time would you justify? We'll say, well, it's too long. What would make, and what would be the principles of you saying, well, that's too long ago?
When it comes to nations,
Yeah.
for refugees, I imagine it's like if they're still alive. When it comes to nations, I feel like, well, nations usually when they draw their borders up and they get internationally recognized, I think regardless of how unethical it is, once they're internationally recognized by enough of the world's major superpowers, they kind of just have to exist as they are. And then the best you can offer to people who are suffered from it, or maybe reparations or restitution or something like that, right?
So see,
but I don't know why I would ever apply personal property
to
make an analogy to nations and borders. That's just a really strange thing to do.
How is that just, though? How is that morally right? A crime's a crime. If a crime's been committed, no matter what time's gone past, you should always pay for the crime, right?
Well, not if the people who committed the crime are dead. Unless you can directly show how the benefits of that crime might be going across, like, I don't know.
Me personally,
at what point do you think the borders of Europe were just? Because they've changed like 1,000,000 times in the last 1,000 years.
I accept that. I think we should. The problem I think what we should have done, if we wanted to go back there, we should have cohabited. But even when we did cohabit, the day they went to sign a peace treaty, they slaughtered hundreds of Jews. Which I'm forgetting all these things. So
wait, what day? Which event are you talking about?
I think it was 1970 something. Hang on. I'll try and find it. Is try and find it. I think it was 1993 Rabbi Arafat increased expansive for self-Palestine rule in the West Bank, and then
Mhm.
it caused
I think the first, and then what?
the Oslo. Yeah,
You're referring to like a major terror attack after 93?
yeah.
Like when that Jewish guy went into a mosque or a place of worship in Hebron and murdered 30 people and like threw grenades into the fucking place where people were praying. Is that what you're
See
talking
how you
about?
pick though. So see, this is like, but you don't point out
Or when
9/11. You
Rabin
don't
was
point out.
assassinated, or like I don't,
Yeah, but see, it's
by
easy
people
to
who didn't
call all
want
that. But
peace.
then look at all the evidence. Look at, let's have a look at all the. Let's Google this. So, so look at all these terrorist attacks that you don't even hear of.
What?
1993, 300 Israelis were slaughtered. 2005, 1,100 Israelis were slaughtered, and that's just modern ones.
Okay.
But you don't know about them, do you? Slaughtering
You think I
1,100
don't know
Jews.
about Palestinian terror attacks?
So why'd you justify
The
it?
second
So
I
you claim
didn't.
Palestinian?
Do you think I
Did you
wait?
say
Why
Palestinian?
did you think I was justifying Palestinian terror attacks?
Did
Do you
you just say
watch my
Palestinian?
channel?
No,
As in
no, I've
terror
only just
attacks
seen it.
committed by Palestinians? Yeah.
So Palestinians are what then? If Palestinians have caused terror attacks,
Oh, we're going back to that. What are they? Like, because you don't think they're like a real thing.
yeah, but if Palestinians are people and they're causing terror attacks, wouldn't you segregate yourself away from them, like you just said?
But that would also be an argument to segregate from Jews because they've been committing terror attacks since the 40s.
Yeah, but they haven't. When, right?
Really?
So
The
tell me
bombing. Who
why
did
you have
the
to,
who did the
right?
bombing of the King David Hotel?
But we could go back and forth.
Can
We
you
could
tell me
go
what
back
deck? Can
and
you
forth.
tell me what decade that happened in? Can
I wouldn't know.
you tell me what century that happened in?
The King David Hotel?
Yeah, bombing of the King David Hotel.
No. Recent, probably. I don't know. Well,
Okay, so
not
why don't
recent.
tell me I don't know about fucking terror attacks? Okay, sorry, I'm done. Bye bye. Jesus Christ, fuck me. What a waste of time. Okay. Uh, Dylan's changed from what I remember. Fuck me. Mm. Wow, I need reparations. Oh. Let me make the non-brain dead version of that guy's argument. David, you get too much time in my stream. Fuck. Ugh. Okay. We'll give you like a couple of minutes. Let's go.
Okay, so one of the things I think we have to first like establish before we put like a huge burden on the Jewish population is how much of the land was purchased that was already inhabited and then kicked off tenant farmers. Second, were
Okay.
those farmers compensated for that? Because I know I don't know the percentage of cases where that was the case, but I know that that did happen. Third, like the places that were purchased that didn't have tenant farmers, were they completely uninhabited, or were there, that there were areas that were completely uninhabited that were purchased?
So there were three ways. What were you going to tell me, or were you asking me?
I wanted to hear what you knew about that, because I didn't really do the full deep dive on that yet.
So there were kind of three things that the way that Jews bought land before 48 was that one was they would just buy empty land and just build on it, right? Like fucking Tel Aviv and shit. Then otherwise they would buy swampland, they would drain the swamp and start farming there. And then the third one was the slightly more controversial one where they would evict tenant farmers. I think it was a few thousand people were evicted in that period. And I think by 48 the Jews owned what, 6% of the land?
Yeah,
Of the whole
because
area?
it feels like we like the first thing we do is we completely ignore all the land that was bought that was completely uninhabited or
Mhm.
was in swamps and had to be drained, and then we go straight to the tenant farmers being evicted. But even if we take that at the worst case, they're evicted, they tell them to go F themselves, they don't compensate them a single penny. This would be a matter of like violating workers' rights that didn't exist in this time period, or violating tenant rights, which is not good. It's morally wrong. But when it's like that versus like the other side saying, hey, we kind of want to like completely cleanse you from this area, stop all of you from coming here, and possibly genocide you, depending on the mood.
I don't think I've ever made that argument. um,
No, I'm not saying that you mean. I'm saying,
okay.
but like it feels a lot like we focus on that side of the argument, like the Israelis purchasing land, and like of course they were of course they were infuriated. So, like 1,000 tenant farmers were kicked off of their land.
Well, no, I think
But like
that again,
they
the
were more
problem
mad at the
was
Jews were coming.
that even in a lot of these Jewish settlements, they started establishing these kind of like local government systems that people could that basically excluded the Arab population. And then the problem was that it wasn't just the evictions and what was actually physically happening to people. The reason so many people were protesting as well was because they felt like they had fought to get rid of the Ottomans because the British promised them a state, and then they found out that that land that they were living on was also getting promised to someone else. So it's okay. I think it's pretty understandable to see that, especially in the dawn of like modern nationalism, people were probably quite mad that like they felt like a promise had been broken on them, right? No?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that the idea that they have a reason to be upset. I don't know
Mhm.
if they have a reason to start saying, "Hey, we want to cleanse all you guys." I think that these are like different levels. And I feel like a lot of the time, like the tenant farmers being evicted is seen as like oh, I completely understand why they'd want to like cleanse you or genocide you.
Again, I don't know what percentage of Palestinians wanted to ethnically cleanse or genocide Jews, right? Like some people still, even all the way up until 48, some Palestinian villages had peace pacts with the Zionists. Other ones were in irregular forces actually physically fighting them. Others, I imagine, were just protesting, but they couldn't really like take up arms or because again, Palestinians, when it came to taking up arms and militant action, were pretty disparate, were pretty leaderless. So, um, yeah, I don't
But
think
one
it.
thing
I
that's
don't think it would ever. It
important,
doesn't justify like the fucking 29 riots or the Arab Revolt or anything like that. Yeah, because they had
yeah.
dog shit leaders. Yeah.
One of the things I feel like you wave away a little bit too easily is just like the leaders said this, but the leaders, they weren't like like voted in with democracy. But if
Mm.
like the leader is saying the same thing, the population is like doing riots in the same sort of way of like, we hate you guys immigrating here, we hate you being here, we want all of you guys gone, and like there's not really any movement that's like against that. I think it's fair to say that this was like the population's position as well as the leadership. It wasn't just like the leadership. Oh, the leadership, they those guys, they wanted to like get rid of all you, but like the population, probably not.
So you can say that, but I don't think even if I take that at face value, which I'm not sure if I do, even if I take that at face value, yeah, you don't get to throw people out of their homes because they might be like ideologically threatening to you, right? Like,
That's not what I'm saying even yet. Then we can get to the 48. So then you get to 48. A lot of these places, the leadership you already have this assumption that, and not assumption, that you already have this feeling and you're being told that, hey, we're gonna ethnically cleanse you from like Amin al-Husseini, and we want to collaborate with Adolf Hitler to see how we can enact like the final solution here.
mhm.
And like that's already the position you're starting with. And then you already said from Ben Gurion, like, hey, we don't want to like actually do expulsions, but like if they decide to do a like an all-out war against us, it's not off the table, kind of. That was like essentially his quote, right?
It does get a bit more insidious than that at points where he was talking about how what was it? I guess it was
Wasn't like
Weizmann who was saying that like if 500,000 Arabs could be transferred, then 2 million Jews could be put in their place. That would be like a first installment. That was one with like from 41. I think another one was like in parts of the country, new Jewish settlement will not be possible unless there's a transfer of Arabs. This was in 37. So it's like again, I'm not going by the idea that it was like they were planning in advance from the 1930s to do this, but they never ever publicly like completely denounced the idea of transfer. They were always okay with it, and they always said there was nothing immoral about it. So, and again, we know that transfer just means expulsion, right? So, yeah, they were pretty okay with it.
I mean, there is ways of like doing peaceful transfer if things ended like just because you're saying that like transfer doesn't mean you're saying we want to forcibly transfer. They're saying that that's like a that is something that could happen. But I'm not even saying that. I'm like mostly referring to like Ben Gurion when he's saying like we don't want to expel, but if they start a war, then that's going to be on the table, or that could happen. And then when you go there, one of the things you're saying is that the peace pacts between Arab villages and then them still getting expelled and other like massacres happening.
Mhm.
How common was something like that? How like I know Deir Yassin is the example of that
Mhm.
from the Lehi and Irgun
Yep.
Tibet.
Yep.
But like, what other examples would you have of that, or is that like something that can be proven to happen in multiple areas?
Trying to remember the exact names. I think I might need to go and get a list of actual names.
Okay.
But as far as the number of massacres, I think there were like 22 or something at least, between 22 and 32, depending on who you ask and how they
But
judge
when
it.
I'm saying like massacre, I don't mean like there was a battle and then one side took it too far. I mean like pure just like even though I'm not saying that those would
Like
be
just
morally right
expulsion of
if
a
you did a
village. Like
massacre,
how many of the
well,
expulsions were
expulsion of
just
a
of
village that was
villages?
like peaceful.
Oh, how many of the expulsions were villages where there was just no resistance? You mean
Yeah.
like I don't know the exact number. I think the full number of like direct expulsions, I think, was about 15% of the villages, and I know that a lot, like at least a few of them were just like liberties being taken. I can find you a list at another day, but yeah.
But that's what I feel like. I feel like the idea that's being like portrayed doesn't really match with like the actual things that took place.
But
Like, of course, you could say that all of those that fled would be part of that sin of um the peaceful villages being massacred, like Deir Yassin.
mhm.
And then that would be part of it. But I feel like a lot of the times when the story's being told, it's being told in a way where it's like like there was like 100 villages like Deir Yassin that were just massacred and like the Arab populations were expelled from them.
The
And then
problem with
some,
the reason Deir Yassin is the big one is because it was one of the earlier ones, but it was also because people, as soon as people heard about Deir Yassin, they all ran away as well. And I guess they were right too, because it seemed that there was like at least a non-zero chance that the same thing would happen to them in other villages. So the people who fled from around the area who heard about Deir Yassin and they fled when they knew the IDF were coming towards them, do they count as expulsions to you?
do they count as expulsions? No, they would definitely wouldn't count as expulsions if they were afraid of, like, first of all you would have the the first one would have to be a policy, like for it to be like these are people being like actually expelled by Israel. You'd have to prove that there is like a policy of expulsion, and then you would say those who fled because of the fear of the policy of expulsion, then you could add those onto it. But if it's not even a policy of expulsion and it's instead like a rogue groups like Lehi and Irgun like taking things way too far, then I would say it would be kind of crazy to count those that fled because of that as like part of expulsion. If even the first one we can't really nail down as for sure expulsion or like forcible transfer.
Well, again, if you're saying there's no policy of expulsion, I guess you're taking like the Benny Morris line. But again,
Yeah.
even he would have said that just because there was no policy doesn't mean that it wasn't seen as okay and acceptable from the higher ranks and that people were still doing it anyway. So just because there was no full policy of just expulsion for its own sake, like the Plandala thing was conditional on there being resistance, people still knew that people were getting killed or expelled even when they were not fighting. So I think that's still enough to say that like if they're fleeing that, if they're fleeing like just because it's not policy, but they're actually fleeing the actions that are happening on the ground or the potential of it, I don't know why that doesn't count as that being responsible.
Would it be I feel like if you it doesn't like make sense if the first one isn't. If the first one isn't like direct purposeful expulsion, I could see how but it would be weird to call the other ones like part of the expulsion, because then you're going from something that wasn't even intended to by like the masses to be a directed expulsion, and then once you add up the 85% that left because of like, well, first of all, we would have to prove that the 85% left because of that you're adding all of them together, and then you're causing a narrative that looks like an actual like intended purposeful expulsion. That's why I find it hard to just directly go from one to the other. I don't know if I'm saying it very well right now.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm just looking for something here.
Okay.
Seeing something on the Wikipedia for Leda and Ramle, but I can't remember exactly. Because I know Leda and Ramle were two places that were taken for strategic purposes because of the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv corridor. But yeah, I mean, even this is from Benny Morris. Like from the start, the operations against Leda and Ramle were designed to induce civilian panic and flight. It's like, yeah, they were trying to get people to leave just because it wasn't like the overall premeditated blueprint strategy of the of like Plandala, but it's like,
I get that position. I understand the idea of like, okay, it's close enough and it's having the consequence of expulsion, and like even though the main goal isn't to expel the populations, if you're like waving it as like that's fine if they're like putting up too much of a fight, which I would say is probably immoral, but I would say immoral but understandable from like the circumstances of like these groups have said if we win, we will expel you and like genocide you. So if these are groups that are putting up a fight, I understand the idea of expulsion. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It makes it a bit less crazy than like the fucking like the Serbians, whatever they were doing, but it's still, especially when you combine it with not allowing them to return afterwards. No, it's still unethical. Yeah, that's kind of the fundamental point, isn't it?
Would you be forced to let back a population that said if we won we will expel you and genocide you, like and they fought, let's say, like are you unethical for not letting them back in after you beat them when you don't know that
Again,
they'll
this is the problem. So again,
give
this
up
is
their
also
fighting?
the idea that first of all, people think that there was some kind of coordinated unison policy of all the Arab groups that they wanted to do this. But if they're coming back as like a local population of farmers or like rural peasants and shit like that, then I don't think you can really deny them their right back, like right after the war, just because you think they might like amass arms 5 years later or something like that. It would just be like a regular policing problem at that point.
I don't know. I mean, if it's still like the policy of the leaders of those people,
Well, wait, why are you
and
saying
those
policy
people
now?
don't.
We don't know. We don't. So again, you were very careful
Okay,
about the
sorry.
policy thing of the
I'm
ethnic cleansing. There was no
sorry.
policy,
You're
as far
right.
as we know, to commit like a
You're
second
right.
Holocaust. Yeah, yeah.
You're right. There was no policy. If it is the I'm trying to say the right word I was going for was like if it is the state, but it was stated that that was something that they wanted to do. They wanted to get rid of the Jewish population there. Is that incorrect to say that?
Yeah,
That
it was a
the
stated
entire
goal of leaders. Yeah, and I imagine those
yeah,
leaders had at least some support. But I mean, if that
and
was
they
the
had
case, why did they let the Arabs stay
they
in
probably had popular
Nazareth
support.
and fucking? Why did they let the Arabs stay in the Galilee? You know,
Why is that a direct like opposition to that idea?
because if the idea is that this population is here to if this population is here to use whatever power they can to wipe out the Jewish population, they let some of these places in the Upper Galilee. I think Nazareth was like quite a really large Arab population. But imagine if the case of keeping them out was for safety. I don't know why you would let them stay in those towns in the north as well. I have a feeling, and maybe I'll look more into this and find out more, but I have a feeling that this warning of them being like a fifth column who were going to prepare like a second Holocaust and everything, at least based on what I've seen, it seems that Ben Gurion privately was not really taking this threat like as seriously as it was felt on the ground. I feel like the rhetoric of some Arab leaders was quite insane, but it was also quite clear that those Arab leaders were not able to gather that much support, right? At least militarily. That's why the Arab armies were so small. And that's why the
Well,
Palestinian
put
leadership,
together.
like the Palestinian upper classes, all fucked off as soon as they could in 47, early 48. So I just don't think this threat was anywhere near as pronounced as I think you're making it out to be.
I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty crazy to believe that there wasn't a massive threat felt by the Jewish populations after the Holocaust, after being told, "Hey guys, if we get here, you're getting another one. Good luck."
Oh, I'm never going to deny
So
the threat that they felt. And I'm also, I think the Arab leaders at the time have their share of the blame for that. Of course they do. But as far as it comes with the actual population of refugees, I don't really know how big that threat was, especially if they were going to be living under a state where, again, a lot of these people were, and I think even Ben Gurion said this, like a lot of people were actually like, they were kind of illiterate, right? So even with their voting powers, I feel like you'd have still easily had a state that was going to like do the whole Jewish state thing anyway with them back. So I don't know, because they were planning to bring people from, they wanted to bring people from the Middle East anyway. So
yeah.
I guess you would just have a state now that's like 50 or 40% Arab instead of 20, you know?
Yeah. I have a different question about like I feel like Destiny recently has gotten very black pilled on a lot of these a lot of like these what's the word for the organizations that human rights organizations and like the UN as like being
Yeah.
incredibly biased. What do you think the UN is biased against Israel in general?
I don't know enough about the UN. Amnesty, I don't even, Amnesty is just dog shit for any kind of war stuff. I noticed that with Ukraine as well. But yeah, the conclusions that they come to when it comes to gauging the intent of the IDF when they have no way of showing it or no way of knowing that. Like, it's I don't no idea what those guys are smoking. Don't know about the UN though. Are you referring to something specific there?
Well, I would say that the fact that 297 of the 760 condemnations of the entire world are towards Israel. This includes higher numbers than Syria, Iran, all sorts of other North Korea, and all sorts of other like evil countries put together being higher than that. Like I feel like just based on that, without anything else, but I'm sure you could see all sorts of reports where there's like biased conclusions. Like I feel like that is more than enough to give you an idea that there's a high probability that there's some sort of anti-Israel bias going on there.
Maybe I'll have to look into it.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's hard to talk about the UN though, because I feel like with the UN, there's so many different subgroups and different areas of the UN, aren't there? Like there's because UNRWA is very different from just like the UN in general.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And the
couldn't tell you.
international court thing.
Yeah, the ICC. Yeah. as far as I know, I don't think like so far for human rights orgs, I feel like Red Cross have been the most trustworthy to me, and I feel like Avi said the same. So I feel quite safe there, putting my trust in those guys for that kind of stuff.
And I have a question. With everything you know now, between like Finkelstein and Pape, would you trust a quote from them without looking into their source?
Depends on how the quote is given. So the first quote on Pape's book is ethnic cleansing book is Ben Gurion saying, I'm in favor of I support compulsory transfer. I don't see anything immoral. That's like the first line of his book. That quote's real because it has a beginning and an end. Most of Pape's quotes is like he'll give 3 words of a sentence, then he'll close the quotation marks and put a bit more of a sentence, and then he'll reopen the quote marks. I don't trust any of that. No, not after the old the Arabs will have to go scribbled out scandal. Probably the same with Finkelstein, although I don't really know what he's done with quotes.
Yeah. I think that's all I have for today. When do I get my official Loner Box Orbiter badge?
I don't know. Become a streamer.
No, that's so
Get some
lame. I'm
profile.
going to med school.
Yeah. What's wrong with? Why can't you be a
Destiny
streamer
has
who goes
like
to med school?
non-streamer orbiters, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's his loss. Look for all the good it does him.
True. I mean, those are the guys that are the least common to backstab him. If you look at everyone who's backstabbed him, there has been almost no backstabbers that weren't already streamers or became streamers. Just so you know.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't
Keep
know.
it in
Just
mind.
I don't know. Bring some more hard facts. You know, bring some
Come on,
dense
these are some
sources,
hard
and
facts.
I'll be so impressed that I'll get so competitive that I'll have to give you perms. All right.
Okay. All right. It was nice talking to you.
All right.
See you
Take
soon.
care.
Bye.
Bye. Why does everyone want to be my friend? Okay. I don't. I think you smell. That English guy was so funny. Bro. Okay, I need to turn my heating off. Hang on. Okay. Weatherspoon's tier political debate. I know, right? It's like it's like debating one of the regulars at the bar of Weatherspoons. Maybe I should take Dylan to Weatherspoons. Do you think he'd appreciate that? I think he would. Okay. I think what I gotta do, foot of the walk. Oh yeah, we'll go there go there Monday. Bang it. Now I've just the hate mob can come and find us. Okay. But we have a good spoons in Aberdeen. I don't actually know the foot of the walk one. I know that area, but I don't think I've ever been into the spoons there. Are you a football fan? Sometimes. Foot of the walk is hell. I joined Discord and added you. Oh god, multiple people did. What the fuck? Add me to you go into the Discord server, you dipshit. Don't just tag me like that. Like a weirdo. Alright. Okay. I feel like we need to react to this traveling Israel guy. Because he's a strong opponent. Yeah, he speaks a lot of shit. Okay. Oh. Oh, no justice. Thanks for the raid. Hello, how's it going? Welcome, raiders.
Israel.
Yeah. Okay. How many viewers do we have right now in this shit show? 103. That can't be right. Are we back to our... Oh, 1100. Okay, nice one. That's a lot of viewers. Decent. Oh, donos. Oh, shit. Teb with the 690 shekels. Oh, yeah. Finally, some colonizer mindset. Let's go. Okay. Vicky with the €2. The Romans took my city once. It got better. Z with the $5. Listen to the book. Yeah, listen to the book. Don't forget the book. Does Dylan know about the Doncaster Jews? I hope there's a memorial. Maybe we can go and see it and live stream it. Do an IRL stream at the Doncaster Jew Memorial. Traveling Israel is a loser. He seems to be one of the more savvy 1970s fucking Zionist propagandists, but let's get on it, shall we? Does Dylan know that Doncaster was taken over by Hamas recently? No. He's got his talking points. He does. All right. Traveling. Hang on. A savvy loser. Is that even... Oh, wait. I need to fucking... Why is my... Whatever. Sorry. Ooh. Okay. I think I know what it is. I'm losing all my fucking links, man. Holy shit. Come on. Why is my life so difficult? Okay. Traveling Israel. This guy whose channel blew the fuck up. Sorry, I shouldn't say fuck in the first 7 seconds of a segment. Let's start again. Okay. TravelingIsrael.com. One word. This guy, a couple of weeks ago, did a video about the Palestinian refugee problem. Explained. Nakba and the Arab narrative. So, this guy has been making the rounds. His little channel's been blowing up pretty quickly over the last month. Mostly for his debunkings, his meticulous debunkings of the Palestinian narrative, of history, current affairs. So, let's see what we can do, okay? Let's see what the pro-Israel take is on 1948. Let's go.
The Zionists stole the Palestinians' land, massacred them, and kicked them out of their homes.
That's
That
bad.
is what you hear from the Palestinians and their supporters.
But
In this video, I will be discussing the Nakba, which is the Arab name of the Palestinian disaster of 1948. I will be covering the partition plan, Plan Daled, Dir Yassin, and much more. But this time, my approach will be to take a video by Vox Media Group that talks about that same subject, but from a Palestinian point of view, and then we could dismantle it together.
Ooh.
Just so you know, Vox is an American progressive media group that was founded by Ezra Klein, an American Jew.
Good to know the sources, like Ground News. Wow, he's like a Ground News advert. Nice.
Because it was carefully crafted to show the Palestinian narrative. Let's start, as there is a lot to unpack.
Okay.
I've added timestamps so you can jump to the Dir Yassin or Plan Daled, and I've also left a link to the full Vox video below.
That history has been carefully concealed, purposefully distorted, and in the West, largely forgotten.
This is a good one. I like the effect of having the Hebrew document and all the lines crossed out in black, as if they are onto a really big secret, really concealed and forgotten in the West. Deir Yassin has probably had more articles and papers written about it than any other event in the war of 1948. The number of dead was around 100. There are not many events with such a low number of casualties that have gotten so much attention. I will be coming.
Okay. So I guess he's not even I feel like if I was a pro-Zionist, I would make the response that Warthong's just made in chat. I would say, well, I'll have you find that it's only Israel that declassifies their documents after 30 years. And the Arab states, none of them declassify shit. They only give you a drip feed of info because they're all dictatorships and they're cucks. That's what you would say. But this guy, I think the point about it being hidden and uncovered, forgotten, was that I think it was only 1980s when we started to really figure out, like when we started to have real documentary evidence of what Israel did in the war, right? That's kind of, and before the 1980s with the new historians, the narrative was very much. There were a bunch of like fundamental myths that they listed. So one was that the Israelis were outnumbered. We know that's not true anymore. They actually outnumbered all the fucking Arab forces combined. They used to believe that the 700,000 whatever Palestinians who left had done so because they were told to by other Arab nations. We know that's not true either. We know that only accounts for a very small number of villages that were evacuated. I think another one was that the Arabs never offered peace afterwards. They did. It was just that the conditions were not favorable to Ben Gurion. He didn't like the conditions. He thought it would make Israel too small, thought it would mean bringing back too many refugees, so he said no. Yeah, I don't know. He said that the British tried to actively thwart a Jewish state, which again is not quite true. So yeah, there's a few different things there that were uncovered. I think that's maybe what they're talking about in good faith, but yeah, I don't know. Deir Yassin is one of the interesting ones that he mentions because Deir Yassin is one of those events from 48 where actually quite a lot of the documentary evidence is still classified. A lot of the photographs that were taken during the massacre, though they're still classified. There's quite a few documents from Deir Yassin that have never actually gone public yet. But anyway.
Back to this towards the end of the video.
The massacre in this village was one of many in a series of catastrophic events.
Really? Then why is Deir Yassin always the example given? It's like when you only have one example, so you just say, etc.
When hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were violently displaced.
Deir Yassin's the big one because the crimes committed there were the most, like, probably some of the most gory and viscerally horrific. I think it was Deir Yassin where a guy was forced to throw his son into an oven. And I think they threw him into the oven after, something like that, right? And it's also where like the witnesses from the time, like the women who fled were like, well, we heard what they were doing to the other women, so that's why we left. And it's like, oh, okay. Deir Yassin was pretty fucking brutal. It was the word of Deir Yassin, of what happened in Deir Yassin, that forced other people to flee. That was like the first big thing that really set people off. He's cooking, golly.
From their homeland in order to create the state of Israel.
This is key to
it's not the only example.
Understanding the false Palestinian narrative. No, this is not what happened. The Palestinians were offered a state, they rejected it, they started to kill Jewish civilians, and then lost the war that they had started. More about that shortly.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time. But
again, it's like there's always this weird mentality, and I don't.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
It's funny right now that we're talking about collective punishment, right? Because it says the Palestinians started a war, and then they fucked around and found out. Basically, you can say that like about the leaders and about the militants, but overwhelming majority of Palestinians living in this area were not militants. Okay, they were not militarized. Some of them, even like Deir Yassin, had peace pacts with Israel. So yeah, I don't really know why he's this mentality. You know, it's like it's always collective punishment. I imagine the way that he's going to talk about this as well. He's going to lump Palestinians and Arabs into the same. Like he's going to kind of use those two very interchangeably because it kind of like it's a way to basically make Palestinians, the people who lived just in like random villages and farmland, are somehow accountable for the crimes of not only the militants in this region, but also the militants here. Like, yeah, it's a very grim way of looking at things. Again, just because Palestinians start a war doesn't mean you have the right to commit war crimes against them. I feel like that's a pretty given, but that's some pretty straight facts, you know?
Historically, this region has been home to Palestinians for centuries.
I've said it many times before in different videos, but I'm happy to repeat it again here. No, not true. Until the beginning of the 20th century, there was no such a thing as Palestinian people. Thousands of pilgrims visited the land of Israel in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century.
I feel like I'm reliving the old debate from the one that we just have. When we talk about Palestinians, we're talking about the collective name for the group of people who lived there. Just because you don't deny the existence of that, you're saying that national identity didn't exist beforehand. Like, what does that mean? They're not people then? It's such a bad faith way to put it, because it's just invalidating their existence, right? Yeah.
Not a single one of them saw or met a Palestinian. At the time of the Ottoman Empire, which used to control the region, there were Muslims, Arabs, Bedouins, Christians, Jews, Druze, Circassians. All people have the right to self-determination, but you don't have the right to reinvent history.
Grecian helped the Zionist movement gain steam, and a slogan took
Oh God. Wait, what did she actually say to set him off on that rant? I feel like that was like a triggered info dump there, wasn't it? Or maybe she said something like wrong.
Many times before in different videos, but I'm happy to repeat it again here. No, not true. Until the beginning of the 20th century,
Oh, is it here?
they rejected it. They started to kill Jewish civilians
here, isn't
and
it?
then lost the war that they had started. More about that shortly.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time, but historically, this region has been home to Palestinians for centuries.
When she says that, like, she means the people who lived there, right? Like, just because they started identifying as Palestinians later on, at a later date than, like, the 1500s or whenever the Ottomans took it over, there's no way he doesn't understand what she's saying there, right? Huh. Were there Native Americans living in America before before the Europeans came over? I'll have you find there was no such thing as Native Americans. You can tell because there was no such thing as Americans. Like, okay, wow.
I've said it many times before in different videos, but I'm happy to repeat it again here.
Okay.
No, not true. Until the beginning of
Okay,
Bedouins,
okay.
Christians,
Whatever.
And a slogan took
Go here.
determination, but you don't have the right to reinvent history.
They came over and they killed the Native Americans who had been living there for hundreds of years. I'll have you find. They were not Native Americans. There's no such thing as. They were just, I guess, what were they called? Just regular old dudes. They don't have the right to reinvent history, bub.
Grecian helped the Zionist movement gain steam, and a slogan took off. A land without people for a people without land.
And it sends a message to Western leaders that the people who had been living in Palestine for generations could just be easily moved elsewhere.
Here we have just 4 sentences, and Fox managed to squeeze so much misinformation into them.
Oh.
Fox want to show you that the Jews planned the transfer of the Arabs. The thing is that in all Zionist documents, from the first Zionist Congress to the Israeli Declaration of Independence.
I will just say, just as a quick precursor, I feel like this Vox video, I don't remember it completely, but I don't think it was very good. I think it was very, very simplified. But anyway, what's he saying here?
Zionist documents, from the first Zionist Congress to the Israeli Declaration of Independence, there is absolutely nothing to support this theory. They actually state the opposite, that all people will enjoy equal rights. The slogan, a land without people for a people without land, was said by Israel Zangwill at the end of the 19th century in Britain. At that time, the land of Israel was a neglected part of the Ottoman Empire. So to take a sentence that was said in Britain about 30 years before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and to claim that that was the policy in the 1930s is pure manipulation. It is claimed in the video that it sends a message to the West that people could be easily removed. Who sends a message? The Zionist movement never said anything about removing non-Jews from the land. On the contrary, the Zionist movement said very clearly that all people from all religions could be granted their human rights.
So he's saying they never said anything about removing. This is just not true. This is why I wonder what this guy's reading. Is he reading like one of the people who came before the new historians, like in the 70s or something? No, they absolutely said plenty of things about transfer. Like, I don't know why. You can say that they felt it was conditional. They did feel that, like, they didn't want to do it for its own sake. But, like, I mean, there's a couple of quotes, like on, this is from Benny Morris, by the way, quite a pro-Israel dude, actually. That doesn't sound like his claim. Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna get the fucking cope fucking guzzler.
Contrary,
The D cope guzzler.
Anything about removing. Who sends a message? The Zionist movement never said anything about removing non-Jews from the land.
What do you want to like? Okay, so here's Ben Gurion, 20th Zionist Congress at August 37th. We must carefully examine the question whether the transfer is possible, whether it is necessary, whether it is moral, whether it bring benefit. We do not want to dispossess, but transfer of population happened in the past, in the Jezreel Valley, in the Sharon, and in other places. You know of the Jewish National Fund's actions in this regard. Now the transfer will have to be carried out on a different scale altogether. In many parts of the country, new Jewish settlement will not be possible unless there is a transfer of the Arab peasantry. The Peel Commission dealt with this matter seriously, and it is important that this plan, i.e. the Commission proposal that 225,000 Arabs be transferred out from prospective Jewish state, came from them and not from us. The transfer of the population is what makes possible a comprehensive settlement plan. Thankfully, the Arab people in Palestine have large empty areas. Jewish power in the country, which is continuously growing, will also increase our possibilities to carry out the transfer on large scale. You must remember that this method contains an important humane and Zionist idea: to shift parts of a people to their own country and to settle empty lands. And again, like, I support compulsory transfer. I don't see in it anything immoral. So they did talk about transferring people. They also said that it was that they thought it would be ethical. They never, I don't think Ben Gurion ever denounced the idea of transfer. By the way, transfer is just a euphemism for expulsion. Like, they mean the same thing anyway. So, interesting.
On the contrary, the Zionist movement said very clearly that all people from all religions could be granted their human rights. Now, the next sentence is the true masterpiece of misinformation.
Let's go.
I will say that when you talk about any subject, there will probably be different opinions, and it is hard to know all the details, and you might forget those facts that are not in your favor. But this next sentence shows that they do know the facts, but just turn them around.
Violence broke out, rooted in tensions over land.
Violence broke out just out of the blue. This is like saying in 1939, violence broke out in Europe and the British bombed Germany. Or in 1941, violence broke out and the Americans bombed Japanese cities. And now for the truth. In 1920, 1921, 1929, and from 1936 to 39.
Yeah, I don't like the way people downplay the problems with like the Arabs, like the riots in 29, or with the Arab Revolt. Like, I think those leaders, like especially al-Husseini, who incited a lot of that violence, I think they bear like quite a bit of blame for that. Like, it was, you can say that people were getting upset. You can say that their grievances were legitimate because people had a legitimate grievance about the fact that they'd fought against the Ottomans in exchange for what they thought would be getting the right to self-determination from the British afterwards. They thought they were going to get that. They found out the British had made a very similar promise to the Jews as well, and that there was a clash of interest there. They also probably didn't like the way that Jewish people were buying up farmland and evicting the people who lived there. That happened to quite a few thousand people, like evicting the tenant farmers. They probably also didn't like it to some degree that Jewish people were buying up swathes of land and then like it's kind of just establishing their own little like systems there that Palestinians couldn't always opt into very easily. So it's but again, none of that justifies the riots, because you can just say that like there were, yeah. I think the best way to put it, this whole period from 1917 to 1948, undeniably, okay, I'm going to say I'm not even going to caveat this. Undeniably, the Arabs had a better case. They'd lived there, they were the majority, and they fought the Ottomans. They did their deal, they did the job, they were the ones who lived there, they were the majority. As a really good case. They had the worst leaders in the fucking world, though. They had al-Husseini, crazy fucking Nazi dipshit. They had a bunch of, they had like a very disconnected kind of like feudal upper middle class. The upper and middle class were kind of the same thing. There wasn't really a middle at that point, who didn't really care about the people that they were representing or the people that they were overseeing. A lot of them even left the country and went off to live in fucking hotels in Cairo and Beirut before the war even started. So, yeah, the Zionists didn't have a very good case, but they had very good advocates. That's how it went. Anyway.
Arabs attacked the Jews. There were brutal attacks and pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem, Jaffa, Galilee, and Hebron, and in Gaza.
And in Gaza.
Even Israelis don't know this, but until 1921, there were Jews in Gaza. Many ancient Jewish communities, a lot of which had nothing to do with Zionism.
I knew that. I think it was 29 when the British pulled the Jews out of Gaza, but yeah.
Were wiped out. The bottom line is very clear. Arabs attacked the Jews, destroyed ancient communities, burned Jewish villages to the ground, and killed Jews living in Jewish settlements. In one of my latest videos, I showed the names of some of the Jewish settlements that were destroyed by Arabs. I will show it again. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, before any Arab left his home, for reasons I will be coming back to, Jews were being attacked, ancient communities were being destroyed, and Jewish settlements were having to be abandoned. This is not the odd bout of violence.
I wonder if I asked him, if I feel like if you asked this guy why the Arabs were angry, would he just say it was anti-Semitism? Would he just begin it just began and ended with anti-Semitism? I don't know. It definitely played a part. It definitely had its own little role, but like I don't know. I feel like the problem with the Balfour Declaration, clashing with what was promised to the Arabs. I don't know how he would reconcile that. I guess he would probably just start going back to fucking 400 BC or some bullshit. That's probably what he would do.
This is continuous violence being perpetrated against the Jews by the Arabs. So it is not like violence just broke out in 1948, as Vox would have us believe. Let's continue. The next one is also a big one.
And the British began training and arming Zionist militias to suppress the rebellion.
So the British trained the Jews? What can I say? It is true. But Vox has forgotten to mention two important points. First of all, they trained Arabs as well. Both Jews and Arabs work for the British, also as armed forces. And second, they forgot to tell you that in World War II, the British trained the Jews because the Arabs had already made a pact with the Nazis. Silly Vox, they forgot about that. This topic deserves its own video, but here is a brief summary of what happened. The leader of the Palestinians, Amin al-Husseini, lived in Nazi Berlin for 3 years during the war. He met with Hitler and other high-ranking SS officers. The plan was that when Rommel conquered the Middle East, a death camp would be set up in the Dotan Valley and run by the Arabs. Rommel was stopped by Montgomery in El
Okay, he told that part of the history correct. He didn't do the Netanyahu thing where he says that Hitler was persuaded to do a Holocaust by al-Husseini. Yeah, al-Husseini was a very, very bad dude. Even Arabs didn't really like him. Part of the reason that Jordan made their secret deal with Israel was because they didn't want to live in a state next to al-Husseini. That was part of King Abdullah's decision to do his pact with Israel. I guess he also wanted the land, but yeah.
But there was another Nazi Arab plan called Operation Atlas. The plan was that a few Arabs and Germans would arrive by air and poison the drinking water of Tel Aviv. The British managed to put a stop to it. You've never heard about these Nazi-Palestinian connections? I don't blame you. The mainstream media doesn't talk about it. Don't believe me? Google Operation Atlas It is all documented. So yes, the British did arm the Jews.
I think there were also, it wasn't a very big number. I think there were about 2,000 or 3,000 Palestinian volunteers, like, who fought alongside the Allies in the war as well. But yeah, I love this guy. This whole like, you've never heard this one before, Sonny Jim. Yeah, okay.
Against the German Nazis and against the Arab Nazis. Let's continue.
A UN special committee proposed the land be divided into two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state. It was called the Partition Plan of 1947.
We could not accept the partition plan because at that time the population were almost 2 to 1.
But the plan proposed giving over half the land and often the most fertile areas to the Jewish state.
From a purely pragmatic perspective, the partition plan didn't make much sense for Palestinian Arabs.
Vox should really get an award here, an award for choosing the most misleading words ever. The partition plan didn't make much.
This guy has got the most incredible snark to him. Oh my God. Okay. But hey, who am I to complain as a fellow snarkoid? Okay. I need to read more about the partition plan. I've heard actually that although it looks ridiculous, I've heard that the UN actually worked really, really hard on making those decisions to form the partition plan. But I guess there was the whole thing that the Zionists had this like 11-point settlement plan because they wanted to make sure that they had a connection across the Negev that made the partition plan a bit harder. Yeah, there's so many. Apparently, a lot of thought went into making those borders, but alas, it was not meant to be. What's he going to say?
Sense for the Palestinian Arabs? Could it be that by this sentence you meant the Arabs didn't accept their partition plan and so they started shooting at Jewish civilians? Let's unpack this. So the British had enough problems at home and their empire was collapsing. They told the UN to take care of this Jewish-Arab problem. The UN looked into it and decided to split the land into a Jewish state and an Arab state. Neither Jews nor Arabs liked it. However, the Jews were willing to compromise, and the Arabs weren't. Instead, they started killing Jewish civilians. Well, they didn't start, as they had already started in 1920. They continued. This is extremely important to understand, so it bears repeating. In 1947, the Arabs had the possibility of establishing a Palestinian state, and they said no. And as for the claim that the Jews were giving more, even though they were fewer in number, of the land of the British Mandate, the Arabs also got Jordan. Now, I have nothing against the Jordanians, but the Jordanians and the Palestinians are the same people.
Is he going? But then, what's he going to suggest then? Because I feel like this is the Ben Shapiro thing, where he thinks that just because
the Jordanian Mandate,
the Arabs had all. Like I think the Ben Shapiro argument is, well, the Arabs had all this. Why couldn't they just give this smaller bit to the Jews? But it's like, again, you're not really accounting for the fact that like loads of Arabs lived here. Unless you're thinking that Jews could have a Jewish state where they were only a third of the population. But that's, again, is the playing fast and loose with the definition of like using Arabs and then Jews interchangeably. Because I think there's part of this argument, I think the only way this argument he's making makes sense is if you believed that up to 1 million Arabs could have just like walked over to, been scuttled over to Jordan, like for the Jewish state to be a thing.
Loner box. You
it's weird. This is why I don't understand.
Bastard.
I don't understand why he feels like in this period from 1917, specifically from that period, that Jewish people were entitled to a state anywhere here. I don't get what he's trying to argue there. Let alone from here to here, right?
Who got Jordan. Now, I have nothing against the Jordanians, but the Jordanians and the Palestinians are the same people. Both are entities that were simply made up by the British. There was no difference between the Arabs who were living on the eastern side and the western side of the Jordan River. But the point I want to make is that
apart from the fact that the Jordanian ones were people who lived here, and the Palestinians were the ones who lived here. And I guess if you, I don't. This argument is so weird.
And the western side of the Jordan River. But the point I want to make is that the Arabs had already gotten hold of a large part of the British Mandate land.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take Jordan's territory into account as well, the Jews actually got the smaller part, and the claim that the Jews got the most fertile land is a lie. The biggest chunk of land that the Jews got was the desert, and now I want to show you an amazing map. On the left, you can see the map of the partition plan, and on the right, you can see a map of the areas infected with malaria.
I think also though these wasn't there a lot of the fertile land up here near the Upper Galilee, this place here next to Lake Tiberias, and even along here. I don't know. But again, they were a third of the population of the entire place. So, yeah.
So the Jews were given the desert and the swamps and malaria.
On March 10th, a couple of months before the British mandate would end, the Haganah adopted what was called Plan Dalet, or Plan D. On paper, the main goal was to gain control of the Jewish state, as laid out in the partition plan.
It is fertile land. Well, that's what I thought. I always thought that point that they got the higher quality of land. They got the highest quality farmland. I thought that was true. But I guess because he didn't really disprove it. He just said malaria and then he just mentioned malaria and the Negev desert. But okay.
While also defending Jewish settlements outside of the borders.
Now let's talk about Tochnit Daled or Plan D. The pro-Palestinian side doesn't have many cards to play, so they play this Plan D card a lot. But as you will soon understand, this is actually a very weak card. So on the 29th of November 1947, the Jews accepted the partition plan, whereas the Arabs said no and started killing Jews. Their first act was to attack on a bus. In response to that, the Jews started to move in convoys. They added metal plates to the trucks and had armed guards. In response to that,
So I think this is true. I think from when was the date from UN partition plan? Just let me double check. Because I think Israel, the Jews were on the defensive from 29th November 47 till at least I think it was just early the early months of 1948. Yeah, they were on the defensive. Yeah.
Arabs started blocking the roads and shooting the convoys. The biggest problem was in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the biggest Jewish city, home to 100,000 Jews, and the road from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was in a valley that had Arab villages on the mountains on both sides. Deir Yassin was one of them.
Oh, Deir Yassin.
In March of 1948, so 4 months after the Arabs had started shooting at Jewish cars, there were 3 disasters for the Jews. 3 convoys were wiped out by the Arabs, 2 of them on their way to the...
If I had to guess... people who talk about Deir Yassin say that it was being used by militants. But I wonder what he's going to say about the peace pact that they had and the fact that Deir Yassin, the people in Deir Yassin were rejecting irregulars who wanted to use the area.
The besieged city of Jerusalem. More than 100 Jews carrying supplies were killed. If Jerusalem fell, that would be the end of Israel before it had even been established. Let me remind you that as of March 1948, 1,200 Jews had been murdered by Arabs, and no Jew who fell into Arab...
You think the convoy was after Deir Yassin? I don't know about that. Jewish convoy attacked 1948 Jerusalem corridor, right? Oh yeah, the convoy massacre was April 13th. Is this what he's talking about? Unless there was another one, because this was... Deir Yassin was April 9th. Oh, interesting. Okay. This was the hospital convoy, wasn't it? Yeah, the medical convoy. Unless he's going to talk about that one separately. Yeah.
Hands had been left alive.
There were 3.
So if Jerusalem had fallen, you can guess what would happen. Very scary. So this is the context in which Plan D needs to be viewed. However, if you want to distort reality, you just leave out the context, as Vox does here. The Jews decided to change their strategy, and instead of thinking defensively, they started to think offensively. The idea was to gain control of all the areas along the road to Jerusalem Plan D proposed that this would be done by first surrounding the Arab villages. If the inhabitants cooperate, there would be a check to see if there were any weapons in the villages, and if there weren't any, then everybody could get on with their lives. If the inhabitants resisted, there would be a fight for control of the villages, and the people would be deported a few kilometers from there to the area that was supposed to be the Arab state. Pro-Palestinian organizations hold up this Plan D as a proof that the Israelis deported Arabs. They completely ignore the fact that it was a military plan and that the Arab murdered hundreds of Jewish civilians, and that those Arabs who didn't fight the Jews were allowed to keep on living in their villages. Actually, tens of thousands of Arabs who didn't fight the Jews remained in their villages and cities, whereas not a single Jew was left alive in areas conquered by Arabs. So, what happened in Deir Yassin?
Does it say to destroy villages even if they don't fight back? No. Plan Dalet does say if there was resistance. The problem was, and you'll get this even from Benny Morris of all people, the problem was that commanders kind of just did what they liked. They took liberties when it came to. That's why no one after the war was, so if you want to make the pro-Israel argument, you can say that no one was reprimanded after the war for not doing an expulsion, because the expulsion was always like up to the discretion of whether or not they felt that they were attacked. But no one was reprimanded for doing an expulsion either, even though those expulsions happened sometimes when the villagers were not resisting. And it's also like the way that they were carried out anyway, with the fact that a lot of these fighters were very young. A lot of these people in the Haganah and the Irgun and Lehi were very young, and they were very inexperienced. So when they attacked villages, they didn't give warnings appropriately, and sometimes when it felt like they were supposed to be looking to check the village, people in the village understandably felt like they were being attacked. So they just wanted to defend their villages, especially since after they'd already heard about a few expulsions and massacres in other places, then they felt like any approach from the Jewish forces was going to be an attack anyway. So that's kind of why, I guess, what appeared to be resistance was often just people feeling that they had to defend their villages. So.
Sin.
One of the most widely publicized village massacres happened here in Deir Yassin.
So at the beginning of the video, they said that history had been carefully concealed in the West and largely forgotten, and now they are saying that this is the most widely publicized village massacre. So Vox, you have decided you want to lie? Great, you are very good at it, but at least be a little consistent in your lying and don't say two opposite things in the same video.
Wow.
So what did happen in Deir Yassin?
Okay, let's
As
go.
they said, there was a local peace pact, but the people of Deir Yassin broke that pact when they shot at Jewish vehicles and let Arab fighters into the village. By the start of 1948, it was clear to both sides that the local peace pact was no longer relevant.
That's just not true. Here's a paragraph on Deir Yassin from The Birth. In the Jerusalem district, there was widespread and persistent opposition by many villages to taking part in the hostilities. Immediate self-interest won out over nationalism. Roving bands of Arab irregulars, sometimes led by Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini, were fairly regularly turned away, the villagers often refusing to put them up or give them supplies, let alone join in attacks. Al-Malia's Mukhtar, Sheikh Abd al-Fattah, had ordered the village militia to fire on any stranger who approached, Jew, Arab, or Englishman. In early 1948, the inhabitants of Kalunia chased away an armed band and prevented it from doing anything. Deir Yassin's inhabitant had a firefight with a roving band of irregulars who wanted to use their village as a base to attack West Jerusalem. So here, not only is Deir Yassin upholding a peace pact, they're also chasing out Arab irregulars who want to use their village as a base, okay? One villager was killed, and the village women burst into cries and screams. Just before the 28th of January, Abd al-Qadir, at the head of a band of 400 armed men, encamped near Deir Yassin. apparently, they tried to recruit villagers. The village elders were opposed, and the band moved off to Beit Jala. Deir Yassin's Mukhtar was summoned by AHC representatives in Jerusalem to be questioned about the village's relations with the Jews. The Mukhtar said that the village and the Jews lived in peace. A fortnight later, on the 13th of February, an armed band entered Deir Yassin bent on attacking nearby Givat Shaul. The villagers opposed this, and the gang's reaction was to slaughter all the village's sheep. A month later, on 16th of March, an AHC delegation composed of 2 men and, unusually, a woman, visited the village and asked if a group of Iraqi and Syrian irregulars to guard the site. The villagers refused, and the delegation left empty-handed. Deir Yassin's notables registered a similar refusal on the 4th of April. So, they are consistently upholding a peace pact with the Jews, and they are also rejecting to comply with Arab irregulars as late as 4th of April. When did the Deir Yassin massacre happen? 9th of April. So, this slimy, smarmy, cuck bastard.
Video.
I don't know where's he getting this story from, because I've heard it so many times. Is it just old history? Is it just like the state's narrative? I don't get it. Yeah, because I've heard this. Yeah. What were the sources for the account you just read? That was from The Birth of the Refugee Problem, Benny Morris. Let's see.
Incredibly forgotten. And now they are saying that this is the most widely publicized village massacre. So, Vox, you have decided you...
No, I don't think he's lying on purpose. Like, I've heard a lot of people who genuinely believe this. But I just wonder where it comes from. So I know that, like, the new historians, just because they have changed the narrative so much, at least in terms of academia, they, the state of Israel, especially the right wing, doesn't like them at all. Sharon, when he got elected in 2001, was basically like, we're going to change the education system. We want to go back to good old-fashioned iron wall history and shit like that. So I don't know. Maybe an Israeli can tell me that. But I guess every fucking Israeli in this audience went to school at a different time. So I don't know. Yeah.
Want to lie? Great. You are very good at it. But at least be a little consistent in your lying.
Yeah.
And don't say 2 opposite things in the same video. So what did happen in Deir Yassin? As I said, there was a local peace pact, but the people of Deir Yassin broke that pact when they shot at Jewish vehicles and let Arab fighters into the village. By the start of 1948, it was clear to both sides that the local...
By the start of 1948? Where is he getting that from? That's not even... By the start of 1948? I don't know. It definitely wasn't by the start of 1948, though, was it? They were 4th of April, like 5 days before the massacre. Okay.
Local peace pact was no longer relevant. At the beginning of the battle, the Jewish forces used loudspeakers to give the women, children, and elderly time to evacuate. Think about it. Basically, the Jews voluntarily gave up the element of surprise, which is crucial in a battle, so that the civilians would have sufficient time to run away.
Oh, I'm so happy I read about Deir Yassin before watching this video. I'm also happy I pre-watched this video. But yeah, the loudspeaker thing he's not got the chronology right either. The loudspeaker warnings came from Lehi, but I think Lehi were late to the attack. If I look at speaker, because it was Ergun who attacked first. Let's see, the Lehi force was spearheaded by an armored vehicle, a loudspeaker. Yeah, the Lehi force was late, so shots had already been fired by the time the loudspeaker was here, and there's all kinds of dispute about whether or not even this warning was heard because people were already fighting. So I don't know. The plan was to drive the vehicle into the center of the village and blare a warning in Arabic, urging the residents to run towards Ain Karim. Instead, the vehicle halted or overturned at a ditch directly in front of the village, and as it struggled to get out, the Arabs opened fire on it. Whether a warning was read out on the loudspeaker is unknown. After we filled in the ditch, we continued traveling. We passed 2 barricades and stopped in the third, 30 meters away from the village. One of us called out on the loudspeaker in Arabic, telling the inhabitants to put down their weapons and flee. I don't know if they heard, and I don't know if these appeals, and I know these appeals had no effect. So, weren't Ergon and Lehi considered extremists by the rest of the Jews, though? Oh yeah, no, they were, yeah. But I get at the same time, like, they, the leader of Ergon at the time, Menachem Begin, went on to become prime minister, you know, in 1977. Eek. So, but I mean, the Haganah had orders to do this kind of stuff as well. Not to do Deir Yassin, but to, the Haganah were also burning, that were also blowing up houses and evicting people, so, yeah.
Do you think that the Arabs ever gave the Jewish civilians time to run away before they attacked?
Damn, so so that's the arguments about Deir Yassin. He just bullshitted the fuck out, okay.
Never. Not from 1920 to the 7th of October 2023, never. The Jewish forces that attacked the village were from the Etzel and the Lehi, which were right-wing paramilitary groups. They didn't have much military experience, and as the battle went on, they started blowing up the houses. Some of the houses held civilians that hadn't evacuated. In the aftermath of the battle, there were 5 Jewish dead and about 100 Arabs dead. Of those Arabs who died, many were fighters, but some were civilians who had hidden in their houses, and there were about 10 to 20 civilians who had been shot by Lehi and Etzel members after they had surrendered. The Deir Yassin battle was...
Oh, so again, I think the number of deaths in Deir Yassin was 100, so he's counting battle as people who were just trying to defend their village. The same people who fought off Arab irregulars as well. That's so gross. It's like the fucking Ergon and Lehi attacked this village, and he's classing the people who were trying to defend their village because the peace pact has been broken by Ergon and Lehi, and he's classing the people in the village as combatants trying to defend their houses. Ugh.
Small, poorly planned, and poorly executed. A few dozen...
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like the fucking tanky who got really upset with me for talking about that guy who died in Kibbutz Erez. The guy who died fighting against Hamas in Kibbutz Erez on October 7th. And he said, oh, Loaderbox, why are you giving airtime to talk about, to do a eulogy for this Zionist combatant? Oh no, birds of a feather. Okay.
Civilians died during the fighting, and at most, if you take the highest estimation, 40 civilians were shot after they had surrendered. It is a fact that a tragedy occurred in Deir Yassin, and it is fair that the Jews take their share of responsibility, but it is also fair to...
But they also broke a peace pact, and also they stayed to fight when we tried to warn them to leave. Okay. Bro! If you... how should I do what he's doing? Just say every sentence like as a question. Bro, if you are lying, please lie about things that are correct. Okay, next section.
Mention the context to have a sense of proportion.
The next time you want to lie, don't.
Understand that it went both ways. And in fact, the Jews took their share of the responsibility. After the event, the Jewish Agency sent a letter to Abdallah, King of Jordan, condemning the attack, saying it had been carried out by Jewish extremists and that it contradicted Jewish values. And this, my friends, is the true story of Deir Yassin. A few days after the Battle of Deir Yassin, a convoy of the hospital in Jerusalem was attacked by the Arabs.
Oh, this is
80
after.
Jewish
Okay.
doctors
Yeah.
and nurses were
He's
murdered.
got the chronology right on that, so that was after, yeah.
Vox hasn't dedicated a video to them.
Is he going to mention... I guess he's not going to mention Israel collaborating with Jordan over Jordan taking the West Bank. But I don't know.
Or to the 130 Jewish civilians who were massacred in Kfar Etzion a month after the Battle of Deir Yassin.
Zionist militias used it as a
Again, the idea of Deir Yassin being a battle is that's just that's like an ideological, propagandistic word to use for that, because there's no reason to believe that it was a battle. It was an attack on a village that had 5 days earlier had repelled Arab irregulars who were trying to use it as a base. Eek.
propaganda tool to tell people about it everywhere. The idea was that if you don't leave, we will do to you what happened in Deir Yassin.
No, not true. The Jewish military or political leaders never used the Deir Yassin battle to urge the Palestinians to leave their homes. It was the...
Well, they might not have. Again, so I know there's some contention about the Haganah whisper campaigns, but if you do a massacre, you're kind of telling people, if you're doing a massacre to a village that was still upholding a peace deal, actually, a peace pact. If you do that, you're kind of telling the other people that they should fuck off. That's usually what you're saying. That's why I count people who fled after what they heard about in Deir Yassin, I count them as being expelled as well. Because that was the actions of the Jewish forces that did that, right? I don't think that's a very controversial thing to say.
The Arabs who used the story of Deir Yassin to motivate other Arabs to fight. It was Hussein Khaldi, the former mayor of Jerusalem and a representative of the Arab Higher Committee, who persuaded the Arabs of Deir Yassin to say that there had been more death and rape and that the Jews had used tanks and other things that never happened. The aim was to motivate the Arabs to fight the Jews, but instead of doing that, it motivated them to flee.
After taking Deir Yassin, Zionist paramilitary groups cleared major cities, including Haifa and Jaffa.
Now, Vox made a big mistake here when they used Haifa as an example. Unlike other misleading information in this video, where they intentionally twisted the facts, here they dug a deep hole for themselves.
Because he's going to say that Haifa was the city where the Jewish mayor, or whatever the fuck he was, actually asked the Arabs to stay after winning the battle. Yeah, and they left anyway.
And I'm going to let them fall right into it. The Battle of Haifa is the best example of what really happened to the Arabs in the war and how they came to...
Well, it seems to be that our smarmy, slimy cuck bastard here has dug himself into a bit of a hole, which I'm going to, I don't even know, throw the spade in and let him dig for it. Haifa is not the ultimate example of what happened, of what the policy... It's not, actually. Haifa is exceptional. What happened in Haifa was an exceptional event because there was the battle for Haifa, which the Israelis won. And they asked the Arabs to stay afterwards, but they fled anyway. That's an exceptional case. That is not the trend of what happened in 1948. I don't know why he's saying, yeah, the exception is that it's the best example if you want to paint Israel in a good light and paint the expulsions to look as voluntary as possible, right? That's what it's the best example for. So I guess he's kind of told himself there a little bit. Was this before or after Deir Yassin? I'm pretty sure it was after. Let's double check. Battle for Haifa. I think in Haifa as well. This was where it was either Haifa or Jaffa. I think it was Haifa. Yeah, it was the same month, just later in the month. Wasn't it Haifa where they, hang on. Now, you can say that after the battle was won, people were asked to stay, but they fled anyway. Now, you can say that's irrational from the Arab side, or that's not the Israelis' fault. Let's just read a little bit of this passage about what happened in the Battle of Haifa and see what's going on here. Okay, see what the Arabs were thinking about it. So, this is the right one I was thinking of, yeah. Throughout, the Haganah made effective use of Arabic language broadcasts and loudspeaker vans. Haganah Radio announced that the day of judgment had arrived and called on inhabitants to kick out the foreign criminals and to move away from every house and street from every neighborhood occupied by foreign criminals. The Haganah broadcasts called on the populace to evacuate the women, the children, and the old immediately and send them to a safe haven. Jewish tactics in the battle were designed to stun and quickly overpower opposition. Demoralization was a primary aim. It was deemed seemed just as important to the outcome as the physical destruction of the Arab units. The mortar barrages and the psychological warfare broadcasts and announcements and the tactics employed by the infantry companies advancing from house to house were all geared to this goal. The orders of Carmeli's 22nd Battalion were to kill every adult male Arab encountered and to set alight with firebombs all objectives that can be set alight. I am sending you posters in Arabic. Disperse en route. This was also, I'm almost 100% sure that Haifa, it was either Haifa or Jaffa, where they drove loudspeaker vans through the town and played shrieking sounds through the speakers to terrorize the population. So it's like you win this battle and it kind of sounds like you've told them to leave, right? Because again, mortar barrages were not, they were completely indiscriminate at the time. You couldn't aim mortars like that well. So it's not like they were going for military targets in the town. I mean, if he wants to say this was the best, this was the prime example, even though again, it was not the norm for people to ask Arabs to stay to from a position of authority, right, after winning the battle. So, eek. Oh, yeah.
Be refugees. So Haifa was a mixed city, half Jews and half Arabs. The Arabs started shooting at Jewish cars entering Haifa, which led to fighting between the Jewish neighborhoods and the Arabs. Now, Haifa was one of the biggest centers of Arab leaderships. And what did the Arab leadership do?
They ran away.
It ran away. Arab gangs started to fight among themselves and rob the local Arabs. The Jewish mayor of Haifa, Moshe Carmel, told the Arabs they could stay and that they would not be hurt. The Arab asked the Mufti, Amin al-Husseini, the head of the Arab High Committee, what to do. And he said, don't surrender to the Jews and don't cooperate with them. Run away, and in a few weeks, the Arab armies will conquer Haifa and you will be able to go back.
God, but there's a huge skip there between the Arab gangs and the mayor asking them to stay. I want to see. Okay. Huge gap there. Whoa. A very convenient gap just left on all the things that the IDF was doing. Were they the IDF at that time? No, they were not. They were the Haganah because it was pre-independence. Sorry. Whoops. Stupid loaner box. All right.
This is something Vox will not tell you, that the Arab leaders were the first to run away and that the others were told to run away just for a few weeks. And by the way,
but it seems you, my friend, are failing to account for the fact that the Jewish militants were terrorizing the fuck out of the Arabs who lived there, and it's probably not surprising that they would take that as a sign to leave, especially when you are putting up fucking broadcasts on loudspeakers telling people to leave. Okay.
A single Jew was able to live in areas conquered by Arabs, but 160,000 Arabs who didn't run away were able to become Israeli citizens.
Plan D became the blueprint for carrying out the ethnic cleansing of historic Palestine to make room for a new state.
No, Deir Yassin is an extreme event that by no means represented the war, and the fact that Deir Yassin is the only example that pro-Palestinians use that goes to show that it wasn't the norm and it wasn't the blueprint. Only a few were forced to flee. The majority chose to flee in hope that they would be able to come back once the Arab armies had defeated Israel.
Well, it was also to flee the war, because if you're, again, part of that war was indiscriminate attacks and terror campaigns. So, and also even in the south, like those southern villages where Operation Yoav was basically these villages, which were completely open villages with very little defense systems or like no shelters or anything. And they were subjected to bombing and strafing campaigns from like planes. So,
Haifa was the blueprint. The Arabs showed...
Haifa was the blueprint. Oh my God. Haifa was exceptional. It was not the blueprint, you dipshit. Oh my God. Haifa was the exception. Every historian will tell you that what happened in Haifa with the guy asking them to stay and them leaving it was the exception. Even when he talks about the north, about why Arabs now, a lot of Arabs still live in the north. Well, here's another story which again is about as much of a blueprint as fucking Haifa, was Nazareth. Because Nazareth was a pretty mixed community where quite a lot of the population I think the population had almost doubled or more than doubled because of so many people had already fled there during the war. I'll tell you the story about Nazareth. Let's just read it. On the evening of the 16th of July, the remaining notables and Chaim Laskov, OC Operation Dekel, signed an instrument of surrender. Combatants were to surrender and arms were to be handed over. The mayor was to remain in place, and the government of Israel recognized the equal civil rights of all the inhabitants of Nazareth as of all the citizens of Israel, without attention to religion, race, or language. Yet the following day, 17th of July, the army issued an expulsion order. According to Ben-Gurion, it was Carmel, the front commander, who had given the order to uproot all the inhabitants of Nazareth. According to Colonel Ben Dunkelman, the Canadian commander of the 7th Brigade, the order had come from Laskov, his immediate superior. Hours earlier, Laskov had appointed Dunkelman military governor of Nazareth. But Dunkelman was shocked and horrified and refused to carry out the order, forcing Laskov to obtain a higher sanction. Laskov asked IDF General Staff for a ruling. Tell me immediately, urgently, whether to expel the inhabitants from the city of Nazareth. In my view, all, save for clerics, should be expelled. The matter was referred to Ben-Gurion, who vetoed the proposal. According to the order of the defense minister, the inhabitants of Nazareth should not be expelled. So again, we have someone here who was initially ordered to expel people from Nazareth, and I guess the only reason he didn't at the time was that he refused, and then thankfully it went up to Ben-Gurion who said no. Like, so that's a pretty exceptional case as well, where just some brave Canadian gigachad being like, nah. Or we can look at, what else do we have? This is all from the same source, by the way. Like, we can look at Lida and Ramle. These were some of the more brutal ones. In July 1948, the two towns together... Oh, we'll look at a map for this one, actually. I think they're near Jerusalem way, are they? Or am I being really dumb? Lida. No, fuck me. It's pronounced Lida. Okay. Where exactly are you? Yeah, about there. Not too far from Jerusalem. Okay. These were like two towns that were kind of quite close to each other, Lida and Ramla. All right. In July 1948, the two towns together had a population of roughly 50,000 to 70,000, of whom 20,000 or so were refugees from Jaffa and its environs. The inhabitants had some reason for confidence. The towns lay outside the partition-planned Jewish state, and the presence in them of Arab Legion troops implied a commitment by King Abdullah to their defense. Conversely, the withdrawal of these legionnaires during the 11th to 13th of July was to have a devastating effect on morale. Unlike Haifa or Jaffa, where the feeling of isolation and siege had been severe, the two towns were contiguous with the heavy Arab-populated hinterland of the West Bank. And there had been the month of quiet during the first truce. The civilian population had not left the towns, and they did not believe that we will succeed in conquering the two towns because they were well fortified, an IDF intelligence officer concluded on the 28th of June. But there were also serious demoralizing factors. There had been two unsuccessful Jewish ground attacks on Ramla on the nights of 21 to 22 of May, and the 24th, 25th of May, and the Haganah air arm bombing of the towns a few days later. Taken together, the two towns have been put on notice. As well, the protracted presence in the towns of thousands of refugees from areas already conquered by the Jews must certainly have a destabilizing effect. The refugees were hungry and short of money. Braving possible IDF fire, they made foraging raids into the fields in no man's land to gather the stocks of wheat and vegetables. Moreover, the towns had suffered from severe unemployment since the start of the hostilities. Many had been employed in Jewish settlements, and from occasional food shortages which had triggered sharp increases. Some wealthy families had fled to the Triangle or Jordan during the previous months. Operation Dani, which involved 4 IDF brigades and began on the night of 9th of July, was swiftly to complete the demoralization of the towns and within days to result in the almost complete exodus of their inhabitants eastward. From the start, the operations against Lida and Ramle were designed to induce civilian panic and flight, as a means of precipitating military collapse and possibly also as an end itself. After the initial air attacks on the town's Operation Danny headquarters at 11:30 hours, 10th of July, informed IDF/GS there was a general and serious civilian flight from Ramle. There is great value in continuing the bombing. During the afternoon, the headquarters asked General Staff for the renewed bombing and informed one of the brigades. Flight from the town of Ramle of women, the old, and children is to be facilitated. The military-aged males are to be detained. Yeah, these two towns, their population's just completely emptied. Even with like tens of thousands of people living in them. So again, to induce civilian flight and panic. I don't know. But I guess Haifa is apparently the blueprint. Okay.
The Jewish civilians, the Arab leadership cowardly ran away. Arab gangs fought each other, and many Arabs ran away thinking that after the Arab armies had eliminated Israel, they would be able to go back.
Neighboring Arab countries that were overwhelmed by Palestinian refugees immediately went to war with Israel.
So the Arab countries attacked Israel in order to help the Palestinian refugees. Sorry to disappoint you, but their motive...
Look at Jaffa. The story about Jaffa was like, what, Ben-Gurion was leading that? No, not Ben-Gurion. Menachem Begin, future prime minister. And it was like indiscriminate mortar shelling, right? That was like the big thing in Jaffa. They just shelled the fuck out of it, but whatever. Sorry, we've done a few of them now, okay.
Was not to fight for the Palestinian refugees. Rather, their motive was to wipe out Israel. The second the British left, on the 14th of May, 1948, 5 Arab armies invaded Israel to do one thing only, to destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. Luckily for us, we won.
Oh.
Turning 6 million Palestinians.
Again, the Arabs, again, they all had their different reasons. It's interesting that he's not mentioning that Jordan's objective was just to take over the West Bank. That's what they wanted to do. And they collaborated with Israel to do it. Only 3 people who knew about that deal at the time. That's why it was kept secret so successfully for so long. Egypt, Syria, again, it seemed quite clear that they also just wanted to capture territory. I don't think they gave a fuck about the Palestinians, but that's also why I think that they weren't able to get that many troops. They were well enough equipped, I think, the Arab forces, but they were outnumbered by the Jews, even like all the Arab forces combined, because I guess the Jews had much more of a reason to fight because they thought they were all going to die. Yeah. But they didn't have like a united cause, as far as we know. There's no evidence of that.
Into refugees without a homeland.
This is an interesting one. If about 700,000 left their homes, why are there 6 million refugees? What I'm going to say now will blow your mind, and the fact that you weren't aware of it until now will make you realize how deeply entrenched the Palestinian narrative or propaganda really is. So, what is a refugee? There are 2 legal definitions.
He's going to talk about how Arab states fuck over Palestinian refugees, which is quite true. But again, it's also Israel was offered peace by the Arab states at the time. It seems to be in exchange for they wanted a fair amount of territory for it, but they also wanted Israel to take back quite a few of the refugees, and they said no. But yeah, it's like if Arab states of 48 take responsibility for not giving them citizenship, well, Israel also takes responsibility for not letting any of them return. So
that refers to all of the refugees in the world, which is someone
and also for fucking them off in the first place, but, yeah.
Who has had to leave their homes due to war or crisis, and there have been hundreds of millions of refugees since 1945. And there is another separate definition for the most privileged refugees in the world, the Palestinians. And the difference is that the Palestinians are the only group in the world that pass this title of being refugees to the...
I also don't... There's so much... I feel like there's something very, very hateful about calling them the most privileged refugees in the world. Because the way that their refugee status is treated, it doesn't really privilege them at all. It actually just keeps them locked out of the civil society of the countries that they live in. Like... They live in slums, at least in Lebanon. They live in slums. The bullet holes are still in the buildings from when their own people were massacred in the middle of the streets. Once, at least, with a bit of help from Israel. It's very venomous, yeah. Guys, you got very hateful vibes, I think. Like, if you look at a refugee camp, Lebanon. Like, it's pretty shit. They don't, like, the way that they live is not very nice. A lot of it's just like makeshift, all these like clotheslines and all that hanging around, like, anyway.
Their children and grandchildren, and so on. I don't want you to just take my word for it on this one. Check it out for yourself.
For them, the Nakba isn't just a moment in history. It's a catastrophe that never really ended.
Their catastrophe never ended for two reasons. First, they never took responsibility for their wrongdoing. Second, they keep on trying to wipe out Israel. They said no to a Palestinian state in 1937. They said no again in 1947.
I think in 37 that was rejected by both sides. Is he talking about the Peel Commission? The Zionists rejected that as well. Again, I don't like this collective idea that just because you're leaders, just because you have bad leadership, that means we can call you privileged refugees. That's so ugh.
From 1948 till 1967, they could have established a Palestinian state. Those areas were under Jordanian and Egyptian control, but they didn't. Yasser Arafat and Abu Mazen.
See, again, it's like that, like lumping Arabs and Palestinians under the same responsibility. Again, it wasn't Palestinians' fault on the West Bank that they didn't get a state. That was Jordan's fault, obviously. Jordan fucked them over there. Egypt fucked them over in Gaza. Like, that's why even the refugees in Egypt, the people who lived in Gaza under Egyptian occupation, they weren't even allowed to go to Egypt until like 1954.
And also had plenty of chances, but they kept saying no. Golda Meir once said, "Peace will come when the Arabs love their children more than they hate us." Sadly, the Palestinians still bring their children up to hate us. Before I conclude this video, I want to zoom out for a second.
What did that have to do with this video? This video is about the refugee problem of 1948, bro. I'd be really interested to see what percentage of Palestinians from the 1917 up until today, what percentage of them have actually ever done any fighting? That would be quite interesting. I don't know. Yeah, well. I just don't get, because again, like, you can definitely throw a lot of criticism out to Palestinian leaders and different Arab leaders around that region, but I feel like he doesn't really extend any empathy to the people who fall under those leaders.
Israel undeniably
again,
sounds like a J-dam.
Palestinians have only ever had 2 elections. Like, since this whole thing started over 100 years ago, they had 2 elections. And one of them, they didn't even get the government that they wanted because, yeah, well, lots of blame on all sides, really, on that one. His condescending makes it hard to listen to. I mean, well, he massively fucked up Deir Yassin, so it's worse when you got people who are like smug and wrong, I guess. I don't know.
Second, I want to show you a map that I really like. Here you can see the world, which is a really big place. It is bigger than Israel. After every world war, the first, the second, and to some degree also the Cold War, there has been a new world order. After World War II, a wave of new countries was established. Here is a quick list: Korea, Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Israel, Jordan, Syria, East and West Germany. From 1945 to 1949, the creation of most of these states and the new borders in Eastern Europe, with Poland being moved to the West, was accompanied by the movements of tens of millions of people. And as you can imagine, the forced movement of tens of millions of people, Germans from the East, Hindus to India, Muslims to Pakistan, Poles, Ukraine, Jews from Arab countries, was nothing but peaceful. Millions died in these mass migrations.
Yeah.
The fact that the world is obsessed with the Nakba, with Plan D and the small village of Deir Yassin is a testament to how deeply the Palestinian narrative...
It's not like, it's also, when you think about it, it's not just, I don't know why he keeps acting as if it's just Deir Yassin. I mean, I'm too stupid to remember the names of all these villages where there were massacres, but it wasn't just Deir Yassin. Let me find a list, okay? At least according to more conservative estimates, I think you've got like 24, 10 major ones with more than 50 victims each. Palestinians, sometimes they push it up to 33. And these are just the massacres, let alone the expulsions. Yeah. Salih, Deir Yassin, Lida, Abu Shusha. This one that I'm going to try to pronounce. Like, there's quite, yeah, there were quite a few of them. And it's also not to mention how many Arabs were living there in 1948? Let me see. 1948 population breakup mandatory Palestine. How many people were living there from the river to the sea? It was about half of their population. That's the thing, right? It was like half of the population that got uprooted from their homes. Like, that is a massive like proportion when we talk about, if people want to make the argument that October 7th was like 100 not Holocaust, Jesus, was like 100 9/11s, right? Because of the proportions of the population and the way that that trauma spreads more thoroughly through the population, because it's more likely that everyone knows someone who lost someone. Well, 700, half the population. And this also, the other half that didn't get expelled saw their towns get doubled in population with refugees, which makes life quite difficult that makes life harder for everyone. Like, the fact that Gaza went from being 80,000 people to over 200,000 people. So I don't know why he's just so willing to dismiss that, like, just because what, like Poland, like, there were also ethnic cleansing in Poland and India and Pakistan. Again, they were very violent. I guess another difference is those people had a state to go to, and now they have self-determination. That's like 10 million 9/11s. Bro, yeah, it's a lot of 9/11s with this like level. Half of the population of the region. God.
Is rooted in the West, and to just how much media coverage the Palestinians get. Vox Media, with its 11 million subscribers, is part of this media circus. I have 200,000 subscribers, and I don't have enough time to debunk all their anti-Israel videos.
Oh.
So if you want to help me spread the word, then like, subscribe, and hit the share button below the video. It will let you share my content on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. With a few clicks, you can help me reach many more viewers. Next week, I will upload a video about the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Muslim countries. So, see you next week.
I saw that video go up. How can you be so quick to call this an ethnic cleansing? Which is fine if you want to call it that, but why? How can you be so quick and eager to call this an ethnic cleansing, but not what happened in 1948? Because as far as I know, there was no Plan Dalet in Muslim countries. I think there was one place. I think Egypt. The one I could find was Egypt, that had a policy of removing Jews, and they gave them like 24 hours to leave in like the early 50s. With the other ones, it was like persecution, riots, and people leaving and fleeing at whatever like opportunities that they have. But again, if we're going to say that, like, how can you apply those standards in such a different way? How can you do that? I mean, from my position, because I'm not like a partisan fuck, because I'm like a free thinker, radical, centric, because I'm a liberal, I guess, yeah. I can just quite easily condemn both of them, but only 2 countries. I thought it was just Egypt. I don't know who else did the actual policy of expulsion, but golly. Iraq. I thought Iraq wanted them to stay. Whilst also persecuting the fuck out of them. And then they were evacuated because they didn't want to stay under that level of persecution. Interesting. It's just what a strange double standard that you would play there. But I guess that's his whole thing, right? Because he fucking hates, this guy clearly just hates Arabs and really has quite a very pro-Israel bias. But to be fair, he is definitely one of the more skilled ones, because I guess not how many people are going to know the fine details of the loudspeakers in Deir Yassin, right? Or how long the peace pact was actually demonstrably upheld for. Damn, what a clown, dude. Oh well, maybe I'll ask him for a conversation. Who knows? Because he's a classic books behind the head guy, you know? Even though this looks like he's just in a library doing this. There's no way anyone has like a bookshelf like, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see. We'll give him a shout. All right. Good segment, guys. Well done. Soy. He's a tour guide. Yeah. Stop making sussy comments about his eyes, chat. Yeah, probably don't do that, you fucking idiots. God damn it. All right. We still have 13,000 viewers. That's so many. Wow. Like the stream, guys, you idiots. Doesn't cost you anything. Also, donate to the stream. That doesn't cost you anything either. I mean, it does. Don't let me trick you. Sir Grim Locksmith the Eighth with a 5 Canadian. Hey, Lonerbox is wondering what a more ethical Jewish state in the Middle East would have looked like if we rewound the clock and start again. I don't know. I have no idea. Slightly less, if they went slightly less ham with the expulsions, you know, if they like maybe pulled back on those a little bit, maybe a bit more. I'd have to think about that and think about exactly which areas they could have, like, which opportunities they could have taken, like whether it was peace with Egypt would have, in exchange for a larger Gaza would have been better. Or, yeah, who knows? YOLO Swag, thanks for $10. Traveling Israel sounds undeniably like a J-Dam. That's actually very true. There's no getting around that. Grolixes, thanks for the $1.99. This is free. Keep up the good work, Cornerbox. Hey, little does he know. Okay. You're quickly becoming my new favorite YouTuber, live streamer. Nice to see someone covering politics who seems less terminally online. I am cataclysmically online, but okay. Juan Chavez, okay, sorry, with a $4.99. What do you think is the most realistic pathway to peace given recent circumstances? I don't know. Based like recent blueprints, I think are probably a good example would be like the roadmap to peace. I think was very promising, or Geneva Accords. I feel like they could have led to a solution that would have been very imperfect, but also would have kept both groups happy enough. But golly, we're a long ways away from that. Whoa. I think we might need to start reimagining a little bit because, oh God, it's crazy out there, chat. It's so difficult. Have you seen Destiny's tweets today about Norman? I don't...
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard. Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Hmm. I don't really want to shit on people like maybe Finkelstein because he's crazy, but I don't really want to shit on people like Pape that much until I've read more, because the quote thing is quite triggering to me, but I know he's got like historical works that are held in like much higher regard, so I should probably look into that. Ben Thorpe, thanks for the $1.99. I just want to say thanks and sorry for the tech issues. Well, that's all right, no problem. Thanks for the $1.99. We appreciate that. Okay, what the fuck is this?
Dear Steve, even though I'm swamped right now, I'm prepared to debate this character named Destiny. I sent 2 emails just this morning. I left the telephone number for my landline at the bottom. You must not have got them. I wouldn't want it to be said that I am blindsiding you, so this is my latest book I'm sending you. I hope you read it. I'm in Qatar right now. Kindly send receipt once you've received it. Mr. Bonnell, you still ain't called or wrote. I hope you have a chance. I'm not angry. I just understood you wanted to have a chat. Please contact me directly. The number I gave you is for a landline, so please don't try to text me. I will wait to hear from you on the 17th, so please call the landline. Sincerely yours, Norman G. Finkelstein. P.S. Candace Owen should be there too. Dear Mister, I'm too good to act on half a plan. This will be the last advertisement I ever send your ass. It's been 6 hours and still no word. I don't deserve it. I know you got my last 2 emails.
Is this just like this is his tweets that got? Oh, whatever. Okay, wow. He gave him 1,300 pages of 2 books. Wow. He is very autistic, isn't he, Finkelstein? He always talks about like.
Box.
Hasn't he read like 20? Hasn't he written like
bastard.
20 books on Israel Palestine? It's the emails. Okay. Okay. I need to. 1 minute. Is that why Destiny's not streaming tonight? Someone said Vosh was singing my praises as well. Oh. What's this?
You agree with Loner Box saying that it's impossible for Palestinians to be peaceful for 5 years? Absolutely not. That's absolutely not true. I would fight Loner Box a lot on that. I think that's the subhuman analysis that like Palestinians are just naturally a bloodlusting people. I don't think that's true. I think that there is
motherfucker. I think it's because occupation makes people big mad and humiliated, and that they want to fight. Okay, okay, and they don't have other recourse
for it. But again, I think that the
no.
They need better leaders. The Saudi Arabian ambassador actually said it. What I was already feeling is Palestinians just haven't had the leadership that they need to drive them in a direction. I don't know if Arafat should have ever been the guy, right? Should he have been? Like Arafat, given his history with the PLO, his history in Jordan, his history with plotting, planning all of the attacks internationally that had happened, the amount of money that he was making and everything. I don't know why Arafat was ever the guy that, I don't know, maybe with a different head. Personally, I say this with 5% conviction, okay? I'm giving percentages now, okay? The Abbas guy, from what I've seen, seems like a better leader for the Palestinian Authority, but Netanyahu doesn't like him anymore. Apparently, he's been ineffective as a leader. He lost control of the Gaza Strip. Obviously, he's not doing elections in the...
People really don't like Abbas. I wonder if he was good in the past, because he won his presidential election with a huge mandate. But these days, he's just a corrupt... large man. I don't know. No, they need someone else. I don't know. Palestinians don't like Abbas. That's the one thing they all agree on, is they hate Abbas. Because Abbas's whole philosophy is like non-violence, right? He's like a non-violence dude, which I don't think you can do in occupied territory. I don't know.
West Bank, I don't know what Abbas's current record is like over the last like 15 years, but yeah. Yeah.
The omni-human analysis.
Abbas is not charismatic like Arafat? Oh, maybe. I'm not sure.
Arafat was quite charismatic and also a bit weaselly, in that he looked a bit like a weasel, and also behaved like one. I don't know. Arafat's weird. I don't know. Ryan Thomas, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that.
Lonerbox making a statistic argument about how there'll always be someone. Yeah, but the problem with the Palestinians is not that there'll always be someone. It's that all of their governments have like started off as terrorist organizations. Like all of them have. It's not just random attacks, right?
Damn, am I just getting David? Is this David guy just like fucking debating Destiny through me by proxy?
It's not just random attacks.
Yeah.
It's like organized violence that's being funded even externally, that's being coordinated sometimes at the government level, right?
It's also the problem is that it's like it doesn't even take that many militants to start getting funded by Iran and fucking Qatar, and then Qatar, and then they just go fucking mental. Yeah.
Remember, now I'm feeling stronger and stronger about this because I haven't seen any rejection of it, although I don't know if you can falsify negative. Remember, there are accusations that the second intifada was planned, that the Sharon shit was retarded. The Sharon shit didn't matter. That Arafat was planning the second intifada before he even sat down for talks after Camp David. That he didn't give a fuck about Camp David. That once he started to see the offers on the table for him, once he saw Israel running with their tail tucked between their legs after Lebanon and the success that Hezbollah was having there, the idea was that, fuck it, maybe if we keep fighting, maybe we can get some fucking shit from these guys, right? Look at what happened in the north with Israel. Look at what happened. Even after Yom Kippur, Israel looked a lot worse than they did in the 6-Day War, right? Although that's earlier. But yeah, it feels like this is very macro analysis.
I want to look more into the East Jerusalem sticking point, where Arafat was basically saying there's no evidence of any Jewish temple underneath the dome. It's just like, you imagine sitting in a negotiation like, okay, let's talk about the Temple Mount. The what? The Temple Mount. You know, there was a temple there, and Arafat's like, nuh-uh. Bullshit. Gaslight. Gatekeeping Arafat boss.
Okay, so low conviction. Feels like Arafat just felt like if we just keep fighting, we can win. There are a lot of different statements, people saying Arafat was always
Gaza
ready
boss.
to do the second intifada. He just wanted to fight. Yeah, but I don't know. That's...
Again, I want to know the ethical argument against blowing up outposts. I don't know why I have this fantasy. I don't, maybe just because you look at them, right? What do you call them? It's not just tents. It's another word for the kind of fucking property they use for them. For the kind of housing that they use. The fucking shipping containers. What are they called? Caravan? They're kind of modular homes. Yeah, these fucking modular homes. These Elon Musk fucking boxes. These dystopian fucking cock boxes. Bro. I'm totally okay with these colonizer trailer trash fucking people just getting shuffled away back into Israel, and then their house just like kicked over, because that seems to be all it would take to take them down. I'm like, what? Religion? God? Nah, mate, get the fuck out. Like, let some paraglider with a ski mask on his TikTok account filming it while he does it, just chasing him away over the border.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Ben Thorpe, thanks for the $2. Rounding up, is armed resistance to occupation terrorism? I think terrorism would be a particular kind of armed resistance, so potentially, but not necessarily. They need to stop state-sanctioned violence, but no, I know what he's saying. The problem is that sometimes the urge for violence is so strong that it needs to be channeled. There need to be particular violent strategies that are just like sanctioned by the government, and they're like, okay, this is what we can do and this is what we won't do. Like the ANC, right? But you're never going to stop it happening on the fringe, right? That's the problem. Or even within. Because even within the ANC, who were very disciplined and were very like firm on their stance of we're targeting infrastructure, not people, a lot of them still targeted people. You just have to, and then they would distance themselves from, or expel them, or do the best they could, right? But they were never able to stop it completely. Just as they made the effort to, which I guess Arafat didn't really. He didn't really try to stop the Intifada, or yeah. We only need to let off some steam. Maverick with the $10. Remember, this all started with him saying Palestinians just like to fight, 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 resist the DGG colonial state, loner box, inshallah. Yeah, well, don't know. Maybe he's going to start getting more aggressive on the. Later on, he says that what they did with the ANC was target not civilians, but generally abandon buildings, stuff like that. Be okay if that's true. Yeah, I don't think he'd be against that. I think if I pushed him on it, it would take him like 2 seconds to be like, actually, some form of violence is fine, just not like terrorism. That's probably what he would say anyway. Maybe guerrilla warfare. Well, that's very contentious because you're still fighting people. Yeah. Hardcore Val with the $5 is cucking Zionists, a valid form of resistance. I don't really know if you could advocate that for Palestine. Palestinians are quite sexually conservative. I don't know if you want to talk about the idea of like altering the gene pool of fucking Jew. That's weird. That's a really weird proposal. I don't know if I endorse that. Probably not. Probably against that, actually. I don't know. Anyway, be right back.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Remember, this all started with him saying the Palestinians just like to fight, 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 resist the DDG colonial state, loner box, inshallah.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Destiny gets his Arab views from Aladdin, etc. I mean, you can, if you want to have a proxy war, okay? It's just, I know I've colonized most of the DGG lands. Peace be upon him, but I will not let anyone be the United States. Is that whatever? Okay. Oh, wallahi, I know, right? Do I want to watch Mohammed Hijab and that Rabbi? It's an hour long, bro. It's an hour long. I don't know. I don't know if I feel like I worked really hard to debunk that traveling Israel guy. I feel like that took a lot of brain power. It took high autism to do that. So maybe I what is this? Oh yeah, I remembered this.
Loner box.
And I was at the bus stop, and my friend said, "Hey, have you heard about the Third Reich? You're not a big fan of Hitler, are you?" I panicked internally. Do I lie, or do I share my truth values with them? After welling up my courage, I looked her in the eye and said, "Yes, I do support the Third Reich. I believe that Germany needs Lebensraum to ensure the propagation of an Aryan race across Europe and beyond." My friend gave me an awkward smile.
Old Bosch is so blurry. I like it when he tries to pronounce words in the like ethnic fucking line in the accent of the person he's imitating, and he just does it. Lebensraum, is that how they say it? Lebensraum. Aryan. I love old Bosch. And his fucking wife beater and shit. Dude doesn't act like this anymore. He does a little bit, doesn't he? I think he's still very much on the Nazi references. I guess he just expresses it in different ways. God, I can't believe we got that English dude in. That was so funny. That guy was mental. He was talking about Palestinian terror attacks in '93. I know there was suicide bombings, wasn't there? I don't think they were like massively widespread in '93. They were only just becoming introduced to the fucking public sphere by then. Yeah. Oh, isn't he still in chat? He might be. That guy was funny. So we watched the Mohammed Hijab thing. That British guy had zero clue about the conflict, but had 1,000% conviction. Oh, he did. That guy was a proper old school. I think he might have been like a British nationalist, like a BNP guy. The way he was talking about indigenous and like talking about Britain and shit. Oh god. Oh, hello, Psychodynamic. How's it going? All right, let's. All right. It is probably funny, right? The fucking it's the faces. There's there's so much masculine energy in this. You like the trim? Very dapper. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, I like it too. Gives me a nice jar-shaped head, you know? Like just straight. Nice, makes me into a big rectangle. You forgot to take a pee break. This video's an hour long, bro. An hour. I don't know if I want to start right now, though, because I can hear Dylan moving around in the other room. I think he might have woken up. I don't know. It's almost midnight. I don't think we're going to be able to go out tonight. Shit. Let me see. I'm going to bring someone in first. Jurassic, hello.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
1 second. Sorry. Hi.
Hi.
All right, I don't know if this is something you want to talk about right now, but I think you mentioned previously you don't think Israel should be like a Jewish state. Just wondering if you could expand on that.
I mean, I don't like the idea of Jewish state, Islamic state, Christian state in general. I can understand why they feel like they need to be one now because they've got a lot of they got a lot of enemies around them. But I don't think that's something they're entitled to just for its own sake, right? Like I feel like if the threats were gone, they should just become a normal, regular old state.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely on the fence about it. I did read a pretty convincing essay on it. And it's more of, I don't think it's necessarily as a religious thing. I think it's more of a of a recognition of the Jewish culture and the language and the values. And it was pretty compelling in the sense that as long as it doesn't really come at a detriment to the Arab citizens, and it grants Jews certain rights that they wouldn't really have anywhere else, it seems like it's pretty justifiable for them to try and for Israel to try and maintain itself as a Jewish state.
What do you mean? What rights that they can't get anywhere else?
Let me just see if I can remember the points from this essay. It makes it a lot better makes the argument a lot better than I probably would. But
Loner box.
it's mainly just that Jews are kind of
bastard.
like a cultural minority everywhere else. And seeing as how prevalent anti-Semitism is, it's pretty much impossible that a Jewish state could really like engage in sort of like state-sponsored persecution of Jewish people. Something that's, I mean, kind of a problem. It's been a problem for the Jewish people.
Yeah, which is why in that region, it makes sense that they have a Jewish state for like at least the near future. But if there was no threat of like state persecution of Jewish people, then I feel like it would be okay to for that character to just become less important, right? Because again, it's like there's obviously a lot more risk of Jewish persecution by the state in fucking the Arab world than there is in, say, like the United States, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that. That's it.
Cool. All right. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, God. Why do I yawn so much? I even had a coffee today. Well, I suppose I've already been streaming for 3 hours. Holy shit. How long did that react take? What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna start the soy wars. Dylan can join in later.
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, Israel at war, the uncensored debate. Mohammed Hijab is a Muslim philosopher, scholar, and YouTuber whose first appearance on the show was viewed by more than 8 million people. Rabbi Shmuley has been called the most famous rabbi in America. He's the international best-selling author of Kosher Hate and The Israel Warrior. Both men are passionate, both men are influential, and they both have vehemently opposing views. Tonight, they go uncensored and head-to-head. We're bringing together two very opinionated, passionate, influential people, very opposing views, and we're going to have a proper debate. And we're going to see if somewhere there is perhaps more that we can agree on than we first imagined. So thank you for joining me, gentlemen. We tossed a coin.
Mohammed Hijab is fucking huge. Or is this rabbi really small? What's happening here? Or is it forced perspective, like Gandalf? Okay.
Before we came on air tonight.
No, the rabbi's really small. Okay.
Actually, you won the toss, and you said you want to go second.
I defer to my brother.
And the way this will work, Mohammed, we have 4 sections of this debate. And at the start of each one, you'll both get 1 minute uninterrupted to say what you want to say about each of the themed titles of each block. So you go first, and at the end of your minute, you'll hear a sound, and when you hear that, you end, and then Rabbi Shmuley gets his chance to speak. So the first theme is a simple one. Are Hamas to blame? You have a minute, Mohammed, from now.
From one perspective, Hamas started the battle because obviously from October 7th, even they themselves title it Tufan al-Aqsa or the flooding of al-Aqsa. But from another perspective, if you really look at it from an international law perspective, we're talking about 1967, we're talking about Security Resolution 242, in which it is actually stated that Israel is in a belligerent state because they're occupying the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza. And they have been, so therefore the war has been continual for a very long time according to international law. But let's remove Hamas from the situation altogether. Let's remove them. What do you have? You have the West Bank. And what do you have in the West Bank? You have 187 children who have been put in prisons. They have been put in prisons, according to Bet Salem, without charge. You have 44 children before October the 7th that have been killed before October the 7th in just 2023 alone. So if you remove Hamas from the equation, what you have the West Bank. You remove dominance from the equation, you have the West Bank, and what you have occupation, you have settlement, which you condemned, rightfully so. You condemned that on your show. The settlement's there.
Okay. Rabbi Shmuley, 1 minute to respond.
Resolution 242 in the UN doesn't mention a single thing about aggression or aggressor. That is a total fabrication, and it speaks about disputed territories. But let's be clear. The occupier of Gaza is Hamas. They won an election in 2006. Had a civil war with Mahmoud Abbas, took the Palestinian Authority officials, threw them off buildings, killed Muslims, killed Arabs. Mahmoud Abbas is a...
I love the Tommy Robinson thing coming back now. They'll fry you off a building, mate. I need to find those old videos of Rebel Media with Tommy Robinson going up to fucking Muslims or like going up to gay people who are supporting Muslims and being like, they'll fry you off a building, mate. They'll fry you off a fucking building, mate. It's just... those fucking ridiculous videos that he used to do, like those street interviews where he would just scream at people and he would ask people questions and he would just he would just cut them off like 2 words in to make it look like they didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway. I'll fire you off a building, mate. What an asshole. Okay.
Afraid to go to Gaza. He's terrified of Hamas. He hasn't been there since 2007. And let's be clear, Hamas is an abomination to Islam. Sultan Salah al-Din, the greatest Muslim conqueror of all time, after whom the main artery...
sorry, just to check this guy as well. He said that it was all disputed territories. It's not disputed, it's occupied territory, but it's... is he saying... So I guess this guy kind of wants... This guy probably is part of the like give us the West Bank kind of crowd, I'd imagine, by the way he's saying that. Yeah.
In Gaza's name.
Disputed by Israel, Pepe. That's true. Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, well. Can we start calling Ukraine, like Eastern Ukraine, disputed territory now?
He said that you have to allow all prisoners to be redeemed. He would never hold hostages. And remember, Islam is about fair treatment of prisoners of war. Hamas beheaded Thai non-Jewish workers. You asked in your last appearance here for real first-hand sources. I'm the first-hand source. I saw it in Kibbutz Alumim. They raped women. They had sex with dead women's bodies. They are evil, and do the right thing and call them evil.
All right, we've had a minute each. Okay, we've got a passionate start. Mohammed, let me ask you about Hamas.
I want to first, before you do that, I want to commend you, Piers, honestly, because bringing me on for the second time, I have to commend you. And the fact that you actually condemned the settlements is very good. But people want to know, do you think the IDF are a terrorist organization?
No.
I mean,
you don't think that...
Terror, it's a stupid fucking definition, but like terror is usually for non-states, right? It's not like a moral judgment. A state can do worse things than non-states, but like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, well, if you look at the UN definition of terrorist organization, they say killing civilians for political gain.
You're asking my opinion.
No, but it's the UN definition.
That's a killing civilians for political gain. That's a horrible definition. What, like? That means everyone who's ever fought any war is terrorist. Okay, let's go.
According to the UN definition, it's killing civilians for political objectives. Why are they not terrorist organizations?
Well, you've asked me a straight question. I don't think they are terror organizations.
So when you see babies like this, the ones who kill babies like this are not terrorists.
It's horrific.
So the people who kill babies like this are not terrorists.
Well, let me respond.
Yes.
Let me respond. We'll both,
it's not your turn.
You can both get into this. Here's my response to that. And I thought carefully about this. I'll be very honest about my own feelings. I have a real moral quandary about this because as a father, I hate these scenes of kids being killed in Gaza. It's horrific, right? We all know it's horrific.
But are they a terrorist organisation, though?
I'm about to explain to you what I think my position is. My position is after what happened on October the 7th, it was so barbaric, so disgusting.
So you can kill children?
Well, no, what you can do...
That's exactly what
this guy is fucking insane. I love his bulldozer technique. Holy shit.
Let me answer your question.
This is not a debate. This is someone else.
Also, Mohammed Hijab has brought props, so he's already up like 40 points for me. I love the props. I love it when you throw a dead baby in someone's face. That's brilliant. That's just so incredible. Debate necrophilia. Like,
I mean, the host of the show, and now interviewing you. I thought we were being interviewed. Mohammed, you and I are being interviewed. You're not here to interview him.
Mohammed, you can put it down.
Don't make him lose control of his own show. You do this all the time. It will not. I'm not going to let it happen tonight.
All right, Rabbi, let me ask.
Please have respect for the.
No. Stop interviewing the interviewer and be respectful. And be respectful.
Let me respond.
Tell me, sorry, is it a terrorist organization or not?
No.
Why not?
I do not believe so.
They kill civilians for political objectives.
You have to let me answer.
Go ahead.
Okay. Here's my answer to that. When Hamas did what they did, two things. One, Hamas knew exactly what Israel's response would be. They knew they would come incredibly hard back.
I don't absolve them.
Wait a minute. I'm not absolving anybody.
I'm not absolving them.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying
Piers is not a good debater. He's actually quite shit, isn't he? He's taking so long to just say, is it terrorism every time someone fights a war? Because you can't fight a war without civilians dying. It's very difficult to. It's not like we all just line up in the trenches and leave all the civilians behind and go and fight there. It's like, if you fight a war between nations, probably civilians will die, even if you don't mean to kill. Yeah.
West Bank is where's Hamas?
I know.
Where's Hamas?
You have to let me answer.
You got 44 children killed like this in the West Bank.
This is ridiculous.
Wait a minute, Rabbi Shmuley. Let me just answer you quickly.
Go ahead.
I believe Israel has a right to defend itself from after that terror attack.
But can they kill children?
Wait a minute.
Can they?
Wait a minute. Particularly after the Hamas spokesman only last week said that they want to do this again and again and again. That's an existential threat to Israel.
Why don't they fight them man to man? Man to man. Fight them man to man. Why do you have to kill children?
Wait a minute.
Why do you have to kill children?
Why don't they fight them man to man? You could just, if Piers wants to be a debate rapist right now, he could just fire in with the Is that what Hamas are doing? Are they just going out into the fields? Why doesn't Hamas fight man to man? We know why. They would lose, but that's why they fought men to fucking hippie. Or man to people in kibbutz who were sleeping. Like, okay.
Mohammed.
Why?
Let me answer you.
Of a ratio of 100 to 1, by the way.
Let me answer you.
100 to 1 ratio.
Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
Otherwise, it's pointless.
Go ahead.
So, I agree that Israel must defend itself. I agree they have to get rid of Hamas because Hamas is wedded to an ideology of existentially removing Israel.
Is this acceptable?
Wait a minute. I'm coming to your answer.
Is this acceptable?
I'm coming to your answer.
This is not.
This is not even a conversation.
Wait a minute.
Listen, I came all the way from the United States for this debate.
Let me finish.
And he will not let anyone else speak. And if that's how these shows work, no. You are rude, you are a bully, you just are trying to interrupt people. I'm going to have a chance to speak, or there's no point in doing this show. He did this last time and you allowed him to, but I won't allow him to, because I will never be bullied by a bully.
At the moment,
let me be clear.
Wait a minute. No one's allowing me.
They can tell the rabbi's a short guy.
To answer your question.
Go ahead, sir.
And it's this. I believe Israel has a right to defend itself.
Okay.
I agree that they need to get rid of Hamas.
In this way?
Who are terror groups.
In this way?
Well, here's the quandary for me morally, right?
Why is it a quandary, though?
I'll tell you why.
With Hamas, it's not a quandary,
I'll
but
tell
with
you
Israel,
why.
it's a quandary.
Because in war, when you declare war, as Britain did with the Nazis...
100 to 1 ratio.
No,
100
of course,
to 1.
There are
combatant to non-combatant ratio.
A far higher number of children in Gaza, proportionate to population, than almost anywhere in the world.
Piers,
so when they go after Hamas...
Give me a chance.
Very sadly... Mohammed, let me finish.
This is becoming ridiculous. No.
Very sadly...
You are the one who insisted on equal time. I never did, but you will not respect equal time.
I will come to you literally in 30 seconds.
I feel like the only way I can see why the impressions kind of come across that, because if I was ever debating Mohammed Hijab, I would have to just turn into Ben Shapiro, because there's only a way you can get a point out. If he it would go like this, right? And I wouldn't want to do this because it's not really my position. But if I was going to debate like Mohammed Hijab, he would be like, "Oh, is it okay to do this with the children?" I'd be like, "No, it's not." And I'm very sorry that Hamas would hide themselves behind children like that in schools and hospitals and mosques. Why don't they let them out? That's how you'd have to argue, right? You'd have to argue like that. Because any longer and you can't get a point across. You'd have to just be a total cunt. Like, no, I don't think that's okay. That's why I condemn Hamas for hiding behind babies. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck.
In 30 seconds, I'll come to you.
He's going to come to you afterwards.
Let me finish, please. I am in charge here, Mohammed. So my final point on this is, unfortunately, in war, civilians
100
get
to 1
killed.
ratio. 100 to 1 ratio.
Yes.
100 to 1 ratio.
Yes.
And then there you'd have to be like, oh, well, the British killed more Germans than Germans killed British in World War II. Does that mean the British were the bad guys? That sentence was probably too long. Mohammed Hijab would have spoken over me there.
They get killed.
No, not 100 to 1 ratio. It's an unacceptable ratio.
Get killed.
Piers, listen.
Rabbi Shmuley, in you come.
You know, Piers, can I say respectfully, and I mean this as no insult, I'm amazed that you're intimidated by this man. I feel, well, with all due respect. If I can speak,
he brought me in the second time.
If I can speak,
He brought me in the second time.
I wouldn't bring him back if I was intimidated.
If I can speak.
And he raises a very valid question, by the way.
No, he does not, because I have. Before he did this debate, he went on X on Twitter and said, I'm only doing it if there's equal time. And then he is violating that. I never asked for equal time. I just want to be heard. But he won't even let me be heard. Let me explain something to you. You said in a video the other day, and you can look me in the eye, you said that Jews are now trembling. Mohammed, I am not. No, don't interrupt me. I am not trembling. It's all on my Instagram page. Now, you see this yarmulke? It means that I represent something. I'm an ambassador. You're an ambassador of Islam. You are talking about a religion that started the world's first universities, educated women. Fatima started the first university in the 9th century in Fez, Morocco.
Irrelevant.
Now we have a man who says that he's a representative of Islam.
He's meant to be speaking to you, right?
He goes to Speaker's Corner. He speaks about whether 5-year-old girls are old enough for sex. He says that gay men are dying of...
Do we have a source? Do we have a source for that? Whoa. Oh yeah, that's also, if I was in debate mode with this guy, I would just keep telling him Muhammad's a pedophile. I don't know. There's no way you could ever have a good faith discussion with I guess either of these guys. You would just have to become a complete fucking pervert about it. Oh god.
AIDS as a punishment from God. And I'm sorry to have to say this to the listeners, that blood is gushing from their backsides. They're better off. You know what it is? Because you are desecrating a great religion. Now let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it appeals. Why it's here? Because he will defend. I will.
Bring it back to the topic.
He will defend Hamas's butchery.
You're running away.
Oh God! Did we actually bring out the fucking Ephiba or whatever? What the fuck? Who just said that? Anyone is old enough just probably shouldn't unless they're at least bro. Fuck off. Goodbye. Not even as a joke. How stupid do you have to be? All right, there we go.
Savagery. He doesn't care that Hamas is an abomination to Islam because Islam.
But he hasn't done
the
that.
children in Gaza are dying because Hamas uses them as bulletproof vests. The United States and France and England said yesterday that the Al Shifa hospital is a military base. It has a tiny veneer.
Let him have his minute.
It has a tiny veneer of emergency rooms. But underneath all of it is a military base.
You have a minute.
And let me tell you something. If it's true that any of these countries care about the Muslims in Gaza because they believe what he's saying, that Israel's killing them, this is a map of all the countries that took place last week in Riyadh to save the Palestinians of Gaza from Israel. Do you know how many? That's Israel, a tiny thing. You know how many of them took in even one Palestinian from Gaza? Zero, nothing. Look at that map. Because they want to. The Arabs want to see. The Arabs want to see Hamas. Don't intimidate me. Don't bully me. Don't intimidate me. I'm not afraid of you.
I've got to be able to ask questions. It's a debate. Let's come back. Let me ask you one specific question which he raised, which I don't think actually is your belief. I don't think you have defended what Hamas did on October the 7th.
Yeah, I haven't.
I think you share our
Are they evil?
Unless I'm wrong.
Are they evil? Are they evil? Are they evil? Are they evil?
Rabbi Shmuley, you're now doing what you accused him of doing.
Stop speaking.
Let me ask you, what is your view of Hamas post-October 7th?
I think that they, just like anybody else, have to be examined, have to look at all the...
What's your opinion about them?
Yeah, I think that... Here's my opinion. Let me be straightforward about this, right? Anybody who kills civilians, anybody, whether it's the IDF, I'm consistent in this manner. If it's proven beyond reasonable doubt that these people have killed civilians in both of our faith traditions, in Islam and Judaism, in the Quran is mentioned, in the Prophet, he said it himself, you cannot kill a woman, you cannot kill a child, I condemn them. I condemn them. That's what I do. Yeah. Straight away. Whether he's Muslim, whether he's non-Muslim, whether he's Christian or anybody else.
These speakers corner guys are just absolutely unstoppable. They're so powerful.
I've already said that. So I'm not being inconsistent here. My question is, if that is exactly the barometer that we're using, if that's the moral reasoning that we're using, then we have to say, look, if you have a 100-to-1 ratio, and that's what it is, a 100-to-1 ratio. And do you know how I got this figure? I got this figure from the IDF themselves because they have reported to
but let me ask you this. Does Hamas deserve to stay in power after what they did?
I don't think we should have Hamas in power. What I think we should...
Okay.
No, let me tell you... We should have...
How do you get rid of them?
We should have a Palestinian Authority with bigger armies and airports, with proper tanks and with airplanes like every country in the world.
You know what? You might be right. But
absolutely. They won't allow it.
The
Israelis won't allow that.
How do you get rid of Hamas?
This is a Camp David reference. Should we give them a nuke? Oh, God, ask him if he thinks the PA should get a nuke. Come on. The debate fucking orgy hasn't even started yet.
What you don't do, I can tell you for a
Giga Chad arms race. What we need is an Israeli-Palestinian arms race. Yes. Oh, shit.
Fact is try and kill 30,000 of them with a 100-to-1 ratio. Because if you do that, then you're committing genocide. Because you'd have to kill 3 million Palestinians.
Rabbi Shmuley?
Do you even know the definition of genocide?
I haven't said genocide.
What's it? You just said it.
I said if you...
What is the definition of genocide? What's the definition?
I said if you do.
You always claim to be an academic. You're always touting your Oxford credentials. What is the definition of
conditional?
You said conditional.
Genocide is where... Genocide is where...
You'll be genocidal.
Genocide is where...
I didn't
target and you target...
Damn, he's not even calling it genocide. What a fucking dude. Wow. This Mohammed Hijab, he's been watching the Loner Box videos. Wow. He likes props. He's a debate serial killer. He's careful with the word genocide. Oh shit.
Target and ethnicity for extinction. Ethnicity side.
He condemns Hamas. He wants the Palestinian Authority to have tanks. Why not? You know, you want a state, you need a military. You know, maybe.
Yes, if you do it. If you kill 3 million Palestinians, are you genocidal or not? If you kill 3 million Palestinians, are you genocidal or not?
Don't speak over each
There are
other.
1.8 million Muslim Arabs who live in total peace in Israel as equal citizens. In fact, Israel practiced reverse discrimination against the Jews because the Jews are conscripted to fight Hamas. So, if Israel, excuse me, no, you will not interrupt me. If Israel, you will not interrupt me. You will not interrupt me. You will not interrupt me. You will not bully me. You will not interrupt me. I am not afraid of you. Stop saying the Jews tremble. Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear.
If you shout over each other.
Well, then you need to control your guests with all due respect. Okay, he said he said equal time, and there's no equal time.
He's so calm as well.
Now,
there's no equal time.
If Israel was interested in a genocide of the Palestinians, why do they have 1 point?
He said if it's proven, he doesn't. Yeah, I know. I think because he knows the audience. Yeah, he's a clever guy, Mohammed Hijab. He knows that he just needs to say enough for the British audience or for the whoever the fuck watches this. This is American actually, but yeah, for the Western audience and he knows for the mainstream. But he knows that people who follow him are going to be very much pro October 7th, or just that it didn't happen, right? He probably believes the shit about fucking friendly fire, to be fair. Yeah.
8 million equal Arab Muslim citizens who are in the Israeli Supreme Court, who are 1/3 of the medical profession. Do you know that an Arab judge put the president of Israel in jail for accused rape? That was Moshe Katsav. That's how little Israel's an apartheid state, genocidal state. This man sitting next to me, Mohammed Hijab, will not distinguish between self-defense when Hamas comes to brutalize and murder your people versus when an army like Britain, like France, stops, retaliates to simply protect their citizens. You don't believe the Jews should have a right to defend themselves? Say it outright then say it.
The Jews have the right to defend themselves.
They do.
Yes, they do.
So that's why we have to go.
Everybody has a right to defend themselves.
That's why we have to go into Gaza to stop Hamas.
Yes, they can go into Gaza and stop Hamas. But no, they can go in, but don't. No, hey, hold on. Let me tell you my position. Let me tell you my.
So they can go in. Thank God.
He asked me a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. He said they can go into Gaza, and he's actually buying a lot of bullets here. I guess you just have to elaborate. Okay, what if Hamas doesn't come out of the buildings? What if they just, or the tunnels? What if they're just hiding around civilian infrastructure? Can they still fight Hamas, or do they have to just wait? They have to just. Could they just stand at the gates? They just stand at the gates of Gaza with a drum, like the Cyclops from Hercules, or like Brad Pitt from fucking Troy, like Hamas, until they come out. Like, Eelmaster 1 with the $1.99. Have you covered Biden's op-ed? Love your content. No, I haven't, but thanks for the $1.99. Yeah, blow the horn.
Answer it. Yes, they can go into even fight. Even Abu Ubaidah, the general of Hamas, he said, "Nahnu fi intidharikum" in Arabic. We are waiting for you. That's what he's been saying. Hold on. You've asked me a question.
Go ahead.
They do have a right. What I've been advocating all along is face-to-face confrontation. What I'm against, hold on, excuse me. What I'm against is 100-to-1 ratio, because if you have 100...
We're going to come to this in block 2.
All right. Okay, fine.
Hamas is hiding under hospitals.
Okay.
What face-to-face confrontation? Hamas is shooting children who are going south.
I'm okay with face-to-face confrontation. I like it.
Block 2 is exactly...
It's the honourable way.
Block 2 is exactly this question.
Go ahead, let's go.
My only observation, Rabbi Shmuley, so far, you're being more personal and ad hominem than he is.
With all due respect, I think that's extremely unfair, because every time I say anything, no, listen.
And I feel like I know, but just out of interest, I know who's winning this debate, right? Like, one's for the rabbi and two's for Mohammed Hijab, right? Like, who's... Yeah. Really, the Jews are falling behind here. The rabbi is not holding his own very well. His face has gone bright red. Hijab's just chilling. It's like the meme where you hold the fucking person's head and they're swinging at you.
Keep answering for him, when in fact, when you actually ask him questions,
because
he gives you straight answers.
If Mohammed Hijab wants to be a representative and ambassador of Islam, then he has to take responsibility for his position.
I don't want to be any of that.
He actually said that Islam believes in death. You're not going to beat us because we want to die. We're prepared to lose thousands of people. Is Islam really a religion of death? You are a poor ambassador of your faith.
Hey.
You believe in martyrdom.
Of course.
Do you want to be a martyr?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to die fighting the Jews?
I didn't say Jews. Who said Jews?
Okay,
do you know
you want to be a martyr? Yes. Martyr means someone who dies for his faith.
Muhammad told us, "Man qutila duna malihi fahuwa shaheed." Whoever dies defending themselves, defending their wealth, is a martyr. No.
Do you want to die defending Islam, or do you want Islam to be a religion of peace?
Hold on. This child for us is a martyr.
You're right.
Do you agree or not?
Because Hamas is using him as a human shield.
Really?
Hamas is hiding behind him.
Let's go to the next section.
Condemn Hamas.
All right, let's time out.
Come on, man.
Let's try not to talk over each other because the viewers can't hear it, right? I don't mind the passion. I don't mind the debate. I don't mind the fire. I do mind if we can't hear what you're saying. It's pointless.
Let's do the minute.
Let's go to the second topic, right? This time,
has he had his minute, by the way?
Rabbi Shmuley, you will go first with a minute to say what you want to say, and then Mohammed, Hijab, you'll get yours. Please? So the theme is this, and the question is this for Block 2. Has Israel gone too far in its response to the October the 7th terror attacks? Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, you have a minute starting now.
I just came here by taxi and passed a statue of Winston Churchill. That's in the lifetime of our parents, okay? He is the greatest British statesman of the 20th century. You know what he did when he had a genocidal threat, knowing that Hitler wanted to eviscerate, annihilate Britain? He carpet bombed all of Germany, Dresden, Essen, Hamburg. Israel has not even gotten close to that. Israel does not send its Air Force to carpet bomb cities. It sends in its military. I have a friend who died, six children, 39, because he was personally trying to stop a Hamas terror tunnel. Israel is surgical. Israel is only going after the fighters. Israel has opened humanitarian corridors for the
which is widely condemned. I don't think Dresden is universally condemned. People make arguments that it was justified all the time because that kind of shit ended the war quicker. Basically, that's the argument. The argument is that instead of having to do like a siege on a full together, on an altogether city, would just cost so much more life and time, let the Holocaust carry on longer, perhaps, than just trashing the entire city and then going in. But that's a difficult ethical question, Civilians could evacuate their cities in the way they can in Gaza. But in Dresden, did they drop leaflets over Dresden? I know that the Allied forces and Nazis did drop leaflets when they were occupying. So the Nazis dropped leaflets when they were occupying Denmark and Netherlands and shit. I don't know if they dropped leaflets at Dresden, though. Dresden was 25,000 people dead in 2 days or 3 days. And a city of 600,000 people. So it's like a quarter of the population of the whole Gaza Strip. And 25,000 dead in a couple of days. It was insane. They went absolutely fucking batshit on that city.
Palestinians to go south. Hamas shoots them.
Historians will say it was justified. Not all of them, but some of them definitely will. Because it had, even the Dan Arrows video is it's quite nuanced the way he talks about Dresden. So his first video. One of the quotes he has from that video is about, is someone from one of the concentration camps near Dresden saying seeing the flames go up from a distance, and they're basically cheering because the Allies are close, right? But the idea was that it'd be a million times easier to capture the place, if you firebomb it first, and to obviously force the surrender and to overwhelm them, yeah. And to terrorize the population, it's a pretty morally... I'd have to read a lot about it before I made a decision firmly on whether or not Dresden was justified. But, Palestinians aren't invading or doing genocide. No, I know they're not, but Hamas tried to. They tried pretty hard to. But that's also... The point isn't to say that, just because Dresden was okay, that would mean... That's not the argument. The argument is that when people say that what's happening in Gaza is an indiscriminate carpet bombing genocide, right? Well, the numbers just don't add up for if that was their intent. Because the intent of a carpet bombing gets you a death toll like Dresden, right? lot less dense, but again, 600,000 population and 25,000 die in 2 or 3 days. That's like, that's what a carpet bombing looks like. Just like the whole, just sweeping them off, right? Whereas I think what's happening in Gaza is like, I think there's definitely a strong case to say that there's war crimes and that they're not being as careful as they should be. But it's not carpet bombing either. It's like somewhere in between, yeah.
And make sure they don't go. Hamas builds its military structures. Right, Shifa Hospital is this much hospital, and it's this much military. They love using Palestinians, and that's why they've stolen their money. They got about $16 billion from the international community. There isn't one bomb shelter in Gaza. They don't care about the civilians at all. Israel's doing the right thing.
Mohammed, you have a minute.
What I'm saying is the 100 to 1 ratio comes from the following figures. We know that 10,000 civilians have died. Of them, according to the IDF, as reported by The Guardian, 60, dozens, they say, about 60 Hamas died, which we're being liberal by saying 100 to 1 figures. For every...
Did the IDF say that 60 IDF Hamas death figures, Gaza? I don't think they... How would they... Let's see. Let's find out. I haven't seen that. They probably mentioned officers. I think when they've named numbers, they're talking about the numbers of high up people, like officers and commanders, right? Or did they just say 60 Hamas in total? Like 60 Hamas fighters? I feel like the IDF have lost more than 60 people since the ground invasion. Have they? I don't even know. Hang on. It's 60 commanders, yeah. So Mohammed Hijab is being a debate brothel owner. Let's see. Debate pimp. They're talking about officials. Has the IDF said how many Hamas fighters they've killed? Maybe I'll look at stream chat because I can't see shit. 60 commanders. I'm talking about Hamas fighters, you fuckhead. Like, uh. 31st of October saying they've hit 300 sites. Killed 10 field commanders. That's 4th of November. IDF, how many Hamas dead? I can't find. He said 60, then comma dozens is what he said. Fog of war. I am in the fog of war now. We don't have specific numbers of Hamas casualties. Again, I need someone to actually show me a link. I don't want to just hear you give me numbers and chat. He's got. Number of Hamas casualties. Come on. I'd love to come on sometime and debate Dresden. Thanks for the 199. One day, I'm sure. Not today, though. Tokyo firebombing has caused about 80,000 to 130,000 civilian deaths. Is there a reason Dresden is the more mentioned event? I guess because the nukes overshadowed Tokyo, even though they killed less people. But I guess it was just much more visceral. Fuck. Hamas? Why can't I find this anywhere? Civilian infrastructure, Hamas-controlled media. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm just gonna wait. They haven't said a number. Yeah, well, there's no way they've only killed 60 Hamas fighters in total. It's insane.
If we want Hamas, you have to kill 100 civilians. That's effectively what we're saying. If the trajectory continues as it is...
It's also, the point is, they're not just targeting individuals, they're targeting infrastructure, right? Like weapon stockpiles and shit like that. But yeah, I guess we don't know exactly how many Hamas militants have died. Or maybe we have, but I just can't see it.
If the trajectory continues as it is, then you have to kill 3 million Palestinian civilians in order to kill 30,000 Hamas fighters. If you want to extinguish them, eviscerate them, annihilate them, destroy them,
the rabbi should have a number here, for God's sake. Okay, here's 6 days ago. 6 days ago. The Israeli military says they killed 1,500 Hamas fighters during the October 7th massacre. Okay. Tens of millions. Is he watching Xander Hall? I'm sorry. That's mean. I love that clip so much, though. Oh, God, that clip is so funny. What? I don't understand. What is the story about this guy? Apparently, a bunch of these pictures aren't even the same person. Like these two. I don't. What the? Who is this guy? This guy's having a fucking wild time out there. What clip? Did I bookmark it? It was just so funny. I had to. Yeah.
We're in an era where a large amount of progressive, virtue-signaling, liberal celebrities are coming out as basically pro-genocide. It's very possible that in the coming months, the death toll in Gaza is going to raise into the tens of millions. Well, there's only a bit over, like, close to 20 million people in Gaza, but it's going to get up above 10 million if things keep going along this rate, and Israel doesn't slow back their attacks, because they are just... We're...
just... There's so many. Just so many Gazans. I can't. So apparently they've killed... So they say they've killed 1,500 Hamas fighters when the death toll was around, what, 9 or 10,000? That's a few days old.
Do that. Now you have Herzog, who is the president that you interviewed, saying that all Palestinians, they are responsible. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricants that he sells in his daughter's sex shop. And that's the reality of the situation.
Oh, not the nervous, not the Mike from PA laugh. Oh, no. 1,500 is just the Hamas fighters who took part on October 7th. Oh, God, they haven't even... Wait, what? Did I miss that? Am I really that fucking dumb? All right, wait, hang on. Damn. Oh, yeah, during the October 7th massacre. So they only... Oh, my God. So we don't know how many they killed in Gaza. We don't know. We don't even know. But 60 commanders. Okay. I guess it's easier to miss civilians in Israel's borders, though, right? They said 60 people. You're full of shit, Raheem. There's no way that they only killed 60 Hamas fighters. Stop. Unless they're all literally just dressed like civilians. What if it's only 60? Well, then the IDF has a lot to answer for.
Did you really just say that? You know, you seem obsessed with Jewish sex. It's bizarre. Yesterday, you actually spoke about Ben Shapiro's wife.
Yes,
you
I did.
actually you said
Yes,
to
I
Ben
did.
Shapiro,
Yes, I
your
did.
wife's a carrot. Well, you're more of a man. Is that what you're trying to
Yes,
say?
I did.
Then you said that Jews have BDSM. You're speaking about sexual lubricants while people are dying. You know, Mohammed, get your head out of the Jewish bedroom. It's really bizarre.
Can we get it?
Let me be clear.
No.
Sexual lubricants? How embarrassing.
Can we get it back? Can we get it back to the topic?
You speak about 5-year-old girls being ready for sex.
Come on,
listen, let's go back. Let's go back to the issue. Let's go back to the issue. Let's go back to the issue.
Let me ask a question.
Why are you shaking? I've got a vibrator in your pocket.
Come on, it's serious.
I think he's got his daughter's vibrator.
Come on, leave it, please.
This is a very haram debate tactic from this guy. Damn. We're in a fucking debate opium den right now. Jesus.
Just
It's stupid.
humiliating
We're going to cut all this
back
stuff.
to the issue.
We'll cut all this stuff out. So there's no point.
Why? Why leave it? People should see what he represents.
There's no
It is
point
uncensored.
abusing each other personally.
Okay, Piers.
I want to stick to the debate.
Let's get to the debate.
You don't want to do it? We'll end the debate.
Let's get to the debate.
Right, let me ask Mohammed a question. Right, I don't disagree with you that so far it seems to me, obviously, a fact that many more Palestinian civilians, innocent people, are getting killed as retribution by the Israelis for what happened on October the 7th. That's indisputable, right? Their argument is that they're going after a terror organization, Hamas, and unfortunately in war, as Rabbi Shmuley correctly said about what Churchill did in World War II.
Churchill was wrong.
A lot of
Churchill was wrong.
Was he a war criminal?
Yes, he was.
All
Yes, he
right.
was.
Churchill was a war
Yes, he was.
criminal.
Churchill was a war
Were all
criminal.
the British
Let me
people
do
who
this
lived
Churchill
there
was a
war
war
criminals?
criminal.
Okay,
There's all the leftists on board. Hey, I mean, Churchill was not a good guy, okay?
And George VI was George VI a war
all of them
criminal?
war criminals.
Really?
Nagasaki, all of them. Yes, of
So
course.
anyone that,
his
hang on,
yes,
Rabbi
war
Shmuley.
criminal, war
Let me ask.
criminal.
So let me get this
Absolutely.
straight. You think that
Collective punishment.
You think Winston Churchill
was a war criminal
in standing up to the Nazis
by killing the
who
babies?
killed 12 million people?
I believe he was a war
that
criminal.
by doing what he did was a war criminal.
By killing in Dresden and Hamburg. By the indiscriminate killing, collective punishment. My morality says that's impossible.
Okay, that means the British people who
That's
supported
impossible.
him
Can't
and
kill
voted him
children.
in. They were
My
also.
morality says that's
just
impossible.
Just a second.
That's what I
But
believe.
the British people.
Yeah.
You believe he was a war criminal?
Yes.
So therefore, your belief is that no retaliatory action.
No,
by
you can
any
I mean, I think even Churchill was apprehensive about the bombing of Dresden. Didn't he say that? Hang on. So, even at the time, it seemed to be that it was. Yeah, it seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. Otherwise, we shall come into control of an utterly ruined land. The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. I am of the opinion that military objectives must henceforward be more strictly studied in our own interests than that of the enemy. Foreign Secretary has spoken to me on the subject, and I feel the need for more precise concentration upon military objectives such as oil and communications behind the immediate battle zone, rather than on mere acts of terror and wanton destruction, however impressive. God, he's so... however impressive. Yeah, In his biography of Attlee and Churchill, Leo McKinstry wrote, when Churchill arrived at Yalta on 4th of February 1945, the first question that Stalin put to him was, why haven't you bombed Dresden? Because the Soviets were going to attack the city. Churchill assured Stalin that an Allied attack was imminent. Yeah, so the point of the bombing of Dresden was so that the Soviets could take it over without losing like 1 billion people or whatever the fuck, because that's the Soviet way. But yeah, it seemed even Churchill was apprehensive about the whole terror bombing shit. Yeah.
To the man, not to the babies.
Tell me a war in history
where
civilians haven't been killed.
No, I'm not saying civilians haven't been killed. It's
Just
about this ratio.
war or
It's about the
otherwise.
ratio. It's
No,
about
no.
the ratio.
What is the ratio?
What's the ratio?
It's
100 to
about
100.
the ratio, bruv. The ratio. He's got a solid ethical stance there. I don't know if I agree with it, but yeah, he's about the ratio. Yeah, I know they didn't want another Budapest. I know the line, okay? I know. Stop. Leave me alone.
Actually, morally,
101 is unacceptable.
Actually, morally,
101.
Okay, well,
101 is an
hang
invention.
on, Rabbi Shmuley. So let me give you a ratio.
Yeah.
How many people did the Nazis kill?
L plus ratio.
You don't know.
We know they killed 6 million.
They killed 12 million people.
I don't know. We don't know.
Including 6 million Jews.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So
12 million
how many died in Dresden? How many civilians died in Germany? Do you know?
I don't know exactly.
Right. So you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about because I know in
Churchill,
Dresden and Hamburg.
You said it's about you. Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
said it's to do with the
ratios.
The ratios.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you don't
Engage him
know
on
the
his point.
ratios.
No, I know for a fact.
You call Winston Churchill.
What are the numbers?
Piers.
What are the numbers?
As soon as it comes to defending Churchill, Piers has so much more teeth. I can tell he's probably quite insecure about people not understanding his position on Palestine because he feels like it's very nuanced, but not with Churchill. He'll fucking guns blazing with Churchill.
Rabbi Shmuley, when you call Winston Churchill a criminal,
I believe
you're
a war
basing
criminal.
it on ratios you don't even know what they are.
No, I know. There's difference of opinion among the scholars.
No, there isn't.
That's the first time he stumbled.
Tell us the opinions. What are they? Tell us what they are.
Hold on. There's
how many in Dresden?
Excuse me.
He's going to give the
How many in
Goebbels
Dresden?
line.
Am I speaking to him or you?
How many in Dresden?
Whatever the number.
You don't know
if
it
it's
all.
indiscriminate, I'm against it.
No, he doesn't.
That's my morality.
Rabbi Shmuley, you respond.
Dresden's about 25,000. And at the time, the Germans were saying 250,000. We know it's about 25,000 today. Let me be clear. Winston Churchill was the greatest statesman of the 20th century.
I thought they said it was 70% of the population. That's like more than 400,000 or some shit. Yeah, that's the Goebbels numbers.
He saved the world from Nazi terror.
Yeah.
That you could live in a country that is only around today because of the bravery of that man showing no gratitude is the height of
stick on topic.
And to call all the British people who defeated the Nazis, stop interrupting me. Who defeated the Nazis, war criminals, his parents, all the other people, war criminals.
Let me ask Rabbi Shmuley a question.
Wrong. No. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Mohammed Hijab trades in falsehoods. 300 to 1? What are you talking about?
100 to 1.
And now he says that the Jews are about to kill 3 million Palestinians.
I didn't say they're about to. I said
the fact that this man considers himself an Oxford academic. I was the rabbi at Oxford University for 11 years. This is a travesty.
Did you graduate from there?
This is a travesty.
Let me ask you a question, Rabbi.
I have a rabbinical.
Did you graduate?
Let me answer.
That's a good question.
Let me answer.
Open himself up to that one, not the Oxford posture. Never talk about a university you went to that you didn't graduate from. You're just opening yourself up to some serious fucking debate ephebophilia. All right, wait, huh? Churchill was definitely a war criminal. I don't know why people can't bite that bullet. Welcome to the United Kingdom, my friend. 1 second. Okay, turns out Dylan Burns is a bit too much of a fucking beta pedophile to come and stream today. He's a bit too sleepy, it seems. Oh well. Okay. But we'll do a stream tomorrow, probably in the daytime, you know? We'll go.
Answer.
That's why you're excommunicated from the rabbis.
I am a rabbinical.
Honestly,
can I speak?
This is pointless.
Go on.
Rabbi Shmuley, is there a limit to the number of civilians in Gaza that Israel can kill to try and eliminate
That's a good question.
Hamas?
That's a great question.
Yes, there is.
Thank you, but let me ask you.
not even one. Not one beautiful Palestinian child should have to die because Hamas kicked out Mahmoud Abbas.
That wasn't my question.
And not one should have to die. What the answer to your question is that Hamas, if they surrender unconditionally, then
which they're not going to do.
Okay, fine.
But is there a limit?
Then let them allow all the civilians.
Is there a limit?
Israel said that all the civilians can leave. All the civilians should go south. They begged them, and that's something that militaries never do. Churchill did not tell the people in Dresden, "Come on," and you see, you came with all your notes.
We get the point.
I'm not here.
We get the point, Mohammed. I get the point. I get the point.
This is all proof that he can't debate me. So he has to use these images. Debate me. We didn't ask you to come on with all your exhibits.
Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you a question.
Pictures.
A member of the cabinet in Israel was actually quoted as saying that nuclear weapons were an option that Israel could use. No one's ever confirmed Israel has nuclear weapons. It's long been suspected. That seemed pretty clear confirmation.
Why are you against nuclear weapons?
Hang on.
If you're not...
To be fair, Yom Kippur, before anyone had even gone through Israel's borders, they went to the Sinai and Golan Heights. And Moshe Dayan was running around screaming about the third temple collapsing and telling people to arm the nukes. Like, Jesus Christ. I just want to know, in 30 years, we're going to find out what the fuck. Because can you imagine? I never thought about this. One day, we're going to get to read the government meeting on October 7th between fucking Smotrich and Ben Gvir. Can you imagine what those guys were saying? Those guys are much crazier than Moshe Dayan. They don't have eye patches, but imagine what the fuck those guys were saying on October 7th. Smotrich. What do you think he was saying in the government meeting? Oh, God. I would read all of them. Fuck. Can I just go to sleep for 30 years so I can read that? They'll doctor the notes. No. Israel is quite public with their documents. At least, not like they've still got problems, but still. I just want to know what the fuck Smotrich was saying. He was saying insane shit, I'll bet. Oh, God. It's like, we know in 1967 that the day the war started, they were deliberating annexing East Jerusalem. They didn't doctor that, even though it makes them look pretty bad now.
Against Dresden, why against nuclear weapons?
Let me ask the question.
It's like a 30-year rule, isn't it? After 30 years, you release archives. They sometimes keep something classified, like crazy shit, but...
No, but why are you against it?
I've done this before, this job. Let me do it.
Go on.
Okay? So when that guy says that, if you're living as an innocent civilian in Gaza, what the hell are you thinking? That an Israeli government member threatens the use of a nuclear weapon, which would obliterate pretty much all of Gaza and everyone in it?
Absolutely.
Thank you for the question. If that were true, why hasn't Israel used nuclear weapons against Nasser when he invaded?
It's true.
Well, hold on.
It's true this guy threatened it.
And the answer is no. I know the guy, and I spoke to him about it. His name is Amichai Eliyahu. Israel has never carpet bombed any Arab.
Hang on, Mohammed.
1967
Now.
1967 was preemptive.
He was asked a question by a provocative interview, and he said, well, if you're going to bomb the same thing, it was a Mohammed Hijab type. You want to kill all the Arabs, 3 million people, just drop a bomb. He said, well, if you want to drop a bomb, drop a bomb. He was being dismissive and stupid, and he put out a statement the next day saying that never in history would the Jews ever even contemplate doing that. Let's remember one thing. The only place in the Middle East, one second, Piers, the only place in the Middle East where Arabs have any freedoms, Israel. The only place where they vote openly, Israel. The only place where Palestinian women can dress the way they want, Israel. And let's be clear, when Mohammed Hijab gets up and says that
I feel like the laws around how they dress in Gaza and the West Bank don't seem that strict. Lebanon as well. Maybe it varies across different areas, but... Oh. I feel like Lebanese girls could show what they wanted in public as a fucking nudity, but maybe things have changed. I don't think so.
we Palestinians want to be a religion of death You know, I just got a haircut coming here by an Arab barber here in London, and he said to me, I hope you defeat this guy because he doesn't represent us. We want to live. We want to have good lives. We want to be religious. We want to eat halal. But we don't want to die for martyrdom. You are not a Muslim. You're an Islamist. You're an Islamist.
Let me ask Mohammed a question. Let me ask Mohammed a question. Hamas has 240 hostages. Hamas has 240 hostages they took, including babies, young kids, grandmothers who survived the Holocaust. I mean, an unspeakable further criminal act. We can agree, right?
Of course.
Why should Israel agree to any ceasefire so long as those hostages are still being kept hostage?
Look, my position is very clear. They should fight man to man on the ground. On the ground.
Well, they are.
That fighting.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That fighting, no one can. This is
Mohammed, that's exactly what they're doing.
I know.
Man to man, they took.
Ben, thanks for the $1.99. I told you. Yeah, but not today. I told you that. I don't know why you're jumping into my way. I told you. I established a line. I drew it, and you were like, you saw it, and you were like, I'm gonna go over that line. What the fuck? Jesus. Why? There's nothing I consider more flagging than when you tell someone a thing, you say no to a request, and then they ask you again. I don't get that. Weird.
Took hostages.
Excuse me.
They took babies as hostages.
He's asked me the question.
They took infants as hostages.
Let him answer the question.
You're getting excited here. I know it's your sexuals implying you're the sex rabbi.
Now you're back to my sex life.
You're getting overexcited.
Get your head out of my bedroom.
I meant to say red flag, but sorry, I thought it was because of Dylan. Okay, thanks for the $1.99. Yeah.
Beneath you.
He's getting excited with me.
Let me ask the questions. You guys answer them. Mohammed, answer my question. Why, if you're Israel, would you ever agree to a ceasefire if those hostages aren't released?
I'm telling you what my position is. My position is man-to-man combat.
Which is what they're doing now.
No, that part of it is understandable. Do you understand?
That's what they're doing.
No problem. But what I think is not understandable, what is not acceptable, because you said, what's a proportionate response? That's the question you keep asking everybody. My answer to you is a proportionate response is one where in which the ratios are not 100 to 1.
That's your invention.
Excuse me, please.
Where does that come from? What's your source?
Okay,
tell me the source. Tell me the source.
IDF.
The IDF. Yeah, sure. Tell me when did they say it?
They said,
I know all the IDF
No, you
spokespersons.
don't.
I know Jonathan
Daniel
Conricus. Daniel Hagari said what? When?
Okay, so let me...
No.
Excuse me.
When did he say we're killing Palestinians 100 to 1?
10 days ago, and it's mentioned on a website. I'll tell you
the truth is, they don't...
He never said this is pure fabrication. Which website?
You asked me the source.
Which website?
You asked me the source.
Al Jazeera?
No.
Is it Al Jazeera?
You've asked me a question, right? Are you scared to hear the response?
Go ahead.
Okay, the response is as follows. The Guardian has reported that the IDF have said that in terms of the numbers of Hamas that have been killed, I'm answering this question.
I know.
The Hamas that have been killed, they say, quote unquote, dozens. Now listen.
Hamas or civilians? You said civilians.
No,
wait a minute.
You said civilians.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling you where I got the 100 to 1 ratio.
Mohammed.
100 to 1 ratio comes from
the numbers have
invented it.
10,000 civilians.
Hamas's ratio in Gaza. Jesus Christ.
The number 60. It's actually more than 100 to 1.
As soon as you call him out on anything, he has no sources.
No one can hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Let me respond to him.
This is a blood libel,
Let me respond.
Piers. The Jews have a right to respond
I'm about
to a blood
question
libel.
him.
It's a blood libel.
Here's the reality. I read that report. That was about at least 2 weeks ago, right?
10 days,
The numbers have changed a lot.
Yes, they have.
Israel now believe they've killed a lot more Hamas. They don't know exactly how many, because actually, how do you tell on the ground
By the way, Piers,
to the Hamas fighter and a member of the general population?
Do you know, according to the IDF, and we've done a study on the names that they put on X, they had 1,280 names that they put on X, and according to Haaretz, they put, Haaretz is, as you know, is a left-wing newspaper in Israel. They also put the names of those who have been killed. Guess what? According to them, 340 military have been killed, which means Hamas's ratio of combatant to non-combatant is 3 to 1. Imagine Hamas is doing a better job in protecting civilians than Israel. 3 to 1.
I would say that Hamas, by what they did on October the 7th.
Jesus Christ. Grace, thanks for the $5. Please forgive my dad, Ben. He has a raging debate boner and escalated too quickly. By the way, you're cute. Thanks. Nice one.
1 versus 3 to 1.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ordered, by doing what they did, they ordered de facto the disintegration of northern Gaza that we're seeing.
Of course.
And
all the civilians
and the
suffering.
deaths
Have you seen
and the
Piers?
deaths
Piers,
of thousands of civilians.
Let him finish.
They knew what was going to happen.
I agree
Piers,
with that.
Piers,
So that's why they should go.
Piers,
Rabbi Shmuley.
in 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza and allowed, Hamas won an election in 2006. They could have built Singapore. You know what they did? They took larger foreign aid per capita than all of Europe received from the Marshall Plan. And look what France and Britain, look how beautiful London is. They took that money and they bought bullets and bombs. They did not build hospitals, not schools. They stole it from the Palestinian people. Ismail Haniyeh is worth $4 billion.
I don't care about
Khalid Mashal is worth $4 billion.
Why are you talking
about
him?
Call him
I don't
an
need to
evil
call him
criminal.
anything.
You're afraid to. He says he won't. You see, he will never condemn Hamas because
he has condemned Hamas.
Go ahead.
I've
heard him do it.
Excuse me.
No. He condemned Hamas's attack. He's never condemned Hamas.
Well, let me ask you, do you condemn Hamas?
On what basis?
Here we go. See?
Hold on.
Play his game.
Do you accept now
Let me ask you a question.
Every answer is on what basis? On what this? What's your source?
Even if you ask me, if you do condemn the IDF, I'll say specify your context. In what exact context
do you defend Hamas as a terrorist organization that just went and killed 1,200 people, burned them alive, beheaded them, and took 250 hostages? Do you condemn them or not? Do you condemn them?
We're only halfway through. They're not going to stop, are they? They're not going to get tired. They're not going to chill or back off for a second. I think Mohammed Hijab is still handling this a lot more gracefully, even though he's probably hiding his power level a little bit. Okay.
Or not. Get your head into the debate and do you condemn him or not? See, this is a debating tactic.
It's 2-on-1 now.
Let him answer.
Let him answer.
It's 2-on-1. It's become 2-on-1.
Let him answer.
You're not a victim. Stop the victimhood. Now it's 2-on-1. Stop the victimhood. You love portraying yourself as a strong man. Now you're.
This is why I know he's actually he laughs like a human being, not like a deranged fucking cackler, right? That's why he's just got more. That's a very trustworthy laugh that he has. It's like a normal laugh. Little bit performative, maybe, when you add the bit of ha 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 ha, but it's still like. He's like so happy. He's so happy.
Victim, it's 2-on-1. You probably could take 2-on-1. So answer it. Answer the question. Is Hamas a terror organization you condemn?
Yes, is that something you and your
is
daughter
Hamas a terror organization
that
you?
It's a reasonable question because you asked me, is the IDF a terror
Okay, beautiful. I'll answer your question directly. Hamas is as much a terrorist organization. Hamas shouldn't be called a terror organization. If the IDF isn't. Why? Because if it's either both or not.
There we go. This is
either both or neither.
Okay, but just to extrapolate your position, because you believe the IDF is, then you're also saying that Hamas is.
Let me tell you my position.
Say it. Say it.
Am I going to speak?
Rabbi Shmuley, let me get the answer.
The unholy Shmuley won't let me speak.
Right, I'm asking.
My answer is
the first rhyme you did the whole time. Maybe we could be friends.
Let me ask
it again.
Given you've already stated you believe the IDF is a terror organization.
Yeah.
Am I to assume
legally or morally?
that you believe
legally or morally?
Well, hang on.
Go on.
Am I to assume that you believe Hamas is now?
No, this is my position. But you have to give me 10 seconds at least to answer, right? Legally, I think you shouldn't call Hamas a terrorist organization if you're not calling IDF a terrorist organization. That's my position.
But you do both. Call them terror organizations.
Hold on.
Let him answer.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because as we said, the UN definition of what a terrorist organization is to kill civilians in order to achieve a political objective. However, on a moral and theological, philosophical level, I agree with Rosalind Higgins, who was the justice of the International Criminal Court, right?
Criminal acts, including against civilians, committed with intent to cause death or serious injury or taking of hostages, with purpose to provoke a state of terror in the general public, or a group of persons or particular persons, intimidate a population to compel a government. Or an international organization to do or abstain from doing any act which constitutes offences within the scope of and defined in the international conventions and protocols relating to terrorism, are under no circumstances justifiable by considerations of political, philosophical, ideological, racial, ethnic, religious, or other similar nature, and calls upon all states to prevent such acts and, if not prevented, to ensure that such acts are punished by penalties consistent with the grave nature. Does it say anything about terrorists being state actors or non-state actors? That would be interesting to see. But I guess that would be for terrorist organization or something. Teb, thanks for the 35.90 shekels. I figured it out. Israel is a multicultural and multinational state. All you need to be the same religion and be Jewish. That's what Arabs want. A multicultural Islam state. It all makes sense. Okay.
The Court of Justice, ICJ, a British justice, by the way, she was a Holocaust survivor as well. She was Jewish.
Yeah.
And her position is that she believes that the word terrorism or terrorist is actually useless. And she says that it's, or I'm putting to her...
Can you answer my question?
He's going on just to evade the question.
Let me finish. So I'm answering your question. So I'm saying that as a moral construct, I think it's a neo-colonial social construct used by people in order to label some people as terrorists and other people as well. So as a moral category, I don't designate it as a moral category.
As a
legal category...
Do you believe, you personally, Mohammed Hijab, do you believe that the IDF and Hamas are both terror organizations?
I think yes. If you say yes to IDF, you should say yes to Hamas.
No,
if you say no to
I love this.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
I love his little titties. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Okay.
Well, I'm asking you what you
Hamas
believe.
is a terrorist organization.
What you believe.
If you say yes to IDF, you can say yes to Hamas.
No, I'm asking you what you believe.
Yes, I believe legally, according to the definition, if you say yes to Hamas, you can say yes to the IDF.
Piers, we could go on for the next...
We are going to the next...
But if you say no to the IDF, you can't say yes.
It's fine. We're going to the next block. But that's interesting.
But morally, I don't believe the category has any weight.
No, but you
morally, it has no designation.
But you have made your position clear, which is that you believe they're both terror organizations.
I believe that according to the law, absolutely.
Okay, and that's interesting to me. Okay,
but I have to say,
wait, let's come to
when
the
you
next...
call the IDF a terror organization, the IDF keeps 1.8 million Arabs alive in Israel.
100-to-1 ratio.
The Hamas, this is invention, it's a fabrication.
Let me move on to the last
Get more pictures out. It's unbelievable.
Rabbi,
this is how you lose a debate when you need to bring...
Your son is in the IDF. He could be like this.
No, my son
He could be dead like that.
My son is in the IDF. You're here in the safety of a studio talking about how you want to do martyrdom. You're really risking your life here, Mom. You're big talk.
Your son could be dead right now.
You attack Ben Shapiro's wife.
Your son is an IDF.
You actually posted a clip saying that someone else saying that Islam teaches you how to get women to listen to their husbands. This is all false bravado, false machismo. If you're a real man, go to the Middle East and fight. What are you doing in a television studio?
Let me move to the last one.
You should be there. You have the right to fight with the IDF.
No, I'm not.
You use your son as a human shield.
You try to bully people in debates, and it's being allowed.
He's using his son as a human shield.
I want to move to the last ironically themed subject. Is peace possible? Okay. Not on this basis, right? But we've got to try and get to peace.
Hey, that's a good one.
So you get a minute each again. Mohammed, you'll go first this time. So you get a minute from now.
Okay, so I just want to say that this man is...
No. Is peace ever possible?
I've got a minute uninterrupted.
Is peace ever possible?
Can I speak uninterrupted?
No, you've got to speak about the subject.
I can say what? Well, he's been attacking me.
Don't attack him personally. We're not going to use it. It's pointless. Okay. I'm going to take it, just for the record, we'll put it on YouTube so people can see it all in context, right? But on my show, I'm just not going to have half of this, what I thought was going to be a serious debate, taken up with you two personally abusing each other. It's pointless.
Von Bismarck said, I repay people with the currency that they pay me with.
Right.
If he's going to come with ad hominems, as you've acknowledged, I can come back with
that. Right, but you did, and you shouldn't have done, because you had the high moral ground.
Ad hominems?
No, you don't.
This man is bringing up Jewish sex non-stop in this entire
as
debate.
bad as
we
each
haven't
other.
even mentioned that.
On the personal stuff, we've been as bad as each other. Let's start again. You get a minute from now. Is peace ever possible? Go.
Justice is a prerequisite for peace. In South Africa, when the apartheid system, which we know for a fact Israel is an apartheid state because it has laws like the right of return, which only allow Jewish people to come into the country. And if they convert, by the way, to Christianity or to Islam, they are stripped from that right, it meets completely the definition of apartheid as per Cornell Law School and according to the UN Convention 1973. It's an apartheid system. And as a prerequisite of an apartheid system, you have to be a racist. If you support that, you're a racist. No doubt about it. So number one, 1973 apartheid law. If the black South Africans have been displaced, by the whites, and then they were trying to come back into their country.
I love this deranged pastor energy. It's so good. Whoa.
And they were not allowed. And then you asked them, is peace possible? That's not the question we'd be asking them. We'd be asking them, is justice possible? And that's the question that we're going to be asking. Because he can sit there and talk about all these things where the IDF, his son Mendy is being attacked vibrated by the rockets, and he's selling him and his daughter selling by...
Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, thanks for the $2. FMK, these three for me. F Mohammed, M Piers, K Rabbi. You know, probably the same. Actually, probably. Yeah. I think I'm probably the same. I was considering swapping Mohammed and Piers, but I don't think I would. No.
All right. Available to the public.
Unnecessary thing at the end again.
I hope you keep that in.
Rabbi
Please keep it
Shmuley,
in. Okay.
1 minute on is peace ever possible?
Of course. I revere countries like the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, where I've spoken several times. I am safer as a Jew wearing a yarmulke in Dubai and Abu Dhabi than I am on the campus of Columbia University or even Harvard these days. The Mohammed bin Zayed is just an incredible leader. I saw in the Gulf states the Islam that Mohammed Hijab rejects, but the Islamic world embraces. That's why they made peace with Israel. It's a technologically advanced, tolerant, forward-looking, very traditional, very religious Islam, and that's why they've made peace with Israel, and peace will continue to be made. All of these countries are praying for Israel to destroy Hamas, because Mohammed
Hijab just loves dead Arabs. It just makes him so happy. He just loves looking at dead Arabs.
Is an outlier. He's an extremist, and his views, as he represents them at Speaker's Corner of things about women being subject. Okay. But let me just be clear.
Are you guys doing the soy point to the book? Because hold on.
All of the Arab countries want Hamas destroyed, and the proof is when they had their conference in Riyadh last week, they did not even once call to bring in any evacuees because they want Israel to establish a more democratic regime in Gaza, which they will do. Israel's winning this war.
Here's my follow-up to both of you, right? Just give me a very, very quick snapshot of in 20 years' time how peace could have been achieved. Very quickly.
Okay, the first thing is when Israel withdrew in 2005, almost 20 years ago, if Hamas had not come to power, if they had taken all the international aid that they got, tens of billions of dollars, peace would have been achieved by building businesses, entrepreneurship,
how do we get
schools.
there now?
Okay, we get there now by destroying Hamas, making sure that there's democratic elections, let the Palestinian people, not Mohammed Hijab, not Shmuley B'Tayach, not Piers
you
Morgan
both
speak for
agree
them,
Hamas should be gone, right? We can agree on this, right?
We agreed that there should be a bigger Palestinian Authority with armies and airplanes.
And the way we have peace,
they should have tanks.
In the history of the world, no two democratic
and rockets
powers have ever gone to war. That's why since the end of the Second World War, there's been no war here in Europe. We need to see a democratic Gaza. Hamas won an election in 2006.
There's a war in Europe now, by the way.
Correct, because it's against a tyranny. No, I said no two democracies ever.
Grace Thorpe, thanks for the $2. Oh my God, we're literally the same. Let's get married. You know what? I think about it, okay?
Gone to war. Putin is not a democracy. He's a tyrant. In the history of the world, no two democracies have ever fought a war. We have a democracy in Gaza.
So what does peace look like in 20 years?
Peace looks like the Arabs voting for their rulers, voting and backing them, seeing Israel as a partner, not being humiliated that because of this tiny little red dot surrounded, that's humiliation.
Two-state solution?
I'll tell you. If two-state solution is a Hamas state wanting to eviscerate Israel,
Thanks for the $2 again. Nerdy guys are so hot, just saying. Okay. Crabs go pinch. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. Don't fall for the Thorpe's classic ploy of bad cop, submissive, and breedable cop. Do not. I don't know what you're talking about. They just seem like a very regular old, sincere sort of father-daughter I found, in my chat. That's the only vibes I'm getting. And I don't know, it just seems like Grace has a genuine interest in me as a person, and I think that's really flattering. And I don't think you guys should stop interfering with our love. I think that's what's happening. As a humble man, I think.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Scranton the Immortal, thanks for the $5. Political statements about Arabs dying at the hands of Israel, even when you killed many yourself, is known as an Assad move. Political statements about Arabs dying at the hands of Israel when you killed many yourself. Hasn't Assad killed like hundreds of thousands of people by now? Like I think someone told me it was 600,000. Jesus.
believe in it.
But he doesn't believe in a
believe in
two-state solution. He believes in a final solution.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
really scares me.
Okay.
You don't believe in a two-state solution. You believe in a final solution.
I'll ask him in a
The way
minute.
you speak about Jews, you believe in a final solution, and it's scary.
Rabbi, do you believe in a two-state solution?
If that second state is Mexico
Jewish
and
people are
Canada,
fantastic people.
If that second
I love
state
kosher meat.
is Gaza, then of course not, because it'll just become another genocidal enemy wanting to wipe Israel off the map.
That's pretty unequivocal. He doesn't really want a two-state solution.
I don't want a two-state solution. That's a terrorist state to destroy Israel.
I personally
of course
believe this whole question should be left to the Palestinians of what kind of solution they want. However, having said that, this man has written in his book, A War in Israel, that is the settlements.
I didn't write a book called A War in Israel.
It's called the Israel Warrior, something like that.
Thank you.
Right?
Thanks for plugging that.
Fantastic.
I appreciate that.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
In that book, he writes that the
God bless
issue of,
you.
the issue of settlements that me and you both condemn, Piers.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, we do. He doesn't condemn it because he sees an ancient biblical reason to be in that whole land.
Oh, I think Arabs and Israelis should be able to live wherever they want. I want Arabs to live in Jerusalem. I want Arabs to live in Tel Aviv. I want Jews to live there. I don't believe in the Uterine in Israel. I don't believe in Arabs.
So would he be okay with like West Bank settlers just trotting into Israel and setting up little fucking modular homes? You think he'd be okay with that? No fucking way, dude. Is he pro right of return then? Yeah.
I am so proud that Israel has 1.8 million Arab Muslim citizens who are protected by the IDF.
Yeah, but what about 8.1 million then? Let's just you were happy with 1.8. Why not 8.1? Eh? Why? Eh? Damn. Mohammed Hijab could do some serious debate incest on this guy right now.
He calls the IDF a terrorist. They are defending Muslim lives.
What you should be less proud of is the rapid expansion of these settlements on the West Bank. It has been incredibly divisive.
Do you condemn that?
It's been, in my view, illegal. It's been declared illegal.
Illegal by everyone's view.
Happened.
The UN, human rights
There are
watch.
many things I'll
US
defend.
citizens.
There are many things I'll defend Israel about. That is indefensible.
But let me answer. If you go to places in Judea and Samaria and the West Bank,
why do you call it Judea and Samaria?
Because those are the biblical lands.
Who cares?
Why do you call something Arabia? It's where the Arabs are from. Judea is where the Jews are from. Now, you don't know history. It was always Judea and Samaria. The West Bank is the West Bank of a river. We don't call California the West Bank of the Mississippi River. Now, let me go back.
Call it Canaan.
If you go to the Barkhan Industrial.
Grace Thorpe, aka Joe, and thanks for the $2. Chat is cucking you. They're jealous of our love. No, listen, don't worry about them, okay? You know? They'll try to stand in the way, but
Park in Judea and Samaria, you will see, I've met the Palestinians, I've interviewed them. They are paid 20 times the salary working for people you call settlers. They want them there. It brings civilization. It's only jihadis who don't want it. It's only jihadis, and that's why you're saying...
That's not true.
Yes, it is true.
That's not true.
I've interviewed them myself.
Many Palestinians I've spoken to who definitely do not want them to
you know Palestinians who want to live under Mahmoud Abbas with no democracy.
Let me come to Mohammed.
And afraid to criticize him and throw him into jail.
Mohammed.
Yes, my friend Mohammed. Go ahead, Mohammed. Please. You're wearing my favorite blue color. Of course I'll let you speak.
Fantastic. For that reason? Brilliant.
Thank you.
What, just because I'm wearing the blue?
My mother loved that color, and she passed away this year,
I thought it would have been because of Israel.
He's dressed like an Israeli flag. What?
Because you...
Oh, that's right. You wore the Israeli colors today.
Mohammed,
can we shake hands?
No, please. I don't want to. Because your hands are shaking. Your hands are shaking.
Sorry, but I mean, look how peaceful.
Why
you wouldn't shake my hand?
No, I'll shake hands with you.
You wouldn't shake my hand?
After what you said today about me, I can't shake your hand. But here's what
After what you said about my sex life, and I'm shaking your hand.
Stop. I just want to say.
You won't shake my hand. You won't shake my hand. I guess there will be no peace.
You know, what he said there is a little bit telling because you know the blue colors in Israel and all that kind of stuff. He defended Dershowitz, which was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, for that very reason because he's a supporter of Israel.
I defended Dershowitz.
Did you go?
Dershowitz when I.
Oh, when you drop in the Epstein connection, damn, that is some serious debate child abuse. Oh God, yeah, let's go. That's debate incest. That's debate child abuse. No relation.
fought over him going to Qatar. You don't know anything.
You wrote on the Observer.
You're
Your
abysmal ignorance is shocking. Me and Alan Dershowitz had a huge fight over him defending Qatar.
Did you go to the island?
Come on, guys. Get back to topic.
Did you go to the island?
Mohammed.
Mohammed. Anyway,
20 years time.
Mohammed.
20 years time. No, I don't care about Alan Dershowitz. I know Alan Dershowitz. We're not going to use the stuff about Alan Dershowitz. Forget it.
What is your obsession with sex? I don't get it.
I'm not going to use any of both of you seem totally obsessed with sex.
Unbelievable. Well, I wrote a book called Kosher Sex for Marriages. I didn't write it to get into other people's bedrooms.
I don't care about either of your sex lives. Okay?
He seems pretty interested in mine.
20 years' time.
I'm not interested.
20 years' time, what does a potential peace look like?
I don't know. But that's a speculative question, to be honest. You're asking me a hypothetical.
Two-state solution?
I don't know. You're asking me a hypothetical question.
Oh my God, that's me. He's been watching loads of our videos. Don't fucking bother with these stupid questions about like, oh, what will the ideal solution be? Like, fuck yeah. Damn. That was a good answer.
I asked you a hypothetical. You said I don't do hypotheticals.
I wanted to give me a
It might be because he just wants River to the sea. He doesn't want to say it, but who knows?
Why did you not answer my hypothetical question? If you're asking me a
Which
hypothetical
one?
question, that Belfast question. Why?
Huh?
Remember I asked you the Belfast question and you didn't answer it.
I don't think there is. The only parallel.
Why didn't you answer that one?
Because they're different situations.
No, but it's hypothetical. You're asking me a hypothetical now. Why?
Well, you don't have to answer. I'm just asking you.
No, but why do you have a double standard?
I don't think asking you how peace might look like is hypothetical.
No, it's talking about the future in a hypothetical.
How would you like? Let me rephrase it. How would you like it to be resolved, this crisis?
Okay, fantastic.
Okay?
Okay, look. Let's look at history.
River to the sea. That's how you want it, right? No Israel.
Let him answer. Don't answer for him.
Honestly, you'll be surprised to know this. And people talk about, you said this, I have to correct you. I looked at the Hamas charter, Hamas themselves, yeah? In Article 16, even they say you can have, in Article 31, they say that you can have peace between, they can have a shared land between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. They even say that. I think the most radical...
Which article? Is he on by the old one or the new one? Article 31. He said 16, then he said 31, so 31's not in this one. 31's not in this one either. Where's the full thing? Article 31. The people of other faiths. The Islamic resistance movement is a humanistic movement that takes care of human rights and follows the tolerance of Islam with respect to people of other faiths. Never does it attack any of them except those who show enmity toward it or stand in its path to stop the movement or waste its efforts. That's a big caveat. In the shadow of Islam, it is possible for the followers of three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, to live in peace and harmony, and this peace and harmony is only possible under Islam. The history of the past and present is best written witness for that. Okay. Interesting. I feel like it clashes, maybe. What was it? Where's the one about trees? And that's where's the one about trees? I feel like it clashes a bit with this. The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe a bit of a schizo post of a manifesto, who knows?
Cool elements, everybody you want. The jihadis, these one, that one. No one actually wants the extermination of Jewish people. That's a lie.
Actually, that's not true.
The Hamas charter. Wait. Now, let me speak.
I'll tell you
the Hamas charter. Piers, you know, let me speak.
I'll tell you
Hamas charter calls for the Hamas charter says that behind every single tree and stone where a Jew.
That's hadith of the Prophet.
Now you're saying that the Prophet Muhammad said that? It says that every Jew has to be murdered. How can you possibly deny that?
That's hadith.
You know, you have. What's the hadith say?
The hadith says in the end of it's an eschatological hadith.
Yes, go ahead.
It's an eschatological hadith which says that on the end of times there'll be a war, and there will be trees and stones that say behind me is a Jew, kill him.
So Muhammad is saying that the Jews should be killed?
This is a hadith which has been misinterpreted.
What does it mean?
So,
What does it mean? What does it mean?
No, it means that it's an eschatological. It's not an imperative.
What does it mean?
It's not an imperative.
Are you obligated to kill a Jew according to the hadith? You're not. Okay.
I'll tell you.
But they don't
Wait a minute. Pick and choose.
They
You
don't
pick and choose.
No, excuse me.
Let
me answer your question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Is this a theological question? So I'm answering you. This hadith is called an eschatological. You know this because you're a theologian. It's an eschatological hadith. It's not talking about.
It's not literal.
It's not. It's not like 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse number 3, where it says, "Go and kill the men, women, children, donkeys, and oxen," which, by the way, Netanyahu quoted.
No,
Amalek.
that's not true.
He quoted Amalek. He said you can kill them 1 minute. It's not like that.
See, this is the blood libel of saying the Jews want to.
Can I get a word in here?
But Piers,
let me put a point to. I'm going to put a point to Mohammed.
Of course.
I'll tell you who wants the absolute annihilation of every Jew they can get their hands on. All the Hamas terrorists who crossed the border on October the 7th, who gleefully recorded it, boasted about it, and the Hamas official, wait a minute, and the Hamas official spokesman who only last week said they want to do it again and again and again. If you don't think Hamas are wedded as an organisation to the annihilation of Jewish people, you are living in
It's in their charter. In their charter it says that they will murder every Jew in London.
They showed us what they want to do. That I agree with. Hold on. Let me tell you why I agree or disagree. Both the IDF and Hamas, on paper, say they don't want the annihilation of.
Here it is. This is from the whole thing from PalestineStudies.org. The last hour would not come until the Muslims fight against the Jews and the Muslims would kill them, until all the Jews would hide themselves behind a stone or a tree, or a stone or a tree would say, Muslim or servant of Allah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him, but the tree of God would not say it, for it is the tree of the Jews. That's so funny, man. Fucking wow.
Muslims and Jews.
No. The Hamas charter says that's not true. I'm not going to. The Hamas charter says explicitly that every Jew will be murdered by Hamas. They are a genocidal charter. Yes, it is, and you're not. You're lying. I'm sorry. It's not true.
Nobody can hear either of you. Right, the point is, in my estimation, after October the 7th, Hamas are now openly boastful, genocidal bunch of terrorists.
Yes,
that's it.
Hold on.
With terrorists calling their parents and saying, I killed 10 Jews.
I just said
the Likud Party in 1999 had the charter, and in it they said they want...
The Likud Party? They're the Likud Party, not the Likud Party. Okay.
The whole of Israel, including, as he believes, the West Bank and Gaza and everything. If we are going to, because there is,
say they would kill Arabs. God forbid, Arabs are equal citizens. Arabs will be equal citizens.
Bro, let me finish. They're not equal because there's apartheid laws.
No, there's no apartheid law.
Law of return.
The apartheid law. So let me explain that.
No, let me get to your point.
You can go to Portugal and Spain and show that if you have ancestry, they give you citizenship. That's Israel. If you have Jewish interest. No, every country.
Arabs are not.
Listen, this is the country.
Arabs are not.
That's a good question.
Muhammad, let me speak. We live in a Christian country where the sovereign head of state is a Christian. I'm a Jew. I never felt alienated from the fact that this is a Christian country. Arabs live as equal citizens in a Jewish state. You're a Muslim.
Wait a minute, I'm going to come
to the astonishing thing is...
We can actually ask each other questions now.
Muhammad had 2 Jewish wives, but you won't shake the hand of a Jew. And you know why? That's not Islam. That's Islamism.
All right,
Islamism is deeply anti-Semitic, and it's sad.
We're going to the final part. The final part is where I want to try and end this, right? It's been acrimonious. It's been passionate. I'm not sure we've achieved very much, certainly not as much as I hoped to. I think we're all agreed that Hamas need to go. Many would perhaps agree Netanyahu should also have to go.
He doesn't. He's his friend.
Right. Well, I personally think the will of the Israeli people.
Friend, right?
Democratically elected leader, I believe in
Hamas had democratically elected.
Hamas is a dictatorship that they ended elections a year after.
He's so happy. I feel like the Hamas's democratic mandate kind of expired a while ago. 2006, bro.
They're a dictatorship. That's why Mahmoud Abbas will not go there. He's afraid of them.
Let me finish.
You can't just offer these fraudulences and not be challenged.
We're coming to the final block. This final block doesn't have a thing. I just want to see if we can get to any points of agreement.
The Epstein bombs. Oh, God, they're so unstoppable. If you're debating someone who's got any connection to Jeffrey Epstein, you've just auto-won, haven't you?
right? We've had all the arguments. You've shouted at each other. You've personally abused each other, right? You're passionate. You've raised some good points, but they've been mostly shouted out.
I just want to know how he would feel if his son comes back in a black bag.
No, you've shown us some pictures, right?
That's such a disgusting.
And by the way,
how would you like it?
Mohammed,
can we
he'd
make
like
sure
it as
this
much.
stays in the show?
He'd like it as much as the pictures.
My son, you know how low that you get. You
So you get
attack
angry with your son, you don't get angry with
Shapiro's
this?
wife. You're not a real man. Real men don't attack
How
women.
comes you don't get angry
Real
with this?
men don't tell us
How
that
comes you don't get angry
5-year-old
with this?
girls can have sex. Real
I
men don't
didn't say
speak
that.
about another. Yes, you did.
Your
You
son
said
could
it
be like
on
this.
my Instagram.
Would you-
Don't say that
why are you using
5-year-old
son as human
girls,
shield?
prepubescent, should have
Why are you
sex.
getting angry with them and not
You
Palestinians?
are talking about my
Your
son because
yeah,
you're
your
not
son.
a real man.
All right, whatever.
You're a
Why don't
bully.
you fight an
And
IDF?
if you really
Why don't you
believe,
fight
and
the
if you
IDF?
really believe
Why'd you
in
push
your
your son as a
martyrdom,
human shield?
you would not be in the safety of
why don't you put your son as a human shield?
a
You're the
studio
one.
in
I feel like
London.
this rabbi is a bit old to be in the IDF, but fuck. God, he's... What do you call this? A debate Joseph Fritzl.
You can
Do
find
not
the
bring
IDF.
up my son.
Mendy's
Do
here.
not bring
Imagine
up
that's
Ben
Mendy.
Shapiro's wife.
Imagine this is
Stop
Mendy.
picking on
Imagine
women.
this is Mendy.
Stop. See, you want
Imagine
a
this is
civil
Mendy.
debate, but
Imagine
imagine
this
a
is
man
Mendy.
saying that
Listen.
your son is dead.
Listen.
You
Imagine
have
your son
no
is dead.
morality.
Imagine
you have
that.
no decency.
Take a look at that.
You have no
Imagine that's your
goodness.
son.
And this
All right,
debate is
imagine that's your
son.
apart because
Put the
this
pictures
man
down.
is here
I could spend-
to
I could-
speak
wait
about
a
my
minute.
sex life. He's here to say my son's going to die. He is a Jew hater. He's an anti-Semite. He's an Islamist. And the fact that
I'm more
this debate
Semitic
has
than you'll
gone
ever be, my
along
friend.
this way, allowing
You're
him to evade
European.
every question.
You come from European extraction. Are you Polish?
Fabricate.
Are you Polish?
My father's from Iran, my friend. You know nothing
No, you're
about
Ashkenazi.
me. Okay?
You're Ashkenazi.
My father's from Iran.
Yes,
my
yes,
father
yes. What
was
about your
raised
mother?
around
Your
Muslims,
mother?
and he didn't meet Muslims like
I'm
you.
more
They were
Semitic than
Muslims
you
who
are. I'm
tolerated
more
people.
Semitic than you are.
fact that
What is
he
the
is
point
allowed-
of it?
The fact that he's been allowed to.
I'm more Semitic than you are, bro. That's not a good argument. It's like I feel like when the fucking proto-Nazi who coined the term anti-Semitism because he was from Germany, right, in the 20s or some shit, because he wanted to change it from Judenhass, which was like religious hatred, over to anti-Semitism, which was racial hatred of Jews. I don't really know if they were giving equal proportion there to Jews and Arabs from the people from the Levant. 1870s. Was that how long? Oh, was it that much? Let's see. What's the etymology of anti-Semitism? 1860s.
Offer fabrications of Jews killing 3
Imagine
million
this is your
people.
son.
The fact that he's allowed
Imagine.
to offer fabrications
Imagine this is your son.
that have no source, that the
Come back in
IDF
a
is
black
killing
bag.
1,000 to 1. The fact that he's been allowed to tell his lies is a travesty of this show. It's a travesty
Imagine
of the
this is your
media.
son.
The fact that he has not
Imagine
been
that's your-
challenged by
imagine
you,
that's your
Piers,
son.
is unacceptable.
You know one of the
He has
problems-
evaded every question. The
You
fact
know-
that he's
Imagine
allowed
this
to
is your
talk
son.
about
Oh, someone just gave me a £5 donation on PayPal, so you can't even see it on the stream. That's really nice of you. Thank you.
my sex life,
Imagine
Jewish
this is your
sex
son.
life. He's obsessed with people's sex
Imagine
life.
this was your
This
son.
is a travesty.
If they're
And the
watching, I
fact
don't
that you're
even know
not
if they're watching.
ashamed
This
of
is
how,
your shield.
and the
All right.
fact that you are not ashamed
Have
of
you
how
finished?
you
Let him speak.
Have
how
you finished?
humiliate
Shut up,
Islam.
shut up,
Islam is
shut
a
You know
great
what?
world
You know
religion.
what,
This is
Rabbi
wrong.
Shmuley?
And Muslims should reject this
All
man.
right,
Not me, not the rabbi. Muslims
all
should
right,
reject this man.
it would be a lot easier for me to challenge him, which I have done repeatedly, and actually
let him evade
hear his
and
answers.
evade and evade
If you
and
allowed
evade.
me to do my job rather than shout over
From
every
day
single
one,
thing
he was
says.
interviewing you, Piers. From the first
he
second, he was
wasn't.
asking
No, he wasn't.
you
He
questions.
wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
He was asking me
It
a
was the first
perfectly.
question.
He was asking me a perfectly.
Oh, he's befriended the moderator. Oh no, it's the final nail in the coffin. The debate genocide has begun. Oh no.
Legitimate question,
Yes.
which I was trying to answer, but you kept shouting, as you have done for the entire show.
This is
So
not,
when you
this is
say,
not a debate.
When you say
a debate that talks about my
the pair
sex
of you-
life,
the pair
attacks
of you-
women, says my children
the
are going to
pair of
die.
you-
This is not a
debate
debate.
9/11.
This
Pictures down.
is a man who
The
cannot
pair-
debate. He has to
Another
be
Rabbi
Mohammed
Shmuley,
Hijab
Why
has
don't you make
smashed
arguments
into
instead
the
of showing pictures?
Rabbi
What is
Shmuley.
this drama?
Rabbi Tower.
Rabbi
Why do you
Shmuley.
have to show these
Control
pictures?
yourself.
Why
don't
don't the
you
pair
have-
of you-
Why don't you care about
down.
Muslims being killed by Hamas
All right.
for 17 years, stealing their money?
Should we just
Why
forget
doesn't it bother
this?
you that it's Ishmael Haniyeh is worth $4 billion?
Shall we? Do you want to even conclude this? Because it's pointless.
It's not me that's speaking.
I mean, in a way, what do either of you think you've achieved with this?
You know what I've achieved?
constant personal
I'll answer
abuse.
that. I'll answer.
The
I'll
constant
answer.
personal abuse.
I'll answer. Can I answer that question?
That's a
I'll
rhetorical question.
I'll tell you what. what I've achieved. People like Islamists like Mohammed Hijab, and you can answer, if you don't interrupt me, I'll finish with this and then you can speak. They believe that Israel is going to disappear. They believe that we Jews are afraid of them. They believe that we Jews won't debate them. They believe that we tremble. He did a video last week where he said, "Did you see how they tremble?"
Who's they?
I have seen. Who are they? Who are they?
I didn't say Jews.
Who did you mean?
So why did you?
Who did you mean? He meant the Jews. He won't even say it.
Anti-Semitism can't.
You know why I'm here? You know why I'm here? Let me finish. You know why I'm here?
Anti-Semitism.
You know why I'm here? I'm here to show
to shut the debate down because
God, if only he had a card with like a Star of David on it. That might look like he's trying to put it on the rabbi, and that would really backfire. So it's probably better they didn't do that.
You're weak, just like your son. Your son, the coward. Your son, the coward. The idea of coward.
Down the Babylonians.
It might be like this.
We have stared
your son,
down
the idea
the
of coward.
Romans.
That might become back in a black bag.
We have stared down the Greeks. We will stare down Muhammad Hijab and the Islamists.
You go fight with your son.
Forever.
Go fight with your son.
We are the eternal nation. So
go fight with your son.
I've achieved? I've shown people like him that we are going nowhere. We're not afraid of them. We don't tremble. We're not afraid. And if we haven't achieved the constructive dialogue, we've tried with the Palestinians for 75 years. We offered them a two-state solution, 1936.
I don't think you've made any attempt to civilize dialogue.
Oh, come on. This was never civilized.
Why do people keep saying the Peel Commission? The Peel Commission was rejected by the Zionists as well, wasn't it? Am I wrong? Have I just misremembered that for my entire fucking life? What the fuck? Hang on. Did the Zionists reject the Peel Commission? The Zionist leadership was bitterly divided over the plan. In a resolution adopted at the 1937 Zionist Congress, the delegates rejected the specific partition. I thought. The Peel Commission was like this tiny fucking... Israel would have been like the Vatican. I don't know what. You think the Arabs turned it down first? Okay. Yeah, it was this, wasn't it? You know, when you look at it this way, given the fact that there were, 1937, there wouldn't have been that many Jews there at that time. This probably would have been pretty chill. It would have been hard for them to bring a bunch of immigrants in, like the amount that they wanted, but goddamn. What the fuck is this? Like, surely this would be, they would have just fought over this though, wouldn't they? And then the winner would have just conquered all that shit. Like, most fertile, the very fertile land is roughly up here, right? Also, they would get Jaffa and Tel Aviv, or Jaffa, right, which was a very old city. Accra. Oh, Accra was one of the massacres we never looked at. Or expulsions. I don't remember if it was a massacre. Accra, 19. Breedable land. Operation Ben Ami. What happened in Accra again? It already had loads of refugees from Haifa. I guess this was just like a really bad war, like a bad battle. Okay.
On the first moment, okay? This was never civilized.
Actually, it was.
Piers, can I just
Actually, it was.
respond to that?
I don't remember the details of Accra. I just remember it being bad. I don't know.
Forget about all this. A man accusing Israel of killing 3 million Palestinians is a fraudulent lie.
That's not
a man who cannot cite sources is a lie. He's saying that Israel's an apartheid state.
Of course,
20% of the soldiers fighting for Israel are black, by the way.
What do you want to say?
They're black, and if you look at the Haaretz newspapers, they're treated as second-class citizens.
Mohammed, what do you want to say in conclusion?
Hold on. I want to say something that he said about the Peel report in 1936, which is a point of historical contention. He doesn't know that, he mentions this in his book as well, and he's mentioned it before, 7 times that the Palestinians want peace. He doesn't know what history is, because let me respond to you. In 1936 and 1937, where the Peel report happened under the premiership of Ramsay MacDonald, and then 1939, when the White Paper took place under the premiership of Neville Chamberlain, actually, the Arab Higher Committee, which represented the voice of the Palestinian people, agreed with the conclusions of the Peel report. In 1947, the Arab League agreed with the conclusions of the Peel report. He doesn't know that because he has
no truth.
Where is that from? I heard that from Pape, but then I heard Morris say that there was no source for it. Interesting. Peel Commission. Is he talking about 1920s? I think was one where they wanted to enter into negotiations, but Arabs opposed the partition plan and condemned it unanimously. Oppose the idea of the Jewish state. Call for an independent state of Palestine. Interesting. I wonder if it's in Benny Morris's thing about puppet. Was it here? Hmm. Oh, let's just let him play.
So that, no, I'll give you the sources. Excuse me. I'll give you the sources.
The
I will give you the sources.
Al-Husseini said we will never accept it, and then he moved to Germany and lived with Adolf Hitler. That's the truth. The Mufti of Jerusalem was the leader.
Let me give you the sources. Let me give you the sources.
This is pure fraudulence. It's not true. The Mufti of Jerusalem was a Nazi, and he rejected it, and they all followed him. He was a Nazi, correct?
No, he did.
He was a Nazi. The Mufti of Jerusalem was a Nazi.
He wasn't a Nazi. He shook hands with Hitler.
No, he went to live with Hitler.
I don't know if he lived with Hitler.
Forgot about that.
I don't know if he lived with
Hitler. He moved to Germany.
This is all completely unwatchable.
No,
right?
I know. But
people at home are just going, what is the matter with these two guys? What is the matter with you?
He wants my nation not to exist, and I want my nation to exist.
Why can't you try and have some civilized dialogue?
No, because I'm answering his question.
So
let me speak.
Neither of you can.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. I'm not interrupting him. I'm saying
you didn't interrupt me.
You've both done it to each other the entire show.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. In 1936 and 1937, you have the pill. He said, what's the source? The source is the Encyclopedia of Palestine. So the source is the cablegram, which you can find on the UN website in 1947. I'll tell you the days. On the 15th of May, 1948, which is when one day after the State of Israel was established, according to the UN website, which you can find on the public records, a primary source material, that the Arab League said that we consider the conclusions of the Peel report as acceptable. And
in 1948, they said that? 5 Arab nations invaded Israel the next day in the War of Independence.
Great. Let me tell you why.
1% of the entire Israeli population were murdered by the Arab armies.
Fine.
Did you just say they accepted the State of Israel? Did you really just say that?
Yeah, I did say that. I said that.
You just said that in 1948 the Arabs accepted the State of Israel.
I'm giving you sources.
Does this show up any credibility
Shmuley, let me give you sources.
You just answered it.
Can I give you sources?
That's what you're there for.
The sources that I'm presenting.
Shmuley, my name is
Shmuley. The sources that I'm presenting you is as follows. Yes, you're right. Of course, there was a war in 1948.
I want to hear where he gets this from.
5 Arab nations, only 3 of them crossed the border, according to Rashid in his book, 100-Year War, which I can recommend to you. Another book.
What did he say?
You're there for.
The sources that I'm presenting.
Shmuley, my name is
Shmuley. The sources that I'm presenting you is as follows. Yes, you're right. Of course, there was a war in 1948.
5 Arab nations.
5 Arab nations, only 3 of them crossed the border, according to Rashid in his book, 100-Year War, which I can.
Only 3 of them crossed the border. Well, didn't the other ones send troops? The Egyptians crossed the border. The Jordanians went up to East Jerusalem and took East Jerusalem. And the Syrians crossed the border, no? Although Jordan and Israel had like a peace deal. It's okay.
Recommend to you.
But what about the Lebanese soldiers who joined in? Where were they going? Or the Saudis or the fucking whatever. Like, I feel like there were soldiers from quite a lot of the Arab states. What were they doing? Just vibing.
Books as well, Albert Horaini and others, secondary source material. But the primary source material is this. In 1947, there, undoubtedly, it's on the UN website, you can find that the Arab League, they accepted the conclusions of the Peel Commission that took place in 1936, 1937. By the way,
years later?
No, 1940. In 1940.
What about me giving you an example? No, this is all getting the weeds. Let me take you to the mid-90s, right? The mid-90s.
Getting into the weeds is good. Fuck. That's what they go. That's a weed I want to get into. I want to get into that weed. God damn it. Arab League. First it was Arab Higher Committee. Then it was. Where is he getting that from? That's so weird. Grace wants to talk. Okay. Interesting. In your backstage, please add me for literally 1 minute, then I won't bother you again. Debate idea, me and you. Okay. What is this?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Do you still like Loner Box? good authority that he kicks puppies and drowns kittens. So I'm a little concerned to be like, hey, damn.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
I've been betrayed. Okay. Okay, one thing at a time. All right. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm a little nervous, honestly, but thank you for bringing me on. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. So I am a girl, and I have officially renounced debating men on debate platforms, but I still enjoy doing group debates. And I was thinking, if you are generally on the Hamas or Arab side of things in this whole conflict, that me and you could debate Lav and Destiny about the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I am not on the Hamas or Palestinian side. I'm more on the Palestinian side than Israelis. Are you on the Hamas side?
I mean, I think Hamas's actions are justified, but like militarily. But even if you just have a slight
even killing
bias,
the civilians, or like, okay, are you you might need to. I might not be your
I don't
guy.
think they
I'm afraid.
specifically targeted. I don't think they specifically targeted civilians.
Okay, why'd you say that?
I mean, it was a military operation. I think it was completely justified. If somebody comes into my apartment, locks me in my bathroom, and doesn't allow me to get out, and I break out, I don't think you can say that that's a terrorist act by me.
But if you
It's
go
justified.
So I guess that's talk. So if you go past the person who's locking you in the bathroom, and just go out into the street and kill random wankers, like
Who did they kill randomly?
people in the festival, people in the kibbutz,
Okay, well, not the festival,
people
but
in
I'm
the streets.
Well, I think overall it was even in the festival where they were just mowing down civilians. I've seen the Hamas footage. I don't see it.
You didn't see
Yes,
the guy
they were
just shooting blindly into the portaloos?
No, I saw that actually.
The bodies all
I saw
piled.
that. I saw what you're talking about.
You're
The
trolling me for
porta potties.
content. Fuck off. Go away. All right, Jesus Christ. All right, that was fun. Hope that was
Jeez.
money well spent.
There was
Jesus
a deal,
Christ.
which was the proper deal,
93,
right? And Arafat at the last minute walked away.
That's false.
Well, the source is Bill Clinton, who'd done the deal with him.
The source is Dennis Ross. And let me tell you something.
Bill Clinton says in his memoirs,
Bill
My Life,
Clinton
he
makes
says, I
it very
told
clear.
Yasser Arafat that you made me a failure.
Arafat agreed the deal with Bill Clinton and then reneged on the deal.
Correct. Can I
And
answer
that
that?
deal,
That's wrong.
Looking back,
That's wrong.
it's not wrong.
Can I answer?
It's not wrong, Mohammed. And looking back,
I think we got enough for a short, didn't we? We got enough for a short. Good.
Respond.
All right.
Let me finish my question to you. And looking back on it, I would simply say, when you look at the entire history of this conflict,
but let me respond to that, please. Yeah.
That was the moment when real peace
Enough
could
for
have
a
been
TikTok.
achieved.
That's wrong. Let me tell you why. Okay. Let me tell you why. And you can both listen to this very carefully and take notes and check me, fact check me.
Just answer the question.
No, go ahead and fact check me. In 1993, you had the Oslo Accords. There was two signatories, as you know, Arafat and Rabin, and both of them got the Peace Prize for that. You know that. Everyone knows that, except for
Shimon
Yes.
Pardon?
Peres
Peres, of course. But I'm saying the two, the Prime Minister and Arafat at the time they signed it. You agree, yes? You wrote it in your book. Up until 2000, there were what you call peace conferences that took place. Taba 1, Taba 2, etc., etc. You agree? Everyone agrees. All right. In 2000, this is what you're talking about, not 93, because 93, Arafat.
93 was also one. 95 was also
No, I know.
two.
He's talking about.
2000
He's talking
was
about.
Yasser Arafat, Bill Clinton.
Give me a second.
Oh God. Okay. What? Sorry, I missed a dono as well. I missed two. Jesse Irwin, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Would you want to talk to Benny Morris if Tiny manages to get him on his podcast? If so, would you go in person or nah? You should give Tiny or Erudite some questions regardless. Keep up the good work. Yeah, that might be cool. Yeah, I do have some questions actually. NJE, thanks for the 10 Australian. Thanks very much. And Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, thanks for the $9.99. Watch the porta potty footage. They were shooting low to scare people. I can't even read your message because I'm just repeating Hamas propaganda. I know that's not what happened. They shot in the middle of the portaloos because there might have been people inside them. Okay. Wait. Why would you? Why would you shoot low? If you're hiding, you would crouch. You would not. Do you think they were like Spider-Manning up on the ceiling. They're like, oh no, because maybe these Hamas guys are gonna shoot low, so I should get out of the way. Jesus Christ.
Smarmy
cuck
bastard.
What's this scheme? Do they upload fucking videos of my reactions to their shit, or like what happens? Whatever.
Talking about the period when
He's talking about walked away.
When Arafat and Bill Clinton,
David, correct.
That
Camp
whole
David,
period
correct.
when Arafat and Clinton
yes.
were negotiating,
Yes.
and they finally got to a point.
No, he's right. He's saying that he's right because he's saying that in 2000,
Yeah.
the Camp
They
David
went to
summit.
Camp David.
Yes,
correct.
that summit,
okay,
yes.
excellent. Now, you see, from 1993 up until 2000,
Yes.
you had these peace conferences. Everyone agrees, okay?
Yes.
In 2000...
And the Wye River Accords, which is signed by Netanyahu, by the way.
No,
that's the period I'm talking
Netanyahu in a
about.
second. He was against this whole thing from the
No,
beginning.
he signed the Wye River Accords.
Let me come to you. 2000 is what you're talking about walking away.
I'm trying to think if Destiny would agree to that debate. Would he? Should I? Do you think Destiny love me and Gray? I would do it. I would do it. I'll back the Hamas shot low at the Portaloos to get people out to use as hostages propaganda for content. Yeah, okay.
Let me tell you some sources. I'll give you Israeli source because I know Dennis Ross is what do you call it? He's a biased source, right wing, Zionist, whatever. I'll give you another Zionist source. His name is.
What's the point of this?
His name is Ben Ommi. He's Ben Ami.
What's the point of this?
Ben Ami mentioned that the deal that was struck in 2000, he wouldn't accept it himself if he was a Palestinian. That's what he said in his words. In his memoirs. Number one. Number two is, if you consider what happened...
I don't know who Ben Ami is. He seems to be the most
check it out.
insignificant...
Check it out. Google it.
He could be a columnist.
He's not insignificant. He was part of the Accords. No,
Let
me, please.
You know what? It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter because you're saying they walked away. It's not... That's according to one source.
I've read Bill Clinton's biography.
Yeah, but
he tells the whole
he's getting it from Dennis Ross. He's getting it from Dennis Ross.
No, he was there.
I believe Bill Clinton.
What do you mean?
No, he's getting it...
Okay, let me just be clear. Bill Clinton and Ehud Barak offered Arafat...
Go on, go for that conversation with someone like Rashid Khalidi. Yeah. I really should be doing that. I think my first plan was to read a bunch of the history first, like to actually go through a few of the, even just a couple more books that I haven't finished, to do that first. And then after I've done that, I could get those conversations with those people, but who knows? Who knows?
97% of the West Bank, Judea, and Samaria. Wait.
So
and not only did Arafat not accept the deal, Arafat didn't even counter. He left without countering. And then when Arafat was leaving and he shook Bill Clinton's hand, this is the story that Bill Clinton tells in his book, My Life. He shook his hand and he said...
Now Mohammed Hijab needs to say, Bill Clinton, you mean that guy who did not have sexual relations with that woman? Ooh, and that would be like, we don't believe anything Clinton says. Because apparently even historians... the historical consensus is to go by Bill Clinton's book over the other stuff, because apparently he just documented the Camp David summit in the most detail. That's quite interesting.
Mr. Clinton, you're a great man. And then Clinton looked him in the eye and said, I'm not a great man. I'm a failure. Yeah. And you have made me one, Mr.
Correct. So you go
and
both of you are going to one source.
No, wait. But then let's get...
Orientalist.
It gets better. It gets better. It
gets better. Or you could just say that.
It gets better. In 2008...
You're wrong, Mohammed.
How am I wrong? Give me your source.
It was Arafat.
The source is the president of the United States.
He's biased like
you don't care.
Arafat walked away from the best deal.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
In the whole
Let me explain something.
In my estimation... Do you believe
Piers, let me respond
do you
to you.
believe Forbes magazine?
Let me respond.
Do you believe Forbes magazine that Arafat died billionaire?
Can we make
it civil?
That? Make it civil.
Maybe Arafat didn't want an end to the...
Are you scared of my response?
Are you scared? I don't think so.
Great,
you use the word scared a lot.
Okay, don't run away. Go ahead. Respond. Okay,
run away?
Don't run away. 1990.
I'm right here, Mohammed.
Okay, great.
Right here.
So
I'll get closer to you if you allow me to.
Stop shouting, Rabbi Shmuley.
93, as we said, there was all these accords from 93 to 2000. Now, in what were the contentions? Let me tell you what the contentions were on the Oslo Accords. Number one, Jerusalem. Number two, the settlements. Number three, the occupied territories. Number four, the borders. That's what they were mentioning. Yeah.
You forgot
refugees.
About the refugees, which is the most contentious.
Yeah, sorry, refugees.
You
Correct.
forgot
Correct,
that completely.
Okay. The refugees, correct. Which is the right to return law, and we know this apartheid anyway. But anyways,
No, it's not apartheid.
Okay,
every
we'll talk about
country
that.
in Europe allows people with ancestry.
You have a point, Mohammed.
Okay, I do have a point, which is as follows.
What is
they divided the areas into area A, B, and C. Okay.
That was Oslo 2 and 95.
Okay, yeah, sure. So what I'm saying is, in that time, the question is who was treacherous to the agreement? Because we know that, as you know, you condemned the settlements. That was part of the Oslo Accords.
No. The people who were treacherous was Arafat, who was giving the terrorists money to kill Jews. 1,000 Jews died, which is the equivalent here in Britain of 30,000 people being killed in terror attacks.
All right.
Can I ask Mohammed one question, please? You said Oslo 1, Oslo 2. May I ask you one question?
I don't know if I want you to ask me any question.
Well, you don't have to answer. But
so this is the point. This is a myth.
How much of the Palestinian population in the West Bank, as you call it, is controlled right now by the Palestinian Authority? What percentage of the Palestinians are under Mahmoud Abbas? You won't answer it. You don't know, do you?
None of it, because all of it is IDF.
He doesn't even know. No. Answer how many are controlled?
None of it.
Not according to Mahmoud Abbas.
No.
You know what the answer
all
is?
of it is controlled by the
97%.
Okay, here's what we're going to do.
97%.
Do you know what it's like?
I'm going to end the show by you.
If he's counting area B, that means it's not security, but also like Abbas. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look more into it, but I feel like Abbas's security apparatus is kind of at the behest of Israel in a lot of ways, with like rooting out fucking militants and shit like that. But at least that's what the Palestinians don't like him for. It's typically what they say about him, like he's a collaborator and shit.
Both having a minute uninterrupted to summarize, right?
Let him go first, it's no problem.
How you think we move on from here? Because clearly anyone watching this is going to see two completely intractable sides, right? This is what I see on Twitter all day long.
Right.
I see people on the Israeli side and on the pro-Palestinian side, and they scream at each other all day long, right? They say some things that are right, some things that are wrong.
As well.
Whatever. There's this kind
get you involved in it.
Well, you both said to me before we sat down, I don't want to speak
absolve himself.
Speak out of turn, but you both said to me independently.
So now it's the two of us ganging up on him.
Well,
finally,
you both said to me before we started, you said that the American Jewish community were very pleased with what I'd done on this show.
They are.
And you said that the Muslim world were pleased with what I'd done on the show. And I took that as a perfect extrapolation of what we've been trying to achieve, which is giving both sides a voice and a platform. And
So let me do my minute.
What has not worked is bringing you together like this, because actually it's been an ear-thumping, screaming match. So you're now going to get a minute each to summarise, right?
You can go
and
first.
in the summary, I want to see if we can at least pretend to be constructive here, right?
Okay.
Because the world needs this somehow to end.
Okay.
So, Rabbi Shmuley, you go first.
First of all, Mohammed, thank you very much for wearing the Israeli colors. Thank you for your support of the Jewish state. We greatly appreciate it. I should have done the same. Secondly, I'm sorry you wouldn't shake my hand. I will shake your hand anytime, because I do believe what Piers said. We have to have peace and harmony going forward. It's a shame that you said no. Third, peace will come. My Arab brothers and sisters who are agreeing on this map, except that tiny little thing that I'm covering with my finger, that tiny little thing called Israel. And when they understand that Israel is not the Jewish homeland, Israel is actually the great Arab hope. If our Arab brothers and sisters get the economic prosperity of Israel, the rights for women, the rights for freedom of assembly, to criticize their governments without fear, the way the people in Hamas, in Gaza would be murdered by Hamas, let alone in Palestinian Authority, they'd be thrown in.
Rude way to treat your fiance, but I forgive you. Love is the easy win for me. Destiny, easy win for you. I suppose that's true. Thanks for the $2, the $4.
In jails. Israel's the great hope. Let me just say this. Islam is a great world religion. It created the world's first universities. It introduced agricultural reforms in Europe under Sultan Akbar in India 400 years before Europe. You had Al-Razi, who introduced medical reforms 600 years before the
All right.
And if we return to that kind of advance, not the Islam.
Did you see the Destiny Think emails? He wanted to do a 3 10-minute monologues during an hour and then peace out. No back and forth, really. Really? Why did he want it to be so structured? That's so weird. Why did he want it to be? Those debates are trash. Look forward to the charge back for these super chats. Can people even do that? Okay. Yeah, I look forward to it too.
That is being advocated by Mohammed Hijab, which is antiquated and dark ages, then we will have peace.
Okay.
So God bless my Muslim brothers and sisters, and I will shake your hand anytime.
Mohammed, a minute for you.
as I said before, and I'll say it again, justice is a prerequisite for peace. If this was the case that it was South Africa and both nations had a long and known history with each other, Israel and South Africa, and there's a book called The Secret Alliance that you can read for your further information. If this was South Africa and the blacks were kicked out of their country, they were kicked out of their country by the whites, like the Nakba, 700,000 Palestinians were kicked out, and then they had the audacity to talk about peace, nobody would be accepting it. The apartheid laws of South Africa are the same, effectively, as the apartheid laws of Israel. You're not allowed to come back to the country unless you are of a specific ethnicity which meets the requirement for apartheid. They're 100-to-1 ratio of being killed in Gaza.
Damn, real voice.
Requirement for apartheid. Back to the country unless you are of a specific ethnicity which meets the requirement for apartheid. They're 100-to-1 ratio of being killed in Gaza. This seems to be acceptable to Shmuley, unholy Shmuley. It seems to be acceptable to him. It's not acceptable to
At least a little bit
It's
of
not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to the people. When we see these images, it's absolutely not acceptable.
Get the pictures up again.
Peace is justice requirement for peace.
By the way, it's Shmuley, not Shmuley. It doesn't rhyme.
You don't get to go all over.
Doesn't matter what your name is.
Look, I found that quite a dispiriting hour. I've got to be honest with you.
Doesn't matter.
I thought both of you let yourselves down. I gave you a great opportunity here.
And we gave you
to try and reach.
Piers, come on.
Well, fine, you can say what you like about me. I don't care.
We gave you an audience. You gave us an audience.
It's fine, but it's not just about the audience. It's about a big audience, which we're getting for all these shows. About a big audience seeing people try to come together.
Don't be sanctimonious, though.
Nobody here has seen you even try to come together.
Why would
you know, Piers,
to me.
Piers,
what can I do?
Piers, with all due respect, since
try harder.
I believe,
apartheid.
you know, I believe in construction.
Try harder, as Nelson Mandela did when he came out.
Apartheid.
Nelson Mandela could have gone down this road when he came out of prison after 27 years.
And they called him a terrorist then. They called him a terrorist
then. No, wait a minute.
Yeah, they did.
He could have come out of prison and he could have taken the path of vengeance.
He did. He was violent.
Instead,
what are you talking about?
He took the path of peace.
He was violent.
He took the path.
Reconciliation.
What are you talking about?
When he came out of prison, he took the path of peace.
He was violent.
Piers,
And you called him a terrorist. The British called him a terrorist.
I take constructive criticism, and I will think about.
I wish one person could just take that discussion on Mandela to show the difference between different kinds of resistance, different kinds of violence, different kinds of targets. I don't know why everyone just starts at like, the Nelson Mandela terrorist. Okay. And then that's where the conversation ends. Not different kinds of terrorism, not why he was called a terrorist, not like whether his actions were the same as people would today consider terrorists. Like, fuck me. It's so annoying. Ugh. We call him as a terrorist. Well, you're Nelson Mandela a terrorist. Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's just so fuck. And then the person's like, oh, make a video about that. I did, you fucking asshole. Why don't you watch my videos? Why haven't you seen all my videos, you cunt? Look, here. Like, who said that? Who said that? A few months. That's me. Who said I should make a video about that? Matthew. All right, Matthew. Get the fuck out of this chat, okay? I watched this video, okay? Come back when you're up to speed with the rest of the community, okay? Unbelievable.
But I will tell you.
He was against
but I will tell you. If you bring two people on to a debate and you're saying that we let you
don't give him lessons.
Our audience,
don't give him lessons.
Okay.
Don't give him lessons.
When you bring people,
he's very successful man.
When you bring
he's very
two
successful
people,
man.
and you allow.
I'll be quiet, man.
One to bring up.
Don't give him lessons.
Stuff that is so just embarrassing, like people's sex lives. No, I did not. No, I did not. I did. No,
sex? No?
I'm proud of my books on sex, but this is a debate about the Middle East.
I don't care about your sex lives, either of you. All right.
Seem to be really interested in mine.
That's it from me. Whatever you're up to.
We'll talk later.
Keep it uncensored. Good night.
Keep it uncensored. Oh, Piers. What a fucking debate Nakba. That's what that was. You think they just walked over to the pub and just carried on for the rest of the fucking... They haven't stopped ever since. That was an incredible debate. Holy shit. Can you do what I want and call Lycan? Why am I calling Lycan? Is he watching the same thing? Oh my God, I love advertising. Oh, he's watching me. He's watching me watch the debate. Why is he watching me watch the debate? Do you still think what's happening to trans people in America doesn't qualify as genocide? Nope.
Words and their initial actions, we need to take that seriously, and we can't just, like, it makes us feel better to say, what Discord? Hold on.
Where are we now? Can you do what I want and call Lycan? Why am I calling Lycan? Oh shit. We're gonna figure, we're gonna see the loop. Is he watching the same thing?
I had you up in the corner,
God,
buddy.
I love advertising. Oh, he's watching me.
He's watching me. You were up in the corner.
Why is he watching me watch the debate?
He might miss this for that, so we'll wait.
Do you still think what's happening to trans people in America doesn't qualify as genocide? Nope. Yeah, I hope he heard that.
We need to take that seriously, and we can't just, like, it makes us feel better to say, what Discord? Hold on.
Where are we now?
He's behind.
Yeah. Oh shit. Do you think I should find him a debate opponent? We're gonna see the loop. Now we're here.
Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself? If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can
Hassan the speculator.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck. What's it called?
Do you think I should put Lycan in a debate room with Grace? You think I should do that? And just let it go. Oh God. Debate Sabra and Shatila. Yeah. Aren't they both pro-Palestine? I don't know if they're both pro-Hamas in the same degree. I don't. What an absolute mess. Fucking Scottish. Ugh. I'm down, let's do it. I think I really just want to go to bed, to be honest. Weaponized women. Why were people telling me to talk to Lycan? What's happening here?
Stole it from Reddit.
Is he just reading essays or papers? What's he reading?
At that point, is that not what the evidence suggested? I mean, just based on the bombing campaign, like, I mean, it wasn't unreasonable. That's the other thing. Is like, you know, they're getting fucking black.
They're closer than you think. Shut up. Don't try to influence me like that, okay? Bring me in Lycan and we can just chill. I don't know how I feel about doing that right now, okay? You can take a little nap. Wow. Okay. Where was that Hassan clip? That looked really funny. Apparently the Destiny Norman Finkelstein emails just keep on going. What's this?
if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If
I love speculation. Damn, it's a shame I got cucked by Dylan today, you know? But we live with it. Let him walk all over me. Make a Hassan rage emote, please. No, I'd rather not make emotes of other streamers. That's a bit weird. I don't think I've done that yet, have I? Where's Dylan? He's sleeping on my couch. But he wants to stream tomorrow. Okay. Oh, God. Can we get the Pepe posting emote? If you can post it in either Discord suggestions or in stream chat, I can use it, yeah. Because I need to add a few more. I think we've got a few more because more people are members now. But that's up to you guys if you keep up your memberships. Okay. I've been on for 5.5 hours now, and I want to do some reading before bed, so fuck you guys. All right. I'll gift you 10 if you ban Grace. No, I don't know. I feel like an arc might be developing, you know? We never know. You never know. Maybe they keep... You know, I can't just drop them when they give me all those super chats, you know? It's a waste. Throw us to Lycan. I can't throw you to Lycan, okay? I can do this.
Far Cry.
Okay. He's on YouTube too, is he? But I don't know. I didn't know that. Is it Lycan or Lycan Cooks? What's his Okay, subscribed. Let's see if I can. Hopefully he's got his thing accessible. Nope, I don't have privileges. Whoops. Sorry. Maybe next time. You guys can tell him to add me for next time, okay? In the meantime, let's just go raid manually, okay? Here's the Twitch links. Go, 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 go. Announce yourselves. Be big. Be good. Okay. Love you guys. Well, most of you guys. Not too sure about one or two of you. But okay. Take care. Bye-bye.